A few more days passed and Naruto was currently lazing around while spectating how Hiyori was utterly annihilating Ichigo in combat. Well, while Hiyori could keep up her holification for multiple minutes, Ichigo had significantly less duration with his mask. Well, over the course of the last few days, Ichigo actually managed to increase the time he could keep it on by 150%. From 4 seconds to 10. What in the world is he doing, Naruto? Getting his ass kicked. Hearing Naruto's answer, the one who asked the question, Tatsuki, could only roll her eyes without commenting any further. Although Tatsuki hasn't come to a conclusion in regard to Naruto's situation yet, considering she was allowing him to rest his head on her lap, Naruto felt confident that everything will work out somehow. Anyway, and ultimate skill's supposed to be only short-lived. I think 10 seconds feel just right. Considering that little girl keeps on her mask for quite a bit, I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be an ultimate skill. Somehow, while fighting Ichigo, Hiyori heard Tatsuki calling her a little girl, resulting in her launching her sandal at Tatsuki in mid-fight. However, Tatsuki simply tidaled her head, causing the sandal to miss her and somehow hitting Shinji in the face. Oh wow, shit. Damn it, what are you even doing here, Naruto? And why the hell did you bring your girlfriend here? Can't you go flirt somewhere else? Hee hee, you jelly. Fuck you, Naruto. Hee hee, I would rather fuck. Oh wow, stop pinching me. Despite getting his waist pinched by Tatsuki, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle due to her face slowly becoming redder and redder, while Shinji looked like he had just bitten into a lemon. Moments later, everybody's head snapped in the same direction, and Naruto's face paled while Shinji looked even more annoyed. Another attack. Is Aizen bored? Unlike Shinji, who had a mix of annoyance and boredom on his face, Naruto grew paler and paler as he quickly got up, dusted off his clothes, and prepared to leave. Well, I'm leaving. Seeing Naruto apparently being in a hurry while being afraid of something, Tatsuki tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong, Naruto? Where are you going? Away. Away. Towards the hollow. Nope. Opposite direction. See why later. Probably. Probably. Naruto, what is Goi? Before Tatsuki could finish a sentence, Naruto was already gone, leaving a confused Tatsuki behind. What the hell? Meanwhile, in another part of the town, a black portal, a Garganta, opened up, revealing 5 people. While 4 of them clearly were Arrancar, the 5th person was a female Shinigami, and it might seem weird, but the group of 4 clearly didn't want to stand too close to the 5th. Although there was a kind smile on the woman's face that didn't reach all the way up to her eyes, the spiritual pressure she was oozing felt calm like a serene lake but at the same time as dangerous as the deepest ocean. Naruto tilde, where are you tilde? As those words left her mouth, she suddenly vanished from the perception of the 4 Arrancar and could no longer be seen. Damn, since when is that woman so creepy? No idea. When she is together with that other Shinigami, she always acts like a tame pet, so who knows what her real personality is? Who gives a shit? I'm going after my target. Tilda. The first Arrancar who spoke was Yami, who already visited the world of the living a few weeks ago, the same as Gringer, who spoke third. The second speaker was Lupiantinor, who was a relatively small Arrancar with androgynous features, black hair, and blue eyes. As for the last Arrancar to make some noise, he was the newest Arrancar which had only been created a while ago, and his name was Wonder Weiss Modula. Frankly, he was pretty weird as he seemed to be incapable of speech and was currently chasing after a butterfly. Clearly, his brain wasn't fully developed, or he had some other issues. Anyway, as soon as the little group's conversation ended, Gringer left, hunting after his target, Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing him leave immediately, Yami couldn't help but frown, but before he could say anything, Luppy spoke first. Just leave him alone. Since he is not even an Espada anymore, he is worthless. After losing his arm due to invading the world of the living without permission, Gringer lost his position as Espada number 7 and was instead replaced by Luppy, who was now clearly showing contempt towards Gringer. Anyway, it seems like we have picked a good landing spot, Tilda. Luppy didn't bother about Gringer any further and instead looked around with a smile on his face. Coincidentally, the Garganta they had opened into the world of the living led them directly to a place where multiple Shinigami were gathered, causing Luppy to smile. Luffy allowed his gaze to wander, counting a total of 4 Shinigami present, but before he could comment any further, Yami drew his blade, blocking an ice-covered Zanpakuto, whose owner immediately introduced himself. Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th Division. He tilde, so you are a number 10 as well. Arrancar Diaz. Yami. While Tashido was facing Yami, Ikaku and Yumichika stood in front of Luffy. Are you an Espada, too? Hearing Ikaku's question, Luffy slightly pulled his shirt away, revealing the number 7 tattooed on his right hip. That's right. Espada number 7, Siada, Luffy Antinor. Finally, Rangiku was facing Wonder Weiss, who was currently absent-mindedly watching a flock of birds passing by. Should I just cut this one down? Tilda. Although she felt like she should attack the Arrancar in front of her simply due to her opponent being an Arrancar, but at the same time, she felt like that was equivalent to cutting down a toddler, giving her conflicting thoughts. However, the fighting quickly devolved into a rather one-sided affair, as Toshiro's eyes couldn't freeze Yami, while Yumichika insisted on fighting Luffy alone, with Ikaku claiming that he wouldn't fight in a 2-on-1. Realizing that the Shinigami side was laughably outmatched, the smirk on Luffy's face widened as he started talking to Yami. These people are trash, Yami. Let me fight all of them. Hee, I'll release and take you all on Tilda. As those words left Luffy's mouth, he drew his Zanpakuto, making the Shinigami present wonder what he intended to do. Realizing that something dangerous was about to happen, Toshiro charged at Luffy to stop whatever he tried to do, but unfortunately, he was too slow as Luffy resumed speaking. Strangle, Trepadora. Although Toshiro was too late to stop Luffy's release, he decided to attack him anyway, but before he had reached him, his eyes widened as his instincts were screaming at him, allowing him to create an ice wall to block an incoming attack just before it could reach him. Feeling the strength of the attack he had just blocked, Toshiro couldn't help but sigh in relief as a cocky grin appeared on his face. Well, that's it. That's your release. Hearing Toshiro's words, Luffy chuckled in amusement and resumed speaking as the smoke his release initially created started settling down. Who tilde you blocked my attack, huh? Not bad at all. In that case, what about an attack with 8 times as much power? The dust fully settled, revealing Luffy's release state, showing that he had now grown 8 tentacle-like appendages on his back. Seeing Luffy's new form, Toshiro's eyes widened in shock, realizing that he had merely blocked 1/8 of the attack power Luffy now had, and in that moment of shock, Luffy used the brief moment in which Toshiro wasn't paying attention and attacked him, causing his 8 appendages to crash into him and sending him flying to the ground. After sending Toshiro flying, Luffy licked his lips in excitement as he noticed the surprised expression on the remaining 3 Shinigami. See, I told you should fight me 4-1-1. Or rather, it's 4-on-8, isn't it, Tilda? Moments later, the fight became even more one-sided as Luffy's 8 tentacles punted away Ikaku and Yumichika while capturing Rangiku. Well, what a killer body, Tilda. How about I poke a few holes into it? As soon as Luffy stopped talking, the end of one of his tentacles was suddenly covered in spikes, which approached Rangiku at a rapid pace. Seeing the deadly attack approaching her, Rangiku sighed deeply as an annoyed expression appeared on her face. Damn, I really didn't want to reveal this so publicly. This better not cause me too much additional work. Just when the first spike was about to touch Rangiku, dust erupted out of her, covering the spiked tentacle, and as soon as a reasonable amount of it was covered, Rangiku flicked her wrist, causing the tip of the tentacle to be cut off, followed by another flick, cutting away the tentacle holding onto her. Bankai. Kazanbai. What? While Luffy was surprised at how easily Rangiku managed to cut through his tentacles, Ikaku and Yumichika were stunned due to Rangiku actually being able to use Bankai. As far as they were concerned, she shouldn't be capable of using it. Feeling the astonished gazes on her, Rangiku couldn't help but sigh again, and moments later, she felt the atmosphere shift, causing her to pout. Now, couldn't you have been a little faster, Captain? Now I'm standing here all exposed for the world to see, Tilda. Before anyone could understand what Rangiku meant or who she was talking to exactly, 4 of Luffy's tentacles froze, causing his eyes to widen in surprise as Toshiro revealed himself to be completely fine. Seriously, when did you pick up the habit of making indecent remarks like that, Lieutenant Matsumoto? As for that matter about your Bankai, we'll talk about that later. What? You weren't done for? While Toshiro was calmly speaking to Ranjaku, Luppy couldn't help but be bewildered due to his being still alive. From his perspective, he shattered Toshido's Bankai, which should have at least knocked him out and maybe even killed him. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the important aspect of Toshido's Bankai wasn't the dragon-like ice figure surrounding him while he was using it, but his control over the ice itself. The ice dragon could be shattered 100 times, and Toshiro still would have lost barely any energy. Too bad you were arrogant and didn't finish me off properly. You might have 8 weapons, but my weapon is all the water in the atmosphere. Checkmate. Senin Hyoro. Dozen of ice pillars rose from the ground, surrounding Luppy, and before he could even understand what was going on, they all crashed into him, sealing him into a massive block of ice. Unfortunately, just as he was about to lose his life, a light curtain descended from the sky, engulfing Luppy and saving his life in the process. A few minutes earlier, Yami was disinterestedly watching Luppy's fight while complaining that he had nothing to do. However, a few seconds later, an opponent appeared in front of him in the form of Urahara Kasuke. Frankly, it wasn't even a fight, as Yami simply flailed around like a wild beast while Kasuke easily dismantled every move he made, making for a rather uninteresting fight. At the same time, Ichigo was in a lot of trouble, as he had yet again encountered Grinjo. However, he had his hollow mask this time, so as soon as Grinjo appeared, he went all out and started kicking Grinjo's ass. Unfortunately, just when he was about to finish Grinjo off, his mask shattered, instantly weakening him dramatically and bringing him to the brink of exhaustion. Now, heavily weakened, Grinjo returned the beating to Ichigo, flinging him all over the city, and just when he was about to finish Ichigo off, his hand was frozen, causing him to frown as his gaze landed on the one responsible. This person was Kuchiki Rukia, who had initially been training with Orohime and Seirede but made it here in time to intervene in the fight. Rukia was aware that compared to Grinjo, she was just weaker, so as soon as Ichigo and Grinjo were separated to a reasonable degree, she went all out, putting everything she had in a single move. Tsugi no Mai. Hakuren. Rukia pointed the tip of her Zanpakuto at Grimhao, resulting in a pillar of ice shooting at him. Grinjo, still slightly confused due to someone else intervening in his fight, was too late to dodge the attack and was consequently engulfed in a pillar of ice, making Rukia sigh in relief. Phew, just made it in time. That sure was some power you used there, Ichigo. Obviously, Rukia was revering to Ichigo's hollowification, making him frown deeply, as he was not aware of what Seirede's stance would be concerning the use of a hollow's power, so he decided to try to sweep it under the rug. Shut up, that was... Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the ice covering Grinjo broke, resulting in the two Shinigami's eyes widening in shock as a hand shot forward, grabbing Rukia's head while channeling a Sero. Who do you think I am, Shinigami? Did you think you could take me out by making me feel cold? More and more spiritual power gathered in the hand holding Rukia's head while the Shinigami duo was frozen in terror. Grinjo was just about to shoot his Sero, killing Rukia in the process when a magma-covered hand smashed into Grinjo's face, sending him flying away. Geez, every time I see you in a fight, you are getting your ass kicked, Ichigo. Since when were you this weak? Tatsuki. Naturally, Ichigo was surprised due to Tatsuki's sudden appearance while simultaneously being unhappy due to her words, but he quickly discarded all these thoughts as there was something more important for him to say. Run away, Tatsuki. This one is too much for you. Before Tatsuki could comment on Ichigo's words, Grinjo had already picked himself up and jumped at Tatsuki with high speed, his remaining hand ready to pierce through her heart. Tatsuki. Naturally, Ichigo was worried about Tatsuki, not thinking that she could deal with Grinjo. Obviously, he had seen her fight Yami, but that was a completely different matter, as Grinjo was much stronger. However, don't look down on me. Just when Grinjo's attack was about to land, Tatsuki started moving, using the palm of her hand to push away Grinjo's attack while using the momentum of his charge to spin around and kick the heel of her magma-covered feet into his hips, crashing him into another building. Seeing Grinjo flying away, Tatsuki glanced at Ichigo, and seeing his dumbfounded expression, she nodded in approval. Obviously, Tatsuki wasn't happy about Ichigo looking down on her strength, so she was rather satisfied showing off like this. After all, just who did she train with? Naruto. From her perspective, Naruto had unlimited stamina, spiritual power, and on top of it, a frankly audacious amount of combat experience, so how could fighting some random Arrancar face her? Naruto might not be after her life, but compared to fighting him, this fight was nothing she was too worried about. She might be in trouble if her opponent still had both of his arms, but like this, she was rather confident. Moments later, Gringer came out of the hole he was just kicked into, growling like a wild enemy while directing a hatred-filled gaze at Tatsuki. Damn, the longer I fight, the more insects keep popping up. This is so annoying. Hearing Gringer's words, Tatsuki sneered in disdain. Having partially adopted parts of Naruto's personality, she couldn't help but taunt Gringer. He tilde insects, you say? In that case, what does that make you, someone who got his ass beat by said insects? A tick mark appeared on Gringer's face as he gritted his teeth in anger. This was probably the worst day of his life, as more and more mockery was piled up on him, making him snap as he drew his blade. Fuck you. Grinded. Clearly, Gringer was about to release his sword, putting Tatsuki on guard, but before anything could happen, Ulquiorra appeared, stopping Gringer's transformation. That's enough. Mission accomplished, probably. I guess. Somehow. Although Gringer wasn't entirely sure why Ulquiorra sounded so uncertain, those doubts were quickly covered up by burning anger that was directed at Tatsuki and Ichigo. You were saved yet again. Next time we meet, I'll kill all of you. Ma, considering how you currently look, do you plan to drown us in your own blood? Certainly looks like that, tilde. Hearing yet another taunt out of Tatsuki's mouth, Gringer's anger was about to explode even further before Ulquiorra started speaking, completely ignoring Tatsuki and Gringer as his gaze landed on Ichigo. It seems you have acquired another power. However, it's so insignificant. Hearing Ulquiorra's words, Ichigo lowered his head in a mixture of anger and frustration, while Tatsuki couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. A comment about someone's power being insignificant from someone whose power is insignificant. How amusing, tilde. Ulquiorra couldn't help but frown due to Tatsuki's taunt. He pondered the situation for a brief moment before he disappeared from his position and reappeared in front of Tatsuki, ready to stab a hole in her chest. Why is a weakling like you even speaking? Frankly, Tatsuki was fully aware that she could not win against Ulquiorra. She was confident to at least fight him for a while in his base form, but she knew that Arrancar had a release state, making them much stronger. Since that was the case, she knew that Ulquiorra was not someone she could defeat. Anyway, despite seeing Ulquiorra move and being able to dodge his attack if she desired, she didn't do so for one simple reason. Occasionally, even a tomboy like herself liked being saved by her boyfriend. Just when Ulquiorra's attack was about to hit his mark, obscenely dense spiritual pressure covered the area, barely allowing the people present to breathe as heavy winds started roaring through the battlefield and Ulquiorra's hand was caught by another person with a wry smile on their face. You sure like playing dangerous games, Tatsuki. Meh, I already knew you were in the vicinity, tilde. The hell? Does she have a Hinata-style boyfriend finder? Be afraid, tilde. A few minutes earlier, inside a clearing far away from Karakura town, a single young man was standing with his arms crossed and eyes closed, breathing calmly. Moments later, a frown appeared on his face as he could feel danger approaching his position, and suddenly, he could feel a blade resting on his shoulder. It's been a while, Naruto. Hinata. Good to meet you again. Although the duo greeted each other rather calmly, there was a certain amount of tension in the air as the wind picked up while it seemed that the weather was only seconds away from switching to rain. Why did you do it, Naruto? Hearing Hinata's question, Naruto took a deep breath as he prepared his arguments. Obviously, he had already prepared for Hinata's questioning, so he was still calm. There was no point in not directing her toward Neisan. She is good-looking and was openly reading Neisan's books in public. It was only a question of time until Neisan sniffed her out somehow. After hearing Naruto's reasoning, Hinata's anger diminished a little as she realized that his words were probably true, marking the first step in this discussion as a win for Naruto. Very well, but there was still no point in accelerating that process by pointing her towards Yuna. Obviously, Naruto had expected that kind of counter-argument, so he couldn't help but smile lightly as he gave the answer he had already planned beforehand. Correct, but at the same time, not correct. Although my actions led to her meeting Neisan earlier, they also changed the dynamic between the two. If I hadn't done anything, Neisan would be the one coming after her, but like this, she is the one coming after Neisan. Naturally, Hinata wasn't stupid, so she quickly figured out what Naruto was talking about. If Yuna was after women, there was usually very little wiggle room for Hinata, but if there was a woman after Yuna, then she could still interfere, at least to some degree. Not that that would change the end result, but the dynamic between Hinata and the new addition could be adjusted to some degree. Silence covered the forest's clearing as Hinata pondered Naruto's words while Naruto simply kept quiet, waiting for the verdict. Moments later, Hinata sighed deeply as the blade resting on Naruto's shoulder disappeared, making him sigh in relief as well. Just to be clear, I'm still not entirely happy about this, but I can see where you are coming from and why you did what you did. Hehe, thanks and sorry, Hinata. HMPH, I don't think this is over yet. There will be consequences. Hearing the dangerous undertone in Hinata's voice, Naruto smiled wryly as a bit of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and before he could say anything else, he felt Hinata kicking his butt before vanishing from her position. Naruto, now rubbing his butt with a wry smile, couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Hehe, just as planned, Tilda. You are getting dangerously good at sweet-talking and manipulating people. Well, what can I say? I learned from the best. Meanwhile, in the passageway between Soul Society and the world of the living, Orihime was running towards the words of the living, guarded by two Shinigami. Although her combat power was still rather lower, her healing prowess was almost unmatched, so she decided to come to Karakura town to heal those that were wounded during the Arrancar invasion. Unfortunately, this was exactly what Aizen had planned, so she was intercepted by Ulquiorra, who casually sliced through the two Shinigami guards before he started speaking to Orihime in a commanding tone. Come with me, girl. Don't say a word except yes. If you say anything else, I'll start killing. However, but I won't kill you, I'll kill your friends. No questions, no discussion. You have no rights. Only your immediate compliance can save your friends. This is not a negotiation, this is an order. Aizen-sama is interested in your power, so I'll only say once more, come with me, girl. Although Orihime was intimidated by Ulquiorra's words, the decision she was about to make was rather clear as determination glowed in her eyes. If it was for her friends, she didn't mind making a sacrifice, so she pretty much immediately decided to comply with Ulquiorra. However, before she could say a word, an arm landed on Ulquiorra's shoulder, as if the owner of the arms was close friends with him before an amused voice was heard by the duo. On my tilde, Aizen is interested in Orihime. He didn't appear to me as someone who was into little girls. Besides that, what kind of antique method of picking up girls was that, Ulquiorra? This isn't the Stone Age anymore, where you could just smack them with a club and drag them into your cave. Nowadays, you need to be a smooth talker and gently coax them into your cave or well, house, but that's beside the point. While Orihime was dumbfounded due to a familiar face suddenly appearing, Ulquiorra's usually expressionless face moved slightly, almost making it look like he was frowning due to Yuna's presence. Look at that, I finally annoyed him enough to show at least a slight expression. Just a matter of time until I managed to make the volcano explode tilde. Seriously, is making expressionless people go into a fit of rage one of your fetishes or something? It kinda is, but it's not easy to incorporate into night activities, so it rarely shows. So why am I even asking? What are you doing here, Yuna Uzumaki? Geez, isn't that obvious? For some reason, Aizen sent a blank piece of paper to pick up girls for him, so I obviously had to step in. I'm an expert at picking up little girls, you know tilde. Ulquiorra, not entirely understanding what exactly Yuna was talking about, wanted to know what exactly she meant, but before he could ask any further questions, Yuna's gaze landed on Orihime, making her flinch as if a predator had just set its eyes on her. Anyway, let's go to Hueco Mundo, Orihime. It's a great place. It is a anyway, it's a really great place. Although Yuna's words were less than convincing, Orihime couldn't help but be caught in Yuna's eyes, which showed so many different emotions that had been absent from Ichigo's for quite a while now. She has always been rather good at reading the emotions in someone's eyes. She got attracted to Ichigo for multiple reasons, but one of those was that his eyes were always radiating confidence and determination. However, after suffering defeat after defeat while simultaneously being plagued by something Orihime didn't know about, those strong emotions turned into fear, insecurity, and doubt. Obviously, that wouldn't just change the feeling she had towards him, but she couldn't help but marvel at how Yuna's eyes reflected completely different emotions: confidence, determination, not a smidgen of fear, and a hint of playfulness. So, she couldn't help but ask a question about her. How can you be so certain that everything will turn out fine? Why can you walk into enemy territory so nonchalantly while staying calm and collected, not the least bit worried that the ones close to you will see you as a traitor? How can you still act playful, despite this whole war going on? Hearing the wall of questions being uttered by Orihime, Yuna casually shrugged her shoulders and was about to answer when powerful spiritual pressure erupted out of Ulquiorra, clearly intending to pressure Orihime. Did I not tell you not to ask any cues? And did I not tell you to shut the fuck up and let the expert handle matters of picking up little girls? Before Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure could touch Orihime, Yuna unleashed her own, clashing with Ulquiorra and almost instantly suppressing him, causing Ulquiorra to widen in surprise. Dangerous? Even with my resurrection, I might not be able to defeat her. Well, I still have that, so I should be fine. Seeing that Ulquiorra no longer spoke, Yuna nodded her head in approval and redirected her attention toward Orihime, who was shocked by the overwhelming clash of spiritual pressure she had just witnessed. Anyway, to answer all your questions, I am Yuna Uzumaki. I do not falter, I do not doubt, for I am strong. That is all there is to say about that. Hearing Yuna's answer, Orihime couldn't help but be dazed, as despite there being no spiritual pressure behind Yuna's words, she almost felt her body getting pressed to the ground from the unknown aura Yuna's presence was currently radiating. Frankly, she found Yuna's words pretty funny, as she barely said anything, nor did she properly answer any of Orihime's questions, but at the same time, Orihime was content with that kind of answer. Basically, the end conclusion she came up with was Yuna had always been different, so things would work out somehow. Will everything really be fine? Despite that conclusion, Orihime couldn't help but ask whether everything really was fine, to which Yuna gave her a confident smile. Obviously. After all, this venerable one is present. Okay, I'll follow you to Hueco Mundo. Following that, Ulquiorra managed to get out of his daze, and after realizing that Orihime was ready to go, he gave her a few more instructions, causing Yuna to roll her eyes. Apparently, Orihime was allowed to say goodbye to a single person but wasn't allowed to talk to anyone, so she basically had to leave a note behind that she had left for Hueco Mundo. Usually, that would pretty much imply that she went there on her own accord while simultaneously creating a psychological trap for herself that she had indeed gone there on her own accord, but due to Yuna's interference, both of those aspects got distorted. While the letter that was supposed to tell everyone that she went to Hueco Mundo somehow turned into a letter that she would be traveling to Hueco Mundo with Yuna, who was already accepted as an inside informant, diminished the effect that she had betrayed Soul Society. The other aspect got distorted as well, as she now went to Hueco Mundo because she trusted Yuna that everything would work out instead of going there to save her friends. Unfortunately, Ulquiorra, who had very little grasp on human psychology, was incapable of picking up such nuances while at the same time feeling that something didn't go exactly as he had predicted. So, after he finished talking, he turned around and left to pick up the Aaron car that was still fighting, while Yuna accommodated Orihime back to the world of the living, after which she went back to Hueco Mundo. Around a minute later, Ulquiorra found himself in the previously described situation, with Naruto blocking his hand that was just about to wound Tatsuki. How troublesome, not only is the sister problematic, but the brother as well. I need to report this to Aizen-sama. As those words passed through Ulquiorra's mind, Naruto pushed away his hands, resulting in Ulquiorra taking a bit of distance from Naruto. Well, I wouldn't mind going a few rounds, but I would rather not destroy the city, so how about we change locations? Ulquiorra only shook his head as soon as Naruto finished speaking and turned around, ready to leave. There won't be a need for that. We have accomplished what we came here to do and will leave now. Seeing Ulquiorra leave without fighting any further, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders and didn't go after him. After all, he would rather not risk destroying Karakura town. Bummer, I wanted to see you two fight Tilda. Hearing Tatsuki's words, Naruto rolled his eyes and flicked her forehead, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Hey! What was that for? For acting reckless. She wanted to argue with Naruto, but after realizing that she basically provoked a powerful opponent because she was certain that Naruto was around, without actually knowing it to be true, she only pouted as she looked away. Fine, I'm sorry. Hearing the apology, a wide smile appeared on Naruto's face as he started patting Tatsuki's head, making her blush in a mixture of shame and comfort. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Hours later, an emergency gathering was being held in Naruto's home, which was attended by all Shinigami currently present in Karakura Town and Tatsuki simply because she was present while it was being held. Yet again, Naruto found himself in front of the giant monitor installed within his home, and although he wasn't happy to have so many people he didn't know too well loitering within his house due to various security features, he allowed it for now. After everyone was gathered, the monitor activated, showing Yukitake, who wore a regrettable expression, and after a short back and forth, he revealed why he contacted them. Apparently, after sending Orihime toward the world of the living, all contact was lost with her, and she never appeared where she was supposed to, which led him to the assumption that she was either kidnapped or already dead. However, Ichigo quickly denied that because the wounds he received during that last battle had mysteriously healed overnight, which could have only been Orihime's doing. The moment those words left Ichigo's mouth, another person stepped forwards and started talking. "I see, that is rather regrettable." Yamamoto, the captain commander of the Gotei 13, stepped forward, resulting in Yukitake stepping aside, giving him more room. "Since she was allowed to heal you before leaving, there is a high chance that she went to Hueco Mundo due to her own decision. There are still some uncertainties due to the presence of Yuna Uzumaki, who had supplied us with information before, but for now, we can only assume that she got kidnapped." "What?" Obviously, Ichigo was outraged when he heard that, but Renji quickly pushed him aside and started speaking to Yamamoto. "I see, in that case, I, as one of the leaders of the advanced teams, will go to Hueco Mundo and help free a valuable ally." As soon as he stopped speaking, Renji briefly glanced at Ichigo, making it clear that he wanted to help him free Orihime and get her back to the world of the living. Unfortunately, Yamamoto wanted to hear none of that. "No. I forbid it. Now that we are certain that the Arrancar are battle-ready, we can't afford to spare any additional troops. All Shinigami currently stationed within Karakura Town are to return to Seirei immediately." Hearing Yamamoto's order, quite a few people in the room were distressed as especially Rukia had gotten rather close to Orihime. So, she couldn't help but ask a question about Yamamoto's order. "In no way. You want us to abandon Orihime?" "Exactly. She is only one girl, and we have the fates of the world to consider. I don't believe I can follow that kind of order." Yes, I expected that to be the case. As soon as Yamamoto finished speaking, Naruto felt someone trying to open a dimensional gate into his home, and after briefly pondering whether he should direct it into the sun, he decided to allow whoever wanted to arrive here to do so. After all, this was Yuna's and his home, so there were quite a few defensive functions in place. No matter who wanted to get in here forcefully, they wouldn't have a good time in case they were hostile. Anyway, moments later, a gate towards the passageway between the world of the living and Soul Society opened, revealing Kenpachi and Byakuya, who clearly were sent here as a deterrent, so Rukia and the others would do anything they weren't ordered to do. "You heard the Captain Commander, come with us. Don't resist, we are allowed to use force if you do." Seeing that there is no chance to fight back, Rukia and a few other Shinigami grit their teeth and simply nod their heads while Ichigo sighs in frustration. "Sigh, fine. Since Soul Society isn't willing to assist, I won't be asking for help. Simply tell me how I can get to Hueco Mundo, and I will go there by myself. Orihime is my friend, and I won't abandon her like this." Unfortunately, hearing Ichigo's seemingly reasonable words, Yamamoto shot him down instantly. "No. Your presence during the defense against Aizen is crucial. You will stay within Karakura Town and await further orders. The same order counts for your fellow human, Naruto Uzumaki." The moment Yamamoto's last words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room somewhat shifted, and before Ichigo could speak any further, Naruto opened his mouth with a sneer on his face. He told her an order. "An order from you to me? What makes you think you can give me any orders, old man? Why would I give a shit what you ordered me to do? I can just go to Hueco Mundo on my own right. It's not like I'm part of your Gotei 13, am I?" However, hearing Naruto's questions, Yamamoto only scoffed lightly before his gaze briefly landed on Kenpachi and Byakuya. "Aren't these two not enough to convince you to do what I tell you to do?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changed gravely, just like Naruto's demeanor did. His usually soft blue eyes turned ice-cold with a gaze sharp enough to cut through steel as his demeanor switched from goofy to dignified and overbearing. Moments later, his voice, usually laid back and carefree but now laced with dignity befitting of someone surpassing all, echoed through the room. In other words, you are threatening this venerable one. In other words, you are threatening this venerable one. As soon as those words left Naruto's mouth, even Yamamoto could feel the atmosphere becoming heavier, despite not even being present in the room, while Byakuya became on guard and Kenpachi smiled wildly. I thought this would just be another boring mission, but this is quite the nice spiritual pressure you have there. As soon as Kenpachi finished speaking, he drew his sword and attacked Naruto, a maddened smile twisting his face. Spiritual pressure? What are you talking about? This is simply the weight of this one's being. Before anyone could comment on Naruto's words, Kenpachi had reached him and swung his Zanpakuto at Naruto, who only tilted his body to the side, dodging the attack. Simultaneously, Naruto threw out an attack on his own, smashing his fist into Kenpachi's stomach, resulting in him crashing against a wall while spitting out some blood. Surprisingly, the wall didn't budge in the slightest, and there were no hints of damage on it. Attacking me with all of your 3 seals active. Courting death. Silence reigned the room as everyone looked at the downed Kenpachi, utterly dumbfounded. Especially Ichigo, who had fought Kenpachi before, couldn't believe how easily Naruto wounded him. However, Kenpachi was not someone who would go down easily, as a massive smile was still clearly visible on his face. Ha ha ha, that one was on me. I already know how overwhelmingly strong your sister is, so how could you be ordinary? To think I would be having this much fun on this seemingly simple mission. Although Naruto heard Kenpachi's words, he didn't pay any attention to him as his gaze returned to Yamamoto, who was surprised by Naruto's strength. Obviously, he had briefly fought Naruto before, but at that time, he was far from this overwhelming. Was he holding back when we fought? No, the problem is that Kenpachi is simply restricting himself too much. Although I get his point of view, wearing 3 seals to restrict his power is simply too much. Unaware of Yamamoto's thoughts, Naruto drew his 2 Zanpakuto, instantly turning one of them into a cloak while the other one turned into a pair of gauntlets. Are you sure you really want to do this, old man? No, that is the wrong question, so let me ask you something different. Naruto's grin widened as his spiritual pressure exploded out of him, instantly filling the room with heavy pressure as the space around Naruto seemed to distort while heavy winds picked up, despite everyone being indoors. Are you sure you want to lose 2 captains just before Aizen's attack? Naruto's spiritual pressure grew even further as a massive image of a 10-tailed fox manifested behind him, showing just how dense his spiritual pressure was, since this kind of spiritual manifestation was only possible for individuals with extremely high spiritual power. Yet again, the room was doused in heavy silence as everyone looked at Naruto dumbfounded. The implications of his words were rather clear: if you insist on forcing me, people will die. While the Shinigami side was simply dumbfounded at how confident Naruto appeared while claiming that he would kill 2 captains, the humans in the room were simply dumbfounded at how easily Naruto spoke of killing people. Hearing Naruto's words, Byakuya couldn't help but frown deeply. Naturally, he could feel the obscene amount of spiritual power Naruto possessed, but so what? So you humans insist on continuing to trample on our pride, don't you? Kurosaki Ichigo learning to use Bankai within a few days was already bad enough, but now that we have become allies, it can't be helped. And yet, here you are, standing in front of not 1 but 2 captains, claiming you would kill them. Are you proud of the huge amount of spiritual power you have? Or maybe you are proud of the anomaly of having 2 Zanpakuto. So what? In front of 2 captains of the Gotei 13, all of that is meaningless. Bankai. As soon as Byakuya stopped speaking, he dropped his sword, allowing it to fall to the ground, tip first. This was how his Bankai was initiated, and after his sword touched the ground, it would sink into the floor, resulting in dozens of huge blades growing out of the ground, which would turn into millions of tiny blades. However, clang. The sound of a blade uselessly falling to the ground echoed through the room as Byakuya's arrogant facial expression was replaced with a confused one. He looked at the ground and only saw his Zanpakuto lying on the ground. Huh. He. While Byakuya had no idea what had just happened, a soft chuckle echoed through the room, grabbing everyone's attention. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew more intense as everyone's eyes landed on Naruto, who was the person currently laughing. He was currently slightly lowering his head while holding his stomach, seemingly trying to suppress his laughter. However, after trying to do so, he finally gave up and threw his head back, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. First, everyone was dumbfounded that Byakuya seemed to have failed to activate his Bankai, and following that, Naruto laughed like a madman, confusing everyone even further. For a few seconds, the only sound audible in the room was Naruto's laughter, as it took him a little while to compose himself, and as soon as he did, he resumed speaking with a pity-filled look on his face. Seems like you still don't get it, do you? Just where the hell do you think you currently are? Do you think this is just some random civilian home within the world of the living? Really? Nasan messed up your whole city after staying there for a week or two, but you think you can just bust in here, the place where she lived for over 10 years, and be fine? What a joke. Hearing Naruto's words, everyone in the room paled as they realized what kind of place they had just stumbled into, and even those not opposing Naruto couldn't help but shiver in fear. Seeing everyone finally realizing how deep in shit they were actually standing, a twisted smile appeared on Naruto's face as he clasped his hands together, causing the floor he was standing on to shine. Welcome in the belly of the beast. The glow underneath Naruto's feet quickly spread, covering the whole floor, after which the glowing surface area continued covering the walls and, finally, the ceiling, covering the whole room with a dangerous feeling glow. While everything seems to simply glow with even light, upon closer inspection, one would notice that every surface area in the room wasn't actually glowing, but that the only thing glowing were minuscule symbols that covered everything. The only reason why it looked like the whole room was glowing was because there were just that many of those symbols. Yamamoto, who didn't exactly specialize in Kido, but was still well learned in it, couldn't help but be utterly dumbfounded by what he was currently witnessing. Kido had a lot of applications, ranging all the way from creating simple explosives, over the infinite spiritual power-eating creatures used for Kenpachi's seals, to the massive barrier covering Seirei. In his long life, Yamamoto had seen a lot of different methods of using Kido, many of them involving imbuing an object with Kido using a complex array of symbols, something only masters of the art could do. Yet, here he was, looking at a rune being enchanted with that kind of method to the brim, using symbols he had never seen before at a complexity and density he had never witnessed in his whole life. Worst of all of this was apparently done by a human that hadn't even reached the age of 20. Only now, seeing the impossible arrangement of seals in front of him, did Yamamoto realize that he had messed up. Seeing the complex arrangement of unknown symbols, Yamamoto realized that Kenpachi and Byakuya had just walked into a death trap. No, they didn't simply walk into a death trap, they were ordered to do so by himself. Since Seirei has been uncontested for a very long time now, he felt its strength to be above everything else, so he sent two main pillars of Seirei's strength into potential enemy territory without giving it a second thought. Strictly speaking, there was some wiggle room justifying Yamamoto's decision, as Naruto, indeed, was only a youngster from his point of view, but considering how many signs of abnormal behavior had happened so far, Yamamoto firmly believed that he was the one who messed up. Meanwhile, Naruto was just about to drown Kenpachi and Byakuya in a shower of pies when Yamamoto spoke up. Please wait a moment. Although Naruto was a little disappointed due to being interrupted, he still stopped what he was about to do because the tone of voice Yamamoto used was significantly different from before. I would like to apologize for my hasty actions. Rather than considering your side as an ally, I considered you to be subordinate, simply due to how it has always been. I hope you can forgive me for initiating this conflict and continue working together with us from now on. As a leader, Yamamoto obviously didn't like issuing an apology, but just as he was willing to sacrifice a single human woman for the sake of winning this conflict, his pride was not above apologizing to do so, either. Captain Commander, you shouldn't apologize to a human, right, Captain Kuchiki? Finishing Byakuya's sentence, Yamamoto could only shake his head as he yet again felt how annoying the pride of the noble clans was. You are trapped, Captain Kuchiki. The only reason why you aren't dead yet is because the one in front of you decided that he would not kill you yet. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Byakuya didn't comment any further as he was aware that those words were true. In fact, the moment he realized that using Bankai was impossible, he prepared himself for a fight to the death. A fight to the death that he would probably not win. Kenpachi, on the other hand, couldn't help but be dissatisfied as well, as he was looking forward to a good fight, but after realizing that he couldn't even remove the 3 seals he put on himself, he decided to drop this matter as well. He still wanted to fight Naruto, but only in a location where he could actually display his real power. There was no point in one-sidedly getting beaten down because Naruto was in a location that gave him an absolute advantage. As those conversations were happening, Naruto couldn't help but frown, realizing that this fight was probably cancelled. Too bad, I was looking forward to bullying 2 captains. I guess I could still continue pressing this matter, but since even the captain commander himself has apologized, I would look rather petty if I were to do so. Oh well, there will be a lot of situations in the future where I can bully a bunch of arrogant people, so it can't be helped. As soon as those thoughts passed Naruto's mind, the atmosphere in the room shifted yet again, becoming much more lighthearted. Hehe, since you have already apologized, there is no point in pressing any further. Since you have decided to stop pressuring me into doing what you want, you should have no problem with me going to Hueco Mundo, right? Although Yamamoto relaxed a little when Naruto easily accepted his apology, the moment he heard that he wanted to go to Hueco Mundo, he stiffened a little before sighing deeply. Frankly, I would prefer if you don't go there, but if that is what you desire, I won't stop you. Thinning Aizen ranks before they could even reach us should work out somehow as well. Obviously, Yamamoto could no longer demand that Naruto did what he told him to, so after hearing his question about going to Hueco Mundo, Yamamoto could only reluctantly agree with him going there while making up some excuses. Hehe, excellent. In that case, let's gather everyone and head to Kisuke's place. Kisuke's place. Naruto could only shake his head when he saw the confusion in Ichigo's eyes after mentioning Kisuke's place. After all, how else were they going to get to Hueco Mundo? Naruto could manipulate space at least to some degree, but there was a limit to that as well. Going somewhere where he had never been before was, unfortunately, impossible. That's right, Ichigo. How else do you expect to reach Hueco Mundo? Knowing him, he has probably only devised a method to go there before we have even made the request. After realizing that Naruto had a point, Ichigo simply nodded his head in agreement while Yamamoto sighed deeply. Clearly, he still wasn't happy about this arrangement. Seeing Yamamoto sigh deeply, Naruto's gaze landed on him yet again, but this time he wore a mischievous smirk. No need to worry too much about this war. Isn't Aizen already there? There is a good chance that Aizen's place is already half collapsed by now, so what is the point of worrying about the situation? Frankly, if anybody else told him this kind of information, Yamamoto would have probably dismissed it instantly, but considering what he had just witnessed, combined with what Yuna had done within Seirede, he couldn't help but believe Naruto's words to at least some degree. "Say, I'm getting too old for this." Just like that, the confrontation between the forces of Seirede and the world of the living was resolved, and while everyone who wanted to invade Seirede was walking toward Kisuke's shop, Tatsuki couldn't help but occasionally steal glances at Naruto. In her opinion, Naruto never got angry. He was always goofy, laughing loudly while being silly and saying stupid stuff. However, he just witnessed another side of Naruto for the first time since dating him. As for her impression after learning that her boyfriend was someone who sneered at the world while having no problem killing those who opposed him. Damn, domineering Naruto is so hot. She was totally into it. Frankly, she didn't even know why she felt so attracted to this new Naruto, but she simply couldn't help herself. Tatsuki was someone who wanted to be strong. She spent a lot of time training, honing herself to get stronger, and after meeting Naruto, learning how strong an individual could actually become, those tendencies became even more pronounced. She loved getting stronger. And now, seeing a much more domineering side of Naruto, she could only feel that he had become even more attractive as he was actively showing of his superiority in front of not one but two captains. I wonder what he would think if I were to ask him to act like that when it's just the two of us. As that thought passed through Tatsuki's head, she quickly realized what she was thinking about, causing her cheeks to turn crimson as she quickly lowered her head, hoping no one would realize what she was thinking about. Damn it, Tatsuki. What are you thinking about? I am not a pervert like that. While Tatsuki was getting redder and redder in the face, Ichigo clenched his fists while occasionally glancing at Naruto as well. Unlike Tatsuki, there were no unsavory thoughts occupying his mind, as only a single question occupied his thoughts. How can he be so strong? Kenpachi was a captain he fought and lost against, while the only reason he somewhat won against Byakuya was that his inner hollow got involved. Despite that, here was Naruto, suppressing both of them at the same time. Obviously, Ichigo realized that there was some shenanigans in play from Naruto's side, but remembering the overbearing pressure he felt when Naruto unleashed his spiritual pressure, Ichigo couldn't help but wonder whether Naruto could have won without whatever arrangement he used to suppress those two. Shit, I need to get stronger. Much stronger. Even now, after I learned holification, I'm much too weak. I don't care whether I'm weaker than Naruto or not, but I need to be strong enough to protect what is important to me. I won't give up. I'll go to Hueco Mundo, grow stronger and stronger as I continue fighting, and finally rescue Orohime. No one can stop me. I'll surpass all obstacles blocking my way. Just like that, every combat-ready human gathered at Kasuke's place, including Sado, who has been training with Rinji, and Ikeda, who somehow managed to not only regain the Quincy powers he had lost but actually grew significantly stronger as well. Unfortunately, the people coming from Serede had to leave for now, with a promise of reinforcement later on. Some more time passed, and yet again, all of Aizen's Espada were gathered. However, silent pressure covered the room, which was emanating from Yuna, who was tapping the armrest of her chair with an annoyed expression on her face while Hinata was nestled on her lap, humming happily. The reason for a rather foul mood was that a certain green-haired Espada was no longer present in the room and that her seat was now occupied by someone else. Yuna didn't know what exactly happened to her, but whoever caused her to no longer be present here will have to pay. Damn it, I wanted to increase the number quickly, so I put all my efforts into one basket. Had I known this might happen, I should have put my eggs in both baskets simultaneously. How weird, Hisoka told you about one but not the other. I wonder what's that all about. Hearing Kurama's words, a glint passed through Yuna's eyes that sent a shiver through the spine of Hisoka, who wasn't even present in this dimension. Unfortunately, Hisoka not telling Yuna about Neliel stemmed from one simple fact. When Hisoka thought about Neliel's appearance, the image of a small child automatically popped up in her mind, totally disregarding that a more adult form of her existed as well. Although Hisoka knew Yuna to be a degenerate, she doubted that Yuna would have any interest in someone who looked like a 3-year-old kid. Anyway, moments later, a Garganta opened, revealing Orohime and Ulquiorra, and as soon as she entered the room, Orohime looked around and immediately spotted Yuna sitting directly next to Aizen while Hinata was resting on her lap. What is that all about? Why does it look like Yuna is the co-owner of this place? She quickly dismissed those thoughts with a shake of her head and nodded towards Yuna, who was currently happily waving at Orohime, completely disregarding the tense air in the room. Orohime Inoue, I welcome you to Las Noches. Unfortunately, I'll have to rush you a little, so please display me your power. After all, there are a few who aren't convinced of your power yet. Isn't that right, Luppy? Yes, Aizen-sama. Our battle was just a diversion to get one stupid human girl, and I don't see how she is worth that. Hee, aren't you just mad that you got your ass kicked, Tilda? As soon as those words echoed through the room, all gazes gathered on Yuna, who was the one who spoke, and after digesting her words, a few Espada couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Considering how ragged Lippy currently looked, there was no doubt that Yuna's words were at least partially correct. Hearing Yuna's taunt, Lippy glared at her with hatred, only for Yuna to glance at him in disdain as her nose rose into the air, clearly showing that she was looking down on him while giving him one clear message: attack me if you dare. However, despite Yuna's provocations, Lippy only lowered his head while gnashing his teeth and clenching his hands hard enough to draw blood. He was fully aware that he had no chance of beating Yuna. That damn bitch, I'll definitely make her pay for this humiliation. While Lippy was submissively lowering his head, Orohime could only stare dumbfounded at the situation in front of her. She had no clue what position Yuna had exactly, but it was clear to see that some Arrancar would listen to her, even if it was out of fear. What exactly has happened here? What has Yuna done? Meanwhile, seeing that the situation seemed to have resolved itself, Aizen coughed lightly, instantly silencing the room, and after making sure that everyone was listening to him, he resumed speaking. Anyway, why don't we have a little demonstration of your power? How about you heal Grinjo's missing arm? Intimidated by Aizen's presence, Orohime only meekly nodded her head while her gaze landed on Grinjo's missing arm. However, as soon as those words left Aizen's mouth, doubt-filled murmuring filled the room as few believed Orihime could heal or rather restore a cut-off arm. Unlike the other Espada, Lupi was more vocal about his thoughts. Aizen-sama, that is clearly impossible. There is nothing to heal there. The arm is gone. She isn't a god that can restore what isn't there. Unfortunately, Orihime cared little for Lupus's thought and simply approached Grinjo as two of the petals of her hairpin came alive, covering the place where Grinjo's arm was supposed to be. Soden Kishun. At reject. Lupi continued mocking Orihime for trying the impossible, but his mockery quickly died in his throat as Grinjo's arm was actually restored in a matter of seconds as if it had never been missing in the first place. Impossible. How did she do that? That's far beyond what should be possible with healing. Hearing Lupi's outcry, Aizen nodded in agreement as he leisurely resumed talking with his trademark smile on his face. Indeed, this is not mere healing. Ulquiorra believes this to be the power of spatial or temporal regression. Impossible, how could a human have such a power? Indeed, and frankly, it is neither of those. What do you think, Yuna? What kind of power does Orihime possess? Yuna, who was currently busy cuddling Hinata, heard someone calling her name, so she looked around the room in confusion as, moments later, her gaze landed on Aizen. Did he say something? I felt like someone had just said my name. I assumed he asked me a question. Kurama, were you listening? More or less. Something about that woman's power. MHH. Orihime's power. Why would he ask me about that? Is he trying to test me? Or maybe he wants to embarrass me by asking a question I can't answer. Oh well, I guess I'll just explain it to him. MHH. Should I take a risk with my explanation in an attempt to pile up some mockery on Aizen? What a stupid question, of course I should. Seeing Yuna looking around the room, confusion clearly visible in her eyes, Aizen couldn't help but smile smugly. As expected, no matter how much spiritual power she has, she still is a young woman with little experience. It's only natural that she wouldn't know about more complex phenomena appearing in this world. Aizen was just about to answer the question he himself asked when Yuna leisurely shrugged her shoulders and started speaking. Oh? You actually couldn't see through Orihime's power, Aizen. Oh well, I might as well explain it to you. Orihime's so-called healing has actually nothing to do with real healing. She has the power to reject phenomena by denying or undoing events, closely tying her power to the power of fate. MHH, I guess cause and effect would be more appropriate. Oh well, that doesn't really matter. In the end, she has the ability to interfere with reality, which would allow her, if pushed to the limit, to enter the realm of gods. A pity she is just a little schoolgirl whose ambitions only reach as far as getting together with the guy she likes. Oh? You aren't going for her? Nah. She has been deeply in love with Ichigo from the time I first saw these two together. I'm not into NTR. It's honestly surprising you aren't. Geez, I might be a degenerate, but oh well. I'm not a degenerate. Right. While Aizen was annoyed that Yuna acted like she had to teach him about Orihime's power, the rest of the room grew silent as they looked at Orihime in utter bewilderment. Although not everyone understood fully what Yuna had just said, they at least realized how ridiculous Orihime's power was. Indeed, no matter how I look at it, her power violates divine law. Meh, as long as there's no thunder, it's fine tilde. Hearing Aizen's words about violating divine law, Yuna couldn't help but intervene, causing Aizen to frown as he had no idea what Yuna was talking about. Meanwhile, Grinjo stared at his freshly grown arm in bewilderment, moving it up and down to make sure it worked properly. After realizing that he might as well have never lost his arm, a vicious grin appeared on his face as his gaze landed on Orihime. Oi, girl. There is something else I want you to heal. The moment Grinjo stopped speaking, he turned around and showed a wound on his back where the number representing his Espada ranking was previously tattooed on. After he lost his arm, he was no longer qualified to be an Espada, so he lost his ranking of number 7. Now that he got his arm back, he wanted to reclaim that position. Hey. What the hell are you doing? Obviously, Lupi, who took over Grinjo's position, wasn't happy in the slightest, but before he could comment on the situation any further, the 7 on Grinjo's back was restored. He tilde isn't that obvious. Suddenly, Gringer moved, instantly appearing in front of Luppy, his hand piercing through his stomach, causing blood to splatter. "I'm taking back my position, Tilda." Luppy wanted to retort, but before he could get a single word out, a Cero shot out of Gringer's palm, instantly obliterating the upper part of Luppy's body, killing him instantly. "Ha ha ha, I'm back. I'm the Seer Espada." While Gringer was laughing like a maniac, no one else in the room paid much attention to him, as killing and getting killed was pretty normal in the ranks of Espada. The only one affected by what had just happened was Orihime, who looked uncomfortable due to the violence she had just witnessed. Just like that, the meeting ended, with no one really caring about the death of Luppy, and another hour later, a small group of Arrancar could be seen walking toward a certain room in Las Noches. "Haribel-sama, I'm really against this. You don't need to do this for us." "That's right, Haribel-sama, we'll figure this out by ourselves." "I agree, there is no need to force yourself to do something you are reluctant to do just for our sake." The group of four consisted of Haribel and her three fraction, who were currently trying their best to stop Haribel from doing what she was about to do, going to Yuna's room and accepting the offer to help her three fraction unlock their Zanpakuto in exchange for some fun. Haribel has been thinking about Yuna's offer for a while now, and after thinking about it for quite a while, she finally made a decision. She wanted her three fraction to become more powerful. Well, that was one of the reasons she accepted the offer, while the other one. Force myself. Reluctant. Cough, yes, I'm definitely forcing myself. Cough anyway, don't worry about it. If it is for your sake, I don't mind forcing myself to do something like this. Come on, drop the act already. We both know why you are doing what you are doing, Tilda. Shut up. This is just for... Right. This is just for research purposes. Sure, just keep lying to yourself. While Haribel was losing an argument with her Zanpakuto spirit, she reached Yuna's room, and after turning around to her fraction, she resumed speaking. "Don't worry about me. This will all turn out fine. However, there is no point in dragging you into this, so you three should leave for now." All three of her fraction were moved by Haribel's words, but all of them had somewhat different thoughts in their mind. "No. This is unacceptable, Haribel-sama. That's right, I can't agree to us leaving just like that. Yes, if Haribel-sama has to suffer like that, we will not back down either." While mentally fist-pumping due to all of her fraction wanting to join in on the fun, Haribel put on a kind expression as she gently stroked the faces of all three of them. "You girls really are the best." "Very well. In that case, follow me, and we'll go through this together." Following that, Haribel, quickly wiping away the drool spilling from the corner of her mouth, knocked on Yuna's door, and moments later, she got permission to enter. Opening the door, Haribel took the first step into the room and instantly froze due to what she was seeing. Usually, rooms within Las Noches were rather simple, as Hollow Society hasn't really developed much towards any cultural aspects, but Yuna's room was entirely different. The first thing Haribel noticed were the wall decorations. Well, decorations was really the correct word, as everything hanging on the walls could be summarized with one single tone: sex toys. Considering sex toys literally didn't exist in Hueco Mundo, and Haribel only knew about them due to the book Yuna had gifted her, Haribel couldn't help but wonder how Yuna managed to get all this stuff in here. Additionally to wondering how those toys got here, Haribel could only stare dumbfounded at around half of them, having no clue what she was even supposed to do with that kind of toy. Taking in the whole room, another question instantly popped up within Haribel's mind, as she really wanted to know how Yuna managed to get a mirror large enough to cover the whole ceiling into this room, despite the room having a single entry that could accommodate such a large object. Next, her eyes landed on the colossal bed, occupying around 3/4 of the room, yet again causing Haribel to wonder where all this stuff was coming from, and finally, her eyes landed on Yuna, who was currently sitting on the massive bed, pampering Hinata, who currently had a pair of cat ears and a cat tail. How exactly is that tail attached to her? As those thoughts passed Haribel's mind, her gaze briefly rested on a few of the toys hanging on the walls, her gaze lingering on the one looking like a shark tail with a round protrusion attached to its base for a few seconds before she quickly averted her gaze, with a light blush on her face. What the hell is this? Some kind of den of degeneracy. Meanwhile, Haribel's three fraction entered the room as well and immediately bumped into Haribel, who came to an abrupt halt. They were about to apologize to her for bumping into her when all three of them froze as well. A few days after Haribel got her first book, books mysteriously kept appearing in the rooms of her fraction as well, and after their curiosity was aroused, neither of them could stop reading. All three of them had the same thoughts as they started devouring the book's content with fervor. With this, I will be able to pleasure Haribel-sama even better, and I'll surely gain her favor doing so. Unfortunately, as all three had the same books and the same fervor, the end result was that all three of them became more skilled while neither surpassed the others. However, that wasn't all, as Haribel became a more balanced Holo Shinigami hybrid, resulting in some Holo-like traits vanishing while some Shinigami-like traits became more pronounced. That, and the fact that Yuna was providing Haribel with reading material, paired with her fraction reading a similar kind of material while trying to trump each other, had only a single result: all four of them grew hornier. So, seeing a room filled with toys all three of them had only read about in books, and despite the trio usually being at each other's throats, they actually shared the same thought for probably the first time in their lives. Okay, this might actually turn out to be pretty fun. Meanwhile, unaware of the degeneracy that is about to happen within the walls of Las Noches, a small group had gathered to travel towards Hueco Mundo with the help of Urahara Kasuke. This group consisted of Naruto, Tatsuki, Ichigo, Sado, and Ishida. While everyone wore serious expressions, Naruto's expression struck out, as he was clearly worried about something. "Is something wrong, Naruto?" Hearing Tatsuki's worried words, Naruto only shook his head as a light smile appeared on his face. "Nah, don't worry about it, Tatsuki." Although he said those words to calm down Tatsuki, he couldn't help but sigh internally. "I really hope Nasan leaves a few interesting fights for me tilde. I don't want to go to another dimension just to knock out a few small fries tilde." "You sure are carefree, huh?" "Well, I mean, Nasan is there. I bet the only reason why Aizen hasn't surrendered to Soul Society yet is because Nasan is too busy seducing women." That might actually be true. Some more time passed, and Kasuke was finally ready to open a Garganta, a portal connecting the world of the living with Hueco Mundo. After a little more chatting, Naruto, Tatsuki, Ichigo, Sado, and Ishida went through it, reaching the dimension between the two worlds. The moment they entered the dimension between worlds, they started falling, as the only thing here were loose particles of spiritual pressure. However, everyone quickly used those particles to create a platform for them to stand on. Most of the platforms created looked decent enough, and while Sado packed a little more power than necessary into it, wasting a bit of energy, Ichigo's looked like it would crumble away at any moment. "You still suck at controlling spiritual power, huh, Ichigo?" "Shut up, Naruto. I know I suck at this." Chuckling in amusement, Naruto controlled his spiritual power, resulting in the platform underneath his feet becoming bigger, covering everyone else who had arrived here. "Oh well, let me make the path for you. I have more than enough spiritual power to do so without getting tired." Hearing Naruto's words, everyone nodded in agreement, as all of them knew that Naruto had a lot of spiritual power. Even Ichigo, who frequently got told that he had a lot of spiritual power, felt like Naruto had much more than him. Unfortunately, that was incorrect. In a contest of raw spiritual power, Ichigo would actually be above Naruto. However, due to Ichigo's shit control over it and the fact that all kinds of different powers were messing him up, Naruto appeared to have more. So, the group of five started running toward Hueco Mundo, allowing Naruto to create a pathway for all of them to run on. While they were running, Sado decided to say a few words to Ishida due to overhearing a conversation he had with Kasuke. "Are you fine being here, Ishida? I heard that you promised your father to no longer get involved with Shinigami in exchange for getting your power back and training." The moment Sado stopped speaking, Ishida smirked as he adjusted his glasses. "Indeed, that is what I promised. So, aren't you keeping that promise?" While everyone looked at Ishida in confusion, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. "I didn't expect you to be the type that makes use of that kind of loophole. Since none of us are part of Soul Society, you technically are not getting involved with Shinigami. You are getting involved with humans that have Shinigami powers." Lightbulbs lit above the head of everyone after Naruto finished his explanation, while Ishida adjusted his glasses with a sly grin. "That's right. I'm not breaking any promises being here." With Ishida's matter resolved, the small group started running toward the white light in the distance, and after doing so for a minute or two, they finally reached it. Then, with the feeling of breaking through a thin wall, they reached their destination and ended up in a white corridor. MHH. What the hell? This is not how I expected Hueco Mundo to look. Did we really reach the correct place? Be silent, Ichigo. Our arrival here sure was noticed by someone, so we need to find a place to hide. However, before they could do anything else, a pair of massive arms rounded the nearby corner, and seconds later, a massive hollow revealed itself. It was so big it barely fit the corridor it was in and started quickly crawling at them. Who are you? Hearing the massive hollow speaking, Ishida cursed and grabbed the nape of Ichigo's clothes and pulled him away. Hey! Why are you running? We have no space to fight here. If we use any strong attacks in here, this place might call. Boom. Before Ishida could finish speaking, a loud boom followed by the sound of flash sizzling echoed through the corridor, drawing Ishida's attention. He looked back and saw Tatsuki, one hand covered in lava, indifferently standing next to a headless hollow. Well, that was a disappointment. Haha, don't be mad, Tatsuki. That guy was just cannon fodder. Seeing how Tatsuki easily finished off the enemy and hearing Naruto's comment about it, Ishida felt his eyebrows twitch in irritation. He wanted to scold Tatsuki for recklessly attacking in such an enclosed space, but considering the only thing that actually took damage, he saw no point in doing so. What in the world is going on? Just how strong is she by now, and what kind of training did she do to get that strong so fast? However, Ishida quickly dismissed those thoughts as the group continued running through the corridor they were in, looking for some kind of exit or another point of interest. As they were running, they quickly reached a huge hallway with stairs going upward, painting a promising picture that they would find something interesting soon. Unfortunately, as the group was approaching the stairs, their path got blocked by a human-sized hollow. Looks like another Arrancar, but this one looks more hollow than human. Oh well, I'll deal with this one, so everyone stands by. Before Ichigo could finish speaking, Sado accidentally elbowed him in the face, sending him crashing into a wall. Simultaneously, another hollow appeared from the passage behind them, but this one was at least 3 times taller than an average human. What the hell, Sado? Stand back, Ichigo. We'll deal with those two. What the hell is that all about? Hearing the confusion in Ichigo's eyes and briefly glancing at Sado and Ishida's facial expressions made Naruto chuckle in amusement before he decided to answer Ichigo's question. They are unhappy at how useless they have been recently. While Ishida lost most of his powers after we invaded Seirede, Sado almost got done in by a small Fry Arrancar, so they want to show off that they can defeat an Arrancar as well and that they aren't useless. After Naruto finished his explanation, Ichigo couldn't help but clench his fists as the fight between Ishida, Sado, and the 2 Arrancar started. While Ishida was fighting the big one, Sado fought the human-sized one. However, the fight went nowhere due to Sado not being fast enough to catch his opponent, while Ishida's attack couldn't damage his opponent's skin. Realizing their mistake, Ishida and Sado switched opponents, resulting in Sado's powerful attack defeating the large Arrancar, while Ishida's speed and attack rate overwhelmed his, easily allowing them to win the fight. Unfortunately, as soon as the fight was over, debris started raining from the ceiling. Well, it seems like this place is about to collapse. And whose fault do you think that is? Hearing Sado's carefree words, Ichigo couldn't help but snap at him. After all, Sado dealt the most damage to the building. However, before their conversation could continue, the Arrancar that Ishida defeated chimed in. No, this place isn't collapsing because of the damage but because we were defeated. We are meant to block all intruders coming this way, and if we fail, this place will self-destruct, grumbling away with us still in it. Remember, intruders, this is the kind of enemy you will be facing. Yes, very interesting. Anyway, instead of listening to the speech of that NPC, could we leave here? I would rather not be buried under the sand. While the hollow wondered what an in peace was, the others nodded their heads at Naruto's words and quickly made their way up the stairs and reached the exit just when everything was about to collapse, making them sigh in relief. Looking around, they couldn't be helped but dumbfounded by the way Hueco Mundo looked. Basically, it was a colossal white desert that had dead-looking white trees spread all around it. So only object of interest was a colossal building in the distance that was colored entirely white as well. What a dreary place. Look at this, rather than wood, these trees appeared to be made out of some kind of crystal. That is some seriously gigantic building in the distance. Just look how small the trees around it are in comparison. Well, it's certainly pretty large, but whoever designed it had quite the shitty taste. I mean, it's basically just a massive white rectangle with a bunch of pillars surrounding it. Although everyone more or less agreed with Naruto's words, no one commented on them any further, as they only took in the sight of the giant building far in the distance. Oh well, I guess that's last notches, huh? Let's go. As those words left Ichigo's mouth, Naruto briefly squinted his eyes and looked skyward. His eyes wandered for a short moment before focusing on something and swiping his hand at it. Following that, his eyes kept searching the sky a little longer before he nodded in satisfaction and followed Ichigo, who was already running towards the massive building in the distance. The only one who noticed Naruto's action was Tatsuki, who, after thinking about it briefly, quickly realized what Naruto had probably done. Meanwhile, within last notches, all of Aizen's Espada were yet again seated around a table. Well, every Espada except for Hannibal, who was missing for some reason. Suspiciously, neither Yuna nor Hinata were present either, but Aizen decided to ignore that matter for now. Since his important research project has finally made it to Hueco Mundo, he no longer cared too much about his side projects. Well, although we seem to be missing one person, we should start this meeting. Please inform her of what I have shown you in case you meet her later today. Seeing that everyone was nodding in acknowledgement, a light smile graced Aizen's face as he leaned back on his chair while taking a sip of tea. Well, then, it seems like some intruders made it to Hueco Mundo. Kaname, the picture, please. Yes, Aizen-sama. Moments later, Kaname activated some kind of lever mechanism, resulting in a huge projection appearing just over the meeting table, allowing everyone to see in detail what was going on. There are a total of 5 intruders: Naruto Uzumaki, Tatsuki Arisawa, Kurosaki Ichigo, Yuri Ueshida, and Yasutora Sado. Hearing Ichigo's name, Grinjo's attention was instantly drawn to the screen as a ferocious grin appeared on his face. While Grinjo was looking forward to finally killing Ichigo, the other Arrancar were rather dismissive of the people they were looking at due to all of them looking rather young. Intruders? Isn't that just a bunch of youngsters? However, before any of the Espada could comment further on the situation, they noticed the blonde intruder looking around, and after a few seconds, he was directly looking at them, as if he could actually see the people in the room, and swiped his hand, resulting in the video getting cut off moments later. Did he actually notice that we were looking at him? That spying device was created by me personally, and there is no way a mere human is capable of detecting it. The person who spoke was Sailaporo Grants, the newest Espada, who didn't get his position due to his strength, but due to the ingenuity of the things he was capable of creating. Well, it seems like this time your creation wasn't much, Sailaporo. Hearing Grinjo's mocking words, he instantly glared at him but didn't comment any further. After all, his creation did fail this time, hurting his pride as a scientist and creator. Aizen-sama, may I know the name of that blonde-haired kid? MHH. His name. That one is Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing the name of the one who humiliated him by easily seeing through his monitoring device, Sailaporo grinned maliciously. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? Good. Very good. I will be the one to end your life. Ignoring the malice radiating out of Sailaporo, Aizen shrugged his shoulders and resumed speaking. Well, as you can see, the intruders aren't as simple as they look. Besides detecting the monitoring device, they were also the group that invaded Serete and made a mess out of it. Grinjo, where might you be going? Basically ignoring Aizen's words, Grinjo stood up and walked toward the exit, but before he could do so, Aizen questioned him what he was doing, causing him to scowl. I'm going to kill the intruders. Grinjo, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I'm not done talking yet. Instead of answering, Grinjo kept quiet, only staring at Aizen in annoyance, causing Aizen to resume speaking as his spiritual pressure started slowly bubbling up. What was that, Grinjo? I couldn't hear your answer. Powerful spiritual pressure crashed into Grinjo, causing him to fall to his knees as his whole body trembled. Seeing Grinjo kneeling down, Aizen briefly nodded his head before standing up and saying a few more words. Well, as you can see, 5 enemies arrived, and although I wouldn't underestimate them, there is no reason to fall into panic either. Don't be reckless and don't be overconfident, just wait for the enemies to arrive, and we will crush them. Having finished saying what he wanted to say, he left the room, quickly followed by Kaname and Jin, leaving Nine Espada behind, who started wordlessly leaving the room as well. Neither of them really had much of a relationship with each other, so they didn't bother talking with each other. Meanwhile, in another room within Las Noches a while earlier, Yuna lightly stirred, waking up from her deep sleep, and as soon as she regained a resemblance of awareness, she smiled due to 4 soft mounds pressing into her body. She leisurely opened her eyes, and the only thing she could see was the face of the still sleeping Hinata, who was completely naked and occupying the right side of Yuna's body. Slowly taking in the situation, she looked to her left and saw a naked Haribo, with her face no longer covered by a hollow mask. Although dual cultivation wasn't exactly the right term, during their intimate activities together, Yuna helped her improve in balancing her hollow and Shinigami side, resulting in a maskless hollow with a hollow hole carrying a Zanpakuto. Obviously, she currently wasn't carrying said Zanpakuto as she was, just like Hinata, clinging to one side of Yuna's body. Meanwhile, Haribo's 3 Fraction were sprawled naked on the bed as well, but unlike Hinata and Haribo, they were still more attached to Haribo than to Yuna. As such, the rather small-framed Sungsun was straight up sleeping on Haribo's body, Mila Rosa was clinging to Haribo's back, and Apache, who apparently moved around a lot in her sleep, was sprawled over everyone's legs above the blanket, showing off everything that could be shown off with her butt raised high in the air, blatantly displaying the multiple handprints marking it, that would perfectly fit the size of Haribo's hand. Well, in conclusion, Haribo learned a few new things last night. Moments later, Hinata stirred as well, and after waking up and noticing Yuna looking at her, she smiled fondly and shared a deep kiss with Yuna. While that was happening, Haribo noticed that something was moving around her and opened her eyes as well, just to see Yuna and Hinata kissing with their tongues, fighting for dominance, causing her face to deadpan. "You two are degenerates." Hearing Haribo's comment, the duo didn't deny that in the least as they chuckled in amusement. After all, Haribo had her first experience maybe a few months ago, while not even having access to something like the internet either. So, Yuna and Hinata not only knew about stuff that Haribo couldn't even imagine, they also have experienced stuff that Haribo never could imagine. Well, that is certainly true, but not the most important point. So, did you enjoy yourself? Haribo couldn't help but blush a little after Yuna asked that question, but despite the smidgen of shame she was feeling, she still nodded her head, causing Yuna to smile. "Well, that one's in the back, and I have no doubt the other 3 will follow Tilda." Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a title due to a special action. Title, Quadro Corruptor acquired. Damn, was that really the first one I seduced 4 new women at once since I met you? I believe so, yes. Damn, I must be getting rusty. Guess I should put in more effort. Suddenly, a shiver went through Hinata's spine as she instinctively mounted Yuna's body, revealing her naked form to her. "Oh? What's wrong, Hyanta? Do you want to go another hour?" Before Yuna could finish speaking, Hinata's lips crashed into hers, giving Yuna a deep kiss. Although Yuna wasn't sure what was going on, she didn't mind at all and reciprocated the kiss, causing Hinata to moan loudly. Seeing Yuna and Hinata going at it yet again, Haribo couldn't help but feel dumbfounded as she watched the 2 naked bodies intertwine. Damn, these 2 are animals. Well, I got some sleep and regained a lot of stamina, so. Meanwhile, quite a few hours later, Aizen was sitting in his office, watching Ichigo fight a former Espada, but as he was doing so, he tilted his head in confusion, feeling that something was off. Weird, I feel like I haven't seen Haribo for a while now. MHH. Now that I think about it, Yuna hasn't bothered me for almost 3 days as well. I wonder what that is all about. Oh well, I would rather see Ichigo surpass his limits a few more times than bother about those insignificant things. The group outside Las Noches was currently resting, as they had been running for a whole hour, but somehow, Las Noches still seemed to be as far away as it initially was. Damn it, just how big is this damn building? Is it even real? Maybe it's a mirage. It can't be a mirage, Ichigo. Let me tell you how mirages work. So, when it is really warm. I don't care. While Ichigo and Ishida were quarreling, Naruto looked around, noticing a small lizard-like creature with a hollow mask and hole crawl past him. How fascinating. I didn't expect there to be hollow this small. Although hollow supposedly eat human souls, but if they are this small, the spiritual particles in the atmosphere must be enough to sustain them. MHH. Spiritual particles. Is there something special about the spiritual particles in this place? Hearing Ichigo's question, Naruto briefly looked at him in bewilderment before sighing deeply. Just how shit are you at sensing things? Oi. Anyway, if the density of spiritual particles in the world of the living is like air, it's like water within Soul Society and like syrup within Hueco Mundo. Got it. Ichigo simply nodded his head after Naruto finished his explanation, and before he could say anything else, an explosion occurred nearby, followed by a humanoid figure bursting out of the sand while screaming in terror. Following that figure was a giant hollow that resembled a worm and another two hollows that were laughing like maniacs. Seeing that scene in front of him, Naruto's eyebrows rose as he felt no ill will or killing intent from the three hollows rushing after the little figure. What the hell is going on? Who cares? Save the human. Naruto had some serious doubts that the little figure was a human but didn't bother to comment on Tatsuki's words as he vanished from his position, dropkicking the worm-like hollow in the face while smashing the heads of the other two together. Stop picking on us. We didn't do anything to you. As Naruto had expected, things weren't as simple as they looked, as the small figure, which turned out to be a little girl wearing a broken hollow mask on her forehead, who was initially chased, was now accusingly pointing her finger at Naruto. Oh? A mask? Are you a hollow? While the little girl was pointing her finger at Naruto, Ichigo and the rest arrived as well, instantly causing Ichigo to wonder about the girl's mask. Moments later, the four hollows were kneeling on the ground for some reason, sincerely apologizing. We are really sorry. Nell had no idea that our game of endless tag would be misunderstood like that. Since there isn't much to do within Hueco Mundo, we have to come up with our own games, and endless tag is one of them. No matter how I look at it, you were clearly crying. What kind of game is that? Hearing Naruto's words, the little hollow, who apparently was called Nell, awkwardly scratched the back of her head and answered Naruto. Hee, I'm a masochist, so it's no fun for me unless they chase me so hard I cry a little. The moment Nell finished speaking, Naruto and Tatsuki's fists smashed on the heads of the adult-looking hollows, pushing their heads into the sand. What the hell are you teaching to a little girl? Anyway, you said your name was Nell. While Naruto and Tatsuki were beating up the two hollows, Ishida asked Nell about her name, who eagerly nodded her head with a smile on her face. Yes, I'm Nell too of the Arrancar. Hearing Nell's introduction, everybody froze, but before they could comment on her being an Arrancar, the two hollows who had just been beaten by Naruto and Tatsuki introduced themselves as well. I'm Nell's older brother, Pesh. And I'm Pesh's older brother, Dondo Chaka. And this is our pet, Bawa Bawa. The trio finished their introduction by telling the group the name of the giant hollow worm that happily wiggled around while being introduced. However, seeing that everyone was looking a little confused, Nell tilted her head. Is something wrong? Well, not really, I just never heard about Hollow having a family. Hearing Naruto's words, Nell pouted in annoyance as she crossed her arms and resumed speaking. Why wouldn't we have families? Is that really so hard to believe? Well, I just randomly stumbled into Nell and decided to become her elder brother because she was cute. Hee, that's right, I did the same Tilda. Tilda. Fine, I'll just act like you are family. Following Naruto's question, Nell confidently declared that hollows obviously had families. Following that, the other two claimed that they basically randomly declared themselves to be Nell's brothers, so, not wanting to make Nell sad, Naruto decided to just accept this weird family in front of him. Minutes later, Naruto and Nell's group were sitting on the back of Bawa Bawa, riding toward Las Noches. I didn't know that there were Arrancar like you around, Nell. I only know about the ones that occasionally had invaded the world of the living. Nell, who was sitting on Naruto's lap for some reason, laughed out loud when she heard Naruto's words and answered him while getting off his lap. Ha, of course, we are different. Those were the Numeros. They are high-ranking Arrancar directly serving under the Espada. They are expert fighters and are nothing like us bugs. Speaking of it, you are an even weirder Arrancar. As far as I can see, you don't even have a mask, and you are wearing a Shihakusho, almost like a Shinig. Kya, you are a Shinigami. You are a bad guy, and we are all going to die. While Nell and her two companions were freaking out, Naruto chuckled in amusement as a kind smile appeared on his face. His hand moved and quickly landed on Nell's head, petting it softly. Calm down, we have no intentions of hurting you, okay, Nell? Seeing kindness radiating out of Naruto's eyes, Nell calmed down a little, the shock of the person she was talking with being a Shinigami slowly subsiding. Seeing how easily Naruto calmed down the panicking Nell, Tatsuki couldn't help but smile warmly as well. Naruto is really good with children, Tilda. Realizing in what kind of direction her mind was wandering, a pink blush appeared on her face as she quickly lowered her head. Damn it, what is wrong with me recently? What's with all of these invasive thoughts? Nell, not aware of Tatsuki's dilemma, squinted her eyes in pleasure as Naruto combed through her hair. I see, so you are not a bad Shinigami. Hee, oh well, might as well leave it at that. However, just when Nell had fully settled down, a powerful voice boomed over the small group. What is the meaning of this? Arrancar teaming up with Shinigami. I, Runaganga, guardian of the white sand, will rip you to pieces. Suddenly, the sand started moving and formed into a giant figure that looked like a hollow entirely made of sand. Naruto briefly wondered how that worked, but before he could make any conclusions, Ichigo had already attacked. Getsuga Tensho. A concentrated blade of spiritual power flew at the sand colossus, and after reaching it, the upper portion of its body was cut in half vertically. Oh tilde, good job, Ichigo. As decisive as ever. However, as Naruto was praising Ichigo, Runaganga reformed into its initial state without any damage visible on its body. Well, decisive but useless, huh? Sorry about that, Ichigo tilde. Fuck you, Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement after he was done egging on Ichigo, but he de-iced to put his focus on Runaganga. Well, cutting it in half didn't work, so I guess I'll try scattering his body into the wind, spreading it all over Hueco Mundo. Not sure if that will kill it, but it should at least prevent it from reforming quickly. If that doesn't work either, I'll just shred its whole body into dust until not even a single sandcorn remains. As those thoughts passed through Naruto's mind and he was preparing himself to get a little serious, another voice echoed over the battlefield. Tsugi no Mai, Hakuren. A white beam shot at Runaganga, and as soon as the beam passed past Runaganga, its whole body was engulfed with ice. Following that, its body simply crumbled apart, showing no sign of regenerating. Oh? So ice was its weak point, huh? Thinking about it, water would have probably worked as well. While these thoughts were passing through Naruto's mind, everyone else's gazes landed on the source of the ice, where they spotted two Shinigami standing, coats covering their bodies. Hey? Rukia and Rinji, why are you here? These two Shinigami were Rukia and Rinji, who had followed Ichigo and the others here only around an hour after they had left. As Ichigo approached the duo, Rukia punched him in the chin out of nowhere, followed by Rinji giving him a right hook and knocking him to the ground. Ichigo flew past Naruto, who was still thinking about what other possible weak points Runaganga might have had, but as he saw Ichigo flying past him due to getting beaten by Rukia and Rinji, his thoughts diverted. Every time these three meet after a period of separation, it ends with Rukia and Rinji beating the shit out of Ichigo. Do they have some kind of weird three-way relationship? As Naruto's thoughts kept wandering in weird directions, Rukia started scolding Ichigo for not waiting and questioning whether they were really friends or not and why Ichigo didn't trust them. Following that, Rukia revealed that Byakuya was the one who allowed the duo to come here, basically stating that he was only told to bring them back to Soul Society and not that he was supposed to keep them there, dumbfounding Ichigo, who knew how stubborn Byakuya was, greatly. The conversation between Ichigo, Rukia, and Rinji was just about to end when Ichigo noticed something else. Wait a moment, why am I the only one getting scolded? No matter how I look at it, Naruto was the one who initiated us coming here directly. Hearing Ichigo's words, Rukia and Rinji both looked at him like an idiot before their gaze fell on Naruto. Naruto, why did you want to go directly to Hueco Mundo without waiting for any of us? Well, I mean, the fewer people there are, the more fun fights there are, right? Isn't it obvious that I came here as soon as possible? In fact, I didn't expect Byakuya to act like this, resulting in you two arriving here this early. Seeing like I have to tattle on him to the head captain as punishment for ruining part of my fun tilde. Hearing Naruto's words and seeing the vicious smile on his face, Ichigo remembered that Naruto's priorities had always been a little weird, seemingly caring more about having fun than anything else, so he saw no point in continuing to talk about this. Right, just like Yuna, it seems that Naruto was only in the game to have fun and nothing else. Although I'm pretty sure he cares for his circle of friends, he is simply too confident in himself to actually worry about them. Following that, Rukia couldn't help but ask Ichigo why he was traveling with 4 hollows, and after a messy introduction, during which they all tried to tell Rukia the name of their group while all of them were announcing different names, Rukia simply accepted that Ichigo had picked up a group of weird hollows that apparently were willing to help him. And after traveling a few more hours on the back of Bawa, the whole group finally reached the outer wall of Last Notches, and after Rukia inspected it for a short moment, she confirmed what everybody was hoping for. It's not made of sekiseki. Sekiseki, a rather rare material, was what the barrier surrounding Seirede was made of, and it prevented spiritual pressure from passing through it. Although Naruto and the rest managed to pass through it anyway during the invasion of Seirede, that was only possible by using the Kanball technique of the Shiba family, which was unfortunately not available right now. So, hearing that the outer wall of Last Notches wasn't made out of sekiseki immediately made it clear how they would enter this place, as Ichigo and Renji both drew their Zanpakuto. A loud explosion later, a hole was opened into the depth of Last Notches, allowing Naruto's group entry into the building. However, while Ichigo and Renji entered immediately, Naruto turned toward Nell and the other hollows and smiled wryly. "Thank you for bringing us here, but I think you shouldn't go further than this. Things are about to become seriously dangerous from here on out, and I don't want the other Arrancar to think of you as traitors." However, hearing Naruto's words, tears appeared in the corners of Nell's eyes, causing Naruto to falter. "No. I want to come with you. I bet the moment Runuganga saw us helping you, we were already marked as traitors. Aizen-sama will never forgive us, and even if he did, there is no way the other Espada would. If you don't take us with you, we'll be killed. If you don't take us, I will cry." Seeing that Nell was genuinely about to cry, Naruto smiled wryly as he moved behind her, picking her up and allowing her to sit on his arm. Now, no need to cry. I only said that for your own safety. After thinking about it, what you said makes sense, and Aizen might really already know about you, so you can come with me. However, if I order you to run away or hide or something like that, you won't go against my orders, understood? Seeing that Naruto was actually looking at her sternly while he made her an offer, Nell obediently nodded her head, causing Naruto to smile as he resumed petting her head. "Good girl, Tilda." While Nell was happily squinting her eyes due to Naruto petting her head, Ichigo couldn't help but frown. "Are you sure you want to bring such a little girl with you, Naruto? Won't this be too dangerous?" As soon as those words left Ichigo's mouth, Nell started tearing up yet again as she pointed her hand at Ichigo. "The carrot head hates Nell. See carrot head. The doo-doo head has a stinky breath. What the hell is a doo-doo head, and my breath doesn't stink? Damn virgin. Gah. Fatality. Shut up, Naruto." After Nell continued bullying Ichigo for a while longer, he finally relented while saying something along the lines of, "Well, she probably is safer with us," somehow trying to deflect how he had lost an argument with a little girl. Following that, the group continued moving forward, and after a few more minutes of running, they arrived in a huge room with 7 doors, causing Naruto's eyebrows to rise. What a coincidence, the number of doors perfectly matches the number of invaders within Hueco Mundo Tilda. 7 paths, huh? Guess we'll have to try them all. After Sado mentioned the number of paths, Ishida quickly commented on his words, but before they could speak further, Rukia issued her own opinion. "No, each of us should take a different path." Obviously, Ichigo was outraged by that suggestion. After all, it wasn't certain that the Arrancar would be coming at them one-on-one, so meeting more than one Arrancar might possibly be a death sentence. Hell, even meeting one could be a death sentence. However, Ichigo quickly got silenced after Renji mentioned that Ichigo shouldn't look down on their pride as warriors, totally forgetting that it was doubtful people from the world of the living, who had lived mostly peaceful lives up until now, had such a thing. Following that, Rukia pretty much shut Ichigo's doubts down by claiming that she didn't come here for Ichigo to protect her. Realizing that there was no point in arguing any further, Ichigo sighed deeply as he accepted dividing their forces to cover more ground. Hearing the result of the discussion between Ichigo, Rukia, and Renji, Naruto briefly wondered if he should follow Tatsuki to protect her, but in the end, he decided against it. She has her own pride, and doing something like that would be an insult to the determination and effort she put into getting stronger. Having made his decision, he approached Sado and patted him on the shoulder, confusing him a little. Well, all of us are splitting up, Sado. Aren't you happy this isn't a horror movie? The group outside Las Noches was currently resting, as they had been running for a whole hour, but somehow, Las Noches still seemed to be as far away as it initially was. Damn it, just how big is this damn building? Is it even real? Maybe it's a mirage. It can't be a mirage, Ichigo. Let me tell you how mirages work. So, when it is really warm. I don't care. While Ichigo and Ishida were quarreling, Naruto looked around, noticing a small lizard-like creature with a hollow mask and hole crawl past him. How fascinating. I didn't expect there to be hollow this small. Although hollow supposedly eat human souls, but if they are this small, the spiritual particles in the atmosphere must be enough to sustain them. MHH. Spiritual particles. Is there something special about the spiritual particles in this place? Hearing Ichigo's question, Naruto briefly looked at him in bewilderment before sighing deeply. Just how shit are you at sensing things? Oi. Anyway, if the density of spiritual particles in the world of the living is like air, it's like water within Soul Society and like syrup within Hueco Mundo. Got it. Ichigo simply nodded his head after Naruto finished his explanation, and before he could say anything else, an explosion occurred nearby, followed by a humanoid figure bursting out of the sand while screaming in terror. Following that figure was a giant hollow that resembled a worm and another two hollows that were laughing like maniacs. Seeing that scene in front of him, Naruto's eyebrows rose as he felt no ill will or killing intent from the three hollows rushing after the little figure. What the hell is going on? Who cares? Save the human. Naruto had some serious doubts that the little figure was a human but didn't bother to comment on Tatsuki's words as he vanished from his position, drop-kicking the worm-like hollow in the face while smashing the heads of the other two together. Stop picking on us. We didn't do anything to you. As Naruto had expected, things weren't as simple as they looked, as the small figure, which turned out to be a little girl wearing a broken hollow mask on her forehead, who was initially chased, was now accusingly pointing her finger at Naruto. Oh? A mask? Are you a hollow? While the little girl was pointing her finger at Naruto, Ichigo and the rest arrived as well, instantly causing Ichigo to wonder about the girl's mask. Moments later, the four hollows were kneeling on the ground for some reason, sincerely apologizing. We are really sorry. Nell had no idea that our game of endless tag would be misunderstood like that. Since there isn't much to do within Hueco Mundo, we have to come up with our own games, and endless tag is one of them. No matter how I look at it, you were clearly crying. What kind of game is that? Hearing Naruto's words, the little hollow, who apparently was called Nell, awkwardly scratched the back of her head and answered Naruto. Hee, I'm a masochist, so it's no fun for me unless they chase me so hard I cry a little. The moment Nell finished speaking, Naruto and Tatsuki's fists smashed on the heads of the adult-looking hollows, pushing their heads into the sand. What the hell are you teaching to a little girl? Anyway, you said your name was Nell. While Naruto and Tatsuki were beating up the two hollows, Ishida asked Nell about her name, who eagerly nodded her head with a smile on her face. Yes, I'm Nell too of the Arrancar. Hearing Nell's introduction, everybody froze, but before they could comment on her being an Arrancar, the two hollows who had just been beaten by Naruto and Tatsuki introduced themselves as well. I'm Nell's older brother, Pesh. And I'm Pesh's older brother, Dondo Chaka. And this is our pet, Bawa Bawa. The trio finished their introduction by telling the group the name of the giant hollow worm that happily wiggled around while being introduced. However, seeing that everyone was looking a little confused, Nell tilted her head. Is something wrong? Well, not really, I just never heard about Hollow having a family. Hearing Naruto's words, Nell pouted in annoyance as she crossed her arms and resumed speaking. Why wouldn't we have families? Is that really so hard to believe? Well, I just randomly stumbled into Nell and decided to become her elder brother because she was cute. Hee, that's right, I did the same Tilda. Hee Tilda. Fine, I'll just act like you are family. Following Naruto's question, Nell confidently declared that hollows obviously had families. Following that, the other two claimed that they basically randomly declared themselves to be Nell's brothers, so, not wanting to make Nell sad, Naruto decided to just accept this weird family in front of him. Minutes later, Naruto and Nell's group were sitting on the back of Bawa, riding toward Las Noches. I didn't know that there were Arrancar like you around, Nell. I only know about the ones that occasionally had invaded the world of the living. Nell, who was sitting on Naruto's lap for some reason, laughed out loud when she heard Naruto's words and answered him while getting off his lap. Ha ha ha, of course, we are different. Those were the numeros. They are high-ranking Arrancar directly serving under the Espada. They are expert fighters and are nothing like us bugs. Speaking of it, you are an even weirder Arrancar. As far as I can see, you don't even have a mask, and you are wearing a Shihakusho, almost like a Shinig. Kyaa, you are a Shinigami. You are a bad guy, and we are all going to die. While Nell and her two companions were freaking out, Naruto chuckled in amusement as a kind smile appeared on his face. His hand moved and quickly landed on Nell's head, petting it softly. Calm down, we have no intentions of hurting you, okay, Nell? Seeing kindness radiating out of Naruto's eyes, Nell calmed down a little, the shock of the person she was talking with being a Shinigami slowly subsiding. Seeing how easily Naruto calmed down the panicking Nell, Tatsuki couldn't help but smile warmly as well. Naruto is really good with children, Tilda. Realizing in what kind of direction her mind was wandering, a pink blush appeared on her face as she quickly lowered her head. Damn it, what is wrong with me recently? What's with all of these invasive thoughts? Nell, not aware of Tatsuki's dilemma, squinted her eyes in pleasure as Naruto combed through her hair. I see, so you are not a bad Shinigami. Hee, oh well, might as well leave it at that. However, just when Nell had fully settled down, a powerful voice boomed over the small group. What is the meaning of this? Arrancar teaming up with Shinigami. I, Runuganga, guardian of the white sand, will rip you to pieces. Suddenly, the sand started moving and formed into a giant figure that looked like a hollow entirely made of sand. Naruto briefly wondered how that worked, but before he could make any conclusions, Ichigo had already attacked. Getsuga Tensho. A concentrated blade of spiritual power flew at the sand colossus, and after reaching it, the upper portion of its body was cut in half vertically. Oh tilde, good job, Ichigo. As decisive as ever. However, as Naruto was praising Ichigo, Runuganga reformed into its initial state without any damage visible on its body. Well, decisive but useless, huh? Sorry about that, Ichigo tilde. Fuck you, Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement after he was done egging on Ichigo, but he de-iced to put his focus on Runuganga. Well, cutting it in half didn't work, so I guess I'll try scattering his body into the wind, spreading it all over Hueco Mundo. Not sure if that will kill it, but it should at least prevent it from reforming quickly. If that doesn't work either, I'll just shred its whole body into dust until not even a single sand corn remains. As those thoughts passed through Naruto's mind and he was preparing himself to get a little serious, another voice echoed over the battlefield. Tsugi no Mai, Hakuren. A white beam shot at Runuganga, and as soon as the beam passed past Runuganga, its whole body was engulfed with ice. Following that, its body simply crumbled apart, showing no sign of regenerating. Oh? So ice was its weak point, huh? Thinking about it, water would have probably worked as well. While these thoughts were passing through Naruto's mind, everyone else's gazes landed on the source of the ice, where they spotted two Shinigami standing, coats covering their bodies. Hey! Rukia and Rinji, why are you here? These two Shinigami were Rukia and Rinji, who had followed Ichigo and the others here only around an hour after they had left. As Ichigo approached the duo, Rukia punched him in the chin out of nowhere, followed by Rinji giving him a right hook and knocking him to the ground. Ichigo flew past Naruto, who was still thinking about what other possible weak points Runuganga might have had, but as he saw Ichigo flying past him due to getting beaten by Rukia and Rinji, his thoughts diverted. Every time these three meet after a period of separation, it ends with Rukia and Rinji beating the shit out of Ichigo. Do they have some kind of weird three-way relationship? As Naruto's thoughts kept wandering in weird directions, Rukia started scolding Ichigo for not waiting and questioning whether they were really friends or not and why Ichigo didn't trust them. Following that, Rukia revealed that Byakuya was the one who allowed the duo to come here, basically stating that he was only told to bring them back to Soul Society and not that he was supposed to keep them there, dumbfounding Ichigo, who knew how stubborn Byakuya was, greatly. The conversation between Ichigo, Rukia, and Rinji was just about to end when Ichigo noticed something else. Wait a moment, why am I the only one getting scolded? No matter how I look at it, Naruto was the one who initiated us coming here directly. Hearing Ichigo's words, Rukia and Rinji both looked at him like an idiot before their gaze fell on Naruto. Naruto, why did you want to go directly to Hueco Mundo without waiting for any of us? Well, I mean, the fewer people there are, the more fun fights there are, right? Isn't it obvious that I came here as soon as possible? In fact, I didn't expect Byakuya to act like this, resulting in you two arriving here this early. Seeing like I have to tattle on him to the head captain as punishment for ruining part of my fun tilde. Hearing Naruto's words and seeing the vicious smile on his face, Ichigo remembered that Naruto's priorities had always been a little weird, seemingly caring more about having fun than anything else, so he saw no point in continuing to talk about this. Right, just like Yuna, it seems that Naruto was only in the game to have fun and nothing else. Although I'm pretty sure he cares for his circle of friends, he is simply too confident in himself to actually worry about them. Following that, Rukia couldn't help but ask Ichigo why he was traveling with 4 hollows, and after a messy introduction, during which they all tried to tell Rukia the name of their group while all of them were announcing different names, Rukia simply accepted that Ichigo had picked up a group of weird hollows that apparently were willing to help him. And after traveling a few more hours on the back of Bawa Bawa, the whole group finally reached the outer wall of Las Noches, and after Rukia inspected it for a short moment, she confirmed what everybody was hoping for. It's not made of sekiseki. Sekiseki, a rather rare material, was what the barrier surrounding Seirede was made of, and it prevented spiritual pressure from passing through it. Although Naruto and the rest managed to pass through it anyway during the invasion of Seirede, that was only possible by using the Kanball technique of the Shiba family, which was unfortunately not available right now. So, hearing that the outer wall of Las Noches wasn't made out of sekiseki immediately made it clear how they would enter this place as Ichigo and Rinji both drew their Zanpakuto. A loud explosion later, a hole was opened into the depth of Las Noches, allowing Naruto's group entry into the building. However, while Ichigo and Rinji entered immediately, Naruto turned toward Nell and the other hollows and smiled wryly. Thank you for bringing us here, but I think you shouldn't go further than this. Things are about to become seriously dangerous from here on out, and I don't want the other Arrancar to think of you as traitors. However, hearing Naruto's words, tears appeared in the corners of Nell's eyes, causing Naruto to falter. No. I want to come with you. I bet the moment Runuganga saw us helping you, we were already marked as traitors. Aizen-sama will never forgive us, and even if he did, there is no way the other Espada would. If you don't take us with you, we'll be killed. If you don't take us, I will cry. Seeing that Nell was genuinely about to cry, Naruto smiled wryly as he moved behind her, picking her up and allowing her to sit on his arm. Now, no need to cry. I only said that for your own safety. After thinking about it, what you said makes sense, and Aizen might really already know about you, so you can come with me. However, if I order you to run away or hide or something like that, you won't go against my orders, understood? Seeing that Naruto was actually looking at her sternly while he made her an offer, Nell obediently nodded her head, causing Naruto to smile as he resumed petting her head. Good girl Tilda. While Nell was happily squinting her eyes due to Naruto petting her head, Ichigo couldn't help but frown. Are you sure you want to bring such a little girl with you, Naruto? Won't this be too dangerous? As soon as those words left Ichigo's mouth, Nell started tearing up yet again as she pointed her hand at Ichigo. The carrot head hates Nell. See carrot head. The doo-doo head has a stinky breath. What the hell is a doo-doo head, and my breath doesn't stink? Damn, virgin. Gah. Fatality. Shut up, Naruto. After Nell continued bullying Ichigo for a while longer, he finally relented while saying something along the lines of, well, she probably is safer with us, somehow trying to deflect how he had lost an argument with a little girl. Following that, the group continued moving forward, and after a few more minutes of running, they arrived in a huge room with 7 doors, causing Naruto's eyebrows to rise. What a coincidence, the number of doors perfectly matches the number of invaders within Hueco Mundo tilde. 7 paths, huh? Guess we'll have to try them all. After Sado mentioned the number of paths, Ishida quickly commented on his words, but before they could speak further, Rukia issued her own opinion. No, each of us should take a different path. Obviously, Ichigo was outraged by that suggestion. After all, it wasn't certain that the Arrancar would be coming at them one-on-one, so meeting more than one Arrancar might possibly be a death sentence. Hell, even meeting one could be a death sentence. However, Ichigo quickly got silenced after Renji mentioned that Ichigo shouldn't look down on their pride as warriors, totally forgetting that it was doubtful people from the world of the living, who had lived mostly peaceful lives up until now, had such a thing. Following that, Rukia pretty much shut Ichigo's doubts down by claiming that she didn't come here for Ichigo to protect her. Realizing that there was no point in arguing any further, Ichigo sighed deeply as he accepted dividing their forces to cover more ground. Hearing the result of the discussion between Ichigo, Rukia, and Renji, Naruto briefly wondered if he should follow Tatsuki to protect her, but in the end, he decided against it. She has her own pride, and doing something like that would be an insult to the determination and effort she put into getting stronger. Having made his decision, he approached Sado and patted him on the shoulder, confusing him a little. Well, all of us are splitting up, Sado. Aren't you happy this isn't a horror movie? Some more time passed, and Yuna, Hinata, Haribel, and her 3 Frechen were currently standing on one of the many roofs of Las Notches, spectating a fight between Ichigo and Gringer going on in the distance. Apparently, Ichigo had encountered Ulquiorra and had been utterly annihilated by him, leaving him dying on the ground. However, Gringer wasn't satisfied with Ichigo dying at someone else's hand, so he went to fetch Orohime, who consequently healed Ichigo. Feeling 2 powerful spiritual pressures crashing into them, Haribel's 3 Frechen couldn't help but shiver due to the overwhelming power. Are you 3 afraid? No, Haribel-sama. Hearing the trio deny her question, Haribel only shook her head as her gaze never wavered from the fighting duo. There is no need to deny it, as there is no need to be ashamed about fearing what you are currently feeling. After all, it's a clash between incredibly powerful individuals. Listening to the conversation between Haribel and her Frechen, Yuna nodded in agreement as she continued spectating Ichigo's fight as well. Seems like he has finally learned how to properly use that mask. Indeed, Haribel is right. Feeling fearful of something isn't the problem, letting fear control is. The trio simply nodded their heads in understanding. Due to spending a few nights together, they no longer were as hostile toward Yuna as they initially were, so they had no trouble accepting Yuna's words. Seeing the small interaction between Yuna and her 3 girls, Haribel couldn't help but smile a little as she pondered what kind of fight she was currently witnessing. Is this really a fight between a Shinigami and a Hollow? This feels more like 2 Hollow fighting. As the fight between Ichigo and Gringer continued, Yuna briefly glanced at Haribel, who seemed indifferent to what was happening in the distance. By the way, isn't he your fellow Espada? Don't you want to assist him? Haribel briefly shook her head as she moved her gaze from the fighting duo toward Yuna. I could ask you the same question. After all, aren't you and Ichigo both humans? True, I guess. Well, he came here with the determination to rescue Orohime at the risk of his life, so I won't butt in. In fact, even if I were to go there, I'm certain Ichigo wouldn't want me to help him. What was it called? A warrior's pride. Well, something like that. The fight between the 2 was pretty even, but Gringer slowly but surely managed to push Ichigo into a corner. However, unlike in canon, where Orohime needed Nell to encourage her to cheer for Ichigo, the current Orohime wasn't as psychologically suppressed. So, as Ichigo continued getting more and more pressured, Orohime cheered for him, giving him the power to defeat Gringer somehow. Just how emotion-based are that idiot's powers? Hearing Yuna's question, the other people present could only shake their heads. They had no idea what was wrong with Ichigo either. Orohime was just about to heal Ichigo yet again when Gringer somehow managed to stand back up. However, as soon as he did so, his resurrection ended, signaling that he was out of juice. Before he could get a single word out, a massive scythe weapon crashed into him, ultimately robbing him of his consciousness and sending Gringer flying away. I see, so that dirty little rat finally mounted his sneak attacks. Yet again, Haribel nodded her head as she was not fond of the newly arrived Arrancar either. Naturally, there was only one Arrancar wielding such a massive weapon, the one being Neutrogilga. Personally, Haribel had no problem with him going for a sneak attack, but the problem was how he did it. Not only did he wait until the last moment when his supposed ally was on the brink of death, the one he attacked actually was his ally. That was already despicable behavior all in itself, but after doing such a disgusting act, he still had the gall to go around, flaunting his strength. Frankly, Haribal half considered going over there and finishing off Noitra herself. Seeing Noitra using Ichigo as a football due to still being exhausted from fighting Grinjo, Yuna pondered whether she should step or not, but before she could make such a decision, she felt another powerful spiritual pressure approaching, causing her to smile slightly. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, a gate opened not too far away from the walls of Las Noches, followed by 3 people stepping through it. Che, why was I even sent here? Shouldn't Yuna and Naruto be more than enough? Well, I doubt that my strength will be needed either, so I'll concentrate on healing the wounded like usual. Tilda, I, for once, can't wait to get my fingers on some nice research material. Despite Head Captain Yamamoto's words, claiming that they wouldn't send anyone to save Orohime, he had dispatched 4 Shinigami towards Hueco Mundo. These 4 were Unohana, Kenpachi, Moyui, and Nemu, who hadn't spoken yet. Well, neither of them was actually here to save Orohime but to scout out the situation and potentially launch a preemptive strike against Aizen's forces. Oh well, I'm going in. Yes, I feel a weakening spiritual power. I'll see if I can provide some assistance. I wonder if there are any researcher laboratories I can plunder. Tilda. Just like that, the little group made their way into the walls of Las Noches, going after their respective targets, and only a few minutes later, Kenpachi found Ichigo struggling to keep standing, causing him to click his tongue in annoyance. Shit, am I a babysitter? Despite his thoughts, he still stepped in, kicking Noitra away, sending him flying into a boulder. However, feeling the toughness of the skin of the person he had just kicked away, Kenpachi couldn't help but grin a little. Well, this might be pretty fun. Tilda. Simultaneously, in the depth of Las Noches, Naruto was still facing Sailaporo, who had taken on a rather disgusting form, with weird-looking fleshy tentacle wings growing out of his back. Ah, is it just me, or does that not like a form that can be used in combat? Personally, I think whatever that thing is, it shouldn't exist at all, no matter of combat or not. True. While Naruto was briefly conversing with Kurama, an ink-like black substance shot out of Sailaporo's back toward Naruto, making him shudder in disgust. I would rather not have another man's liquid on my body, thank you very much. As the ink-like substance approached Naruto, he easily weaved through it while occasionally using some wind to blow some of it away. Seeing how easily Naruto dodged his attack, Sailaporo frowned as his 4 tentacle-like wings shot toward Naruto, making him feel even more disgusted. First a man's body fluids and now a man's tentacle, huh? Aizen sure has some interesting hobbies. Tilda. However, even with the addition of the 4 tentacles, Naruto still easily dodged everything thrown at him as he got closer and closer to Sailaporo. You sure are a researcher, and you Tilda, you suck at this. Shut up, human. As Naruto got closer and closer, Sailaporo slowly started losing his composure as his attacks became even more frantic. This is impossible. I'm perfect. I can't be defeated. The moment Naruto heard that, he chuckled in amusement as he suddenly vanished from Sailaporo's vision. What? Perfect? Can someone so weak really be considered perfect? What a joke. Before Sailaporo could understand the situation, a blade pierced into his back, through his heart, and exited his body through his chest. Impossible. So weak. Naruto dismissively pulled the sword out of Sailaporo's back and leisurely swung it once to get rid of the blood before putting it back into its sheath. Yay, Naruto won. Seeing Sailaporo lifelessly falling to the ground, Nell started clamming, causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement. See, I told you there was no need to worry. Ha ha ha, strong, Naruto is really strong. Oh wow, don't pull my hair, Nell. Ha ha ha. Felling Nell continued pulling his hair, Naruto lifted her off his shit and held her in front of his, so the duo's eyes could meet. Nell, I don't mind you riding on my shoulders, but don't pull my hair. If you continue doing so, I'll have to punish you. After that threat, Naruto expected Nell to calm down a little while becoming more obedient, but he truly could not have expected Nell's reaction. Punish me. Nell loves getting punished. Naruto's face froze up as his whole body stiffened when he heard Nell's words. He simply couldn't believe what he just heard a little girl that looked younger than 4 years old say. Right, she mentioned being a masochist, but I thought that was just something those other 2 weirdos made her say. Does it really matter? I mean, I've already called the police and you will be behind bars soon. Oi, how is this situation my fault? Tell that to the police, you degenerate. I won't deny the degenerate part, but this is definitely too much. While Naruto was in inner turmoil, Nell tilted her head to the side, wondering what was going on with Naruto. However, before she could attempt to get him out of his daze, another voice echoed through the room. Oh my, you have already procured a specimen for me. Very good. Naruto was awoken from his daze due to the voice and decided to postpone thinking about whatever had just happened to a later date. Preferable never. Looking at the source of the voice, Naruto noticed a somewhat familiar-looking Shinigami looking at the lifeless body of Sailaporo, almost drooling, while totally ignoring Naruto. MHH. You are that insane researcher guy, right? Moyue was your name, right? Hearing someone call his name, Moyue looked at Naruto in displeasure as he shooed him away. Yes, whatever. Get lost, I have a sample to preserve tilde. MHH, you want the body? Sure, I'll send the bill to Seirede tilde. Seeing Moyue waving him away yet again, Naruto simply chuckled in amusement as he turned around and walked away. I wonder what I'll demand from Seirede tilde. However, as Naruto walked away, Moyue gave him another glance, noticing that a small child was riding on his back for the first. Wait a moment. Hearing Moyue calling him, Naruto turned around, wondering what else he wanted, and seeing the greedy look in his eyes as he was staring at Naruto, a feeling of disgust overcame him. Has that weirdo switched sides? Wait, did he like women in the first place? Oh, whatever. Unaware of Naruto's thoughts, his gaze was fixed on Nell instead of Naruto, and after realizing what she was, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh. An Arrancar child. How fascinating. Hand her over, I'll need her as a test subject as well. The moment Moyue made his demand, the air in the room solidified, causing Moyue to frown while Nemu got ready for combat. Moyue, I'm a rather generous person, so I don't mind handing over that body, but you shouldn't push things too far. Do you truly think you are in a position to demand anything from? Hearing Naruto's words, Moyue chuckled a little as he spread his arms wide, signaling Naruto to look at the room they were currently in. Frankly, you are stronger than me, I'm pretty sure of that. However, we are still in this room. I'm a researcher, you know. I can easily tell that this place is suppressing your abilities. Naruto hummed in acknowledgement as he unleashed his spiritual power, instantly causing Nell to fall to her knees while Moyue subconsciously took a step. So? A single word, yet the message was very clear, my abilities to unseal my sword are sealed. So what? Do you have what it takes to defeat me with that kind of condition? Realizing that Moyue bit off more than he could chew, he clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned away from Naruto, putting his attention on Sailaporo's body instead. Fuck, what's with all these monstrous humans lately? Seeing that Moyue stopped paying attention to Nell, Naruto nodded in satisfaction and continued walking toward the depth of Las Noches. In another part of Las Noches, Retsu Unohana was steadily approaching the weakening presence she felt. Now that she was a little closer, she realized that the presence belonged to Rukia, and after another minute of traveling, Retsu found Rukia's bleeding body lying inside a huge hallway. In here, Rukia had found a person who looked exactly like Kai Shiba, someone very important to Rukia. However, after some back and forth, Rukia found out that the real identity of the person in front of her was a shape-shifting Arrancar that could copy the abilities, appearance, and memories of everything it devoured. Its name was Araniro Ruari, and it was the Arrancar number 12 and the closest one of the current numeros to become an Espada. The fight was a massive struggle for Rukia, and in the end, she only won because her opponent underestimated her massively. Anyway, Retsu stepped into the and approached Rukia to heal her back up. She quickly checked her condition, and after finding out what needed healing and what would be the best approach, she started the process. However, while she was healing, another Arrancar appeared. It was Zomri-Roro, who initially came here to finish off the fallen Shinigami, but now that another one had appeared, he didn't mind killing that one as well. Obviously, Retsu noticed the new arrival, so she smiled at him kindly and started speaking. Excuse me, I'm just a healer and have no interest in fighting. I would appreciate it if you could ignore me. Hearing Retsu's words, Zomri scoffed in disdain as he drew his blade, approaching Retsu with malicious intent. What are you talking about, woman? We are at war, and you being a healer makes it even more important to take you out. However, let me warn you that of all the Espada, my Sonodo is the fastest." The moment Zomori stopped speaking, he vanished from his position and appeared behind Retsu, his sword already swinging down at her, who was still looking after Rukia. As the sword approached her, Retsu's calm smile vanished as her face twisted in insanity, her Zanpakuto appearing in her hand instantly. Zomori continued swinging down, and to his surprise, he felt no resistance at all, as if he didn't cut through anything. However, Retsu clearly didn't move and was still treating Rukia. Naturally, he was rather confused, but the moment he looked at the hand holding his Zanpakuto, that confusion was quickly replaced with terror. The arm he had used to attack Retsu was currently lying on the ground without a shoulder attached to it. Zomori's had no idea when or how it happened, but Retsu had somehow cut off his arm while he was swinging down. What? What happened? ARA tilde seems like first aid is done and Rukia is stable. Guess it's time to take out the trash tilde. Retsu rose from her kneeling position and smiled at Zomori kindly, almost causing him to wet his pants as he felt suffocating pressure engulfing him. Gripped by fear, Zomori didn't even play with the idea of unsealing his sword and instead turned around and ran away. However, the world is spinning. What is going on? Is that on my own body? The moment Zomori's turned around to run away, Retsu appeared next to him and easily cut off his head with a single clean swipe of her sword. Sheathing her sword, Retsu looked at the lifeless Espada on the ground and scoffed in disdain. Fastest Sonodo. What a joke. If that was the truth, then this place is filled with weaklings. As those words left her mouth, she continued healing Rukia, and only a few minutes later, Rukia was more or less fully healed and only needed to wait for her consciousness to return and her spiritual power to recover. What should I do next? It's been a while since I had a proper fight, but I think I should prioritize healing people. Or I could look for Yuna tilde no, stay serious. After all, we are at war. However, Retsu suddenly heard something whisper from a distance. Initially, she couldn't make out what was said, but as soon as she could, she vanished from her position. It's Yuna time tilde. A while later, 7 naked women could be seen resting on a bed, and while 3 of them were straight up knocked out from exhaustion, 3 were leaning against the bed's frame, sitting next to each other with their upper bodies exposed, while the last one was resting her head on the thighs of the one sitting in the middle with an almost cat-like smile on her face. Well, just to get the story straight, you invaded Seirede, terrorized the city, and in the process of doing so, you somehow managed to seduce one of Seirede's highest-ranked people without any consequences. Following that, you went to Hueco Mundo and continuously talked down on Aizen while yet again luring one of the highest-ranked people inside your bedroom, yet again suffering no consequences. Yeah, that's about right. Well, there is nothing straight about that story, but that is beside the point. While Yuna was still stroking the head of Hinata, who was lying on her thighs, Haribel, who was sitting on Yuna's right side, could only sigh deeply as she decided to give up on understanding how Yuna's mind worked. It was already bad enough that she had spent a night with Yuna, who was a human, but now she even went so far as to spend some time in bed with a pure Shinigami, and to make matters even worse, it wasn't just any Shinigami, but a Captain Level 1. Haven't I already betrayed Aizen? Now that I think about it, when did I stop using Sama? Who cares? I'll say it again, stop bothering with that loser and follow Yuna instead. Frankly, I would prefer if you didn't follow anyone, but if I were to choose between Yuna and that pompous bastard, the choice is rather obvious. Hearing her Zanpakuto spirit yet again insulting Aizen, Haribel really didn't know what to say. The invasion of Las Noches started around a day ago, and by now, it was rather clear that Aizen didn't really care about the Arrancar, as they were defeated left and right, while Aizen clearly didn't give a shit about the death of his Arrancar. Seeing the conflicted expression on Haribel's face, Retsu, who sat at Yuna's left side, couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Well, no need to think about this too deeply. Just go with the flow and enjoy the ride. Frankly, Retsu always enjoyed the nights she spent with Yuna, but this time, things were a little bit different. All kinds of things had happened, and while that was happening, Retsu found out something rather interesting about herself. She absolutely loved bullying Haribel's 3 little fraction in the bedroom. Normally, that kind of action would obviously lead to Haribel herself stepping in to help her little followers, but the problem was that Haribel herself had similar interests as well. So, as long as no one was getting actually hurt, Haribel would not only not stop Retsu but would actually participate. Well, the scene of a Shinigami captain and an Arrancar Espada teaming up to bully a bunch of Arrancar certainly was a unique one, so Yuna had nothing to complain about. Her tilde, as the harem expands, the degeneracy increases. Just as planned. Sometimes I wonder if every woman you pick up is a pervert from the start, or if there is some kind of pheromone you emit that turns them into perverts. Well, I just have an eye for picking up women of culture. Last time I looked it up, degenerates was pronounced differently, but sure, whatever. Yuna's inner conversation aside, Haribel heard Retsu's words and could only nod in agreement. Somehow, Yuna's presence made a lot of things that should be utterly impossible possible. Hell, just now, she had sexual intercourse with a Shinigami, who by all means should be an enemy Haribel was supposed to fight to the death. As those thoughts passed through her mind, Yuna's hand gently landed on her shoulder, drawing Haribel's attention. And, as if Yuna had read her mind, she answered Haribel's unasked question somewhat. Don't worry about it, Haribel. Degeneracy shall unite the world, ultimately bringing peace to all nations. That sounds rather different from what you told Pain. Who the hell is Pain? Sigh. Meanwhile, in another part of Las Noches, Tatsuki was facing a rather interesting enemy. He was called Rodborn Chaliut, and despite being an Arrancar, his mask was still fully intact and looked like a bull skull. Additionally, 10 lightning-like appendages that had things that looked like fruits on them grew out of his back after he released his Zanpakuto. These appendages allowed him to endlessly create more soldiers that would be completely under his control, basically turning him into a one-man army. As Tatsuki's lava-covered fist smashed into the face of yet another of those soldiers, killing him instantly, she couldn't help but frown as her gaze wandered over the seemingly endless sea of enemies in front of her. Damn, this is so annoying. As Tatsuki smashed another soldier into pieces, she couldn't help but curse her enemy again and again. She came here to fight strong people and not to fight an endless sea of worthless goons. Her fist caused another enemy to explode into white goo, and Tatsuki could only curse again and again for not bothering to develop any further techniques. So far, punching and kicking with her arms and legs has always been enough, but now that she faced a massive horde of weak enemies, she really wished that she had worked on developing some kind of technique that affected a larger area. As another 2 goons perished from one of Tatsuki's kicks, Rodborn spawned another 4, causing Tatsuki to curse him internally. Fuck this shit, I'll just treat this as training to fight a massive horde of enemies while preserving my strength. Surely at some point, some will pop up that can use large area of effect attacks. Simultaneously at a different place, Kenpachi was staring down at Neutra, who was currently lying on the ground in a bloody puddle. Well, I guess I wasn't holding back enough. What a disappointment. Hearing Kenpachi's words, Neutra clenched his teeth so hard that they almost shattered as he shakily got up from the ground while staring daggers at Kenpachi. Don't celebrate too early, Shinigami. I still have this, pray, Santa Teresa. Suddenly, powerful spiritual pressure exploded out of Neutra, while the wounds he had received so far were mostly closed due to the increase in power. Moments later, he revealed his new form, this time wielding 4 huge scythes in his forearms. Feeling Neutra's spiritual pressure washing over him, Kenpachi couldn't help himself as a smile appeared on his face. That spiritual pressure isn't too bad, Tilda. As soon as he stopped speaking, he shot toward Neutra with a crazed smile on his face. However, his downward attack was easily blocked by 2 of Neutra's scythes, followed by his other 2 weapons moving, leaving 2 gushes on Kenpachi's body. However, Kenpachi was undeterred by his wounds and simply continued the assault like the madman he was, splattering his blood everywhere. Unfortunately, during Kenpachi's relentless assault, Neutra revealed another hidden trick, 2 additional arms. While Kenpachi was concentrating on the 4 arms he could see, the other 2 launched a sneak attack, resulting in Neutra's hand piercing through Kenpachi's body, causing Kenpachi to stagger backward. Ha ha ha. What's wrong, Shinigami? Not so arrogant anymore, are we? Kenpachi kept quiet for a while as he inspected the body hole in his torso. Seeing that and thinking that Kenpachi was despairing, Neutra was about to taunt him some more, but before he could do so, Kenpachi raised his head, revealing a twisted smile. Ha ha ha. Isn't this perfect, Espadad? Now we both have holes in our bodies, ha ha ha. While Noitra was dumbfounded due to Kenpachi's words, Kenpachi removed the seal on his right hand, causing his spiritual power to increase significantly. He briefly pondered removing another one but decided against that. One should be enough, I don't want to make this too easy. Grinning widely, Kenpachi approached the frowning Noitra, and moments later, he vanished, causing Noitra's eyes to widen in shock. He barely managed to raise two of his sides to block Kenpachi's sword that suddenly descended on him. The moment the three weapons met, Noitra groaned in pain as his knees buckled due to the power behind that attack, but despite that, his other forearms moved in for the counterattack. Kenpachi's Zanpakuto moved at lightning speed, blocking three of the incoming sides, while he simply caught the last one with his bare hand before ripping said off with raw strength alone. Noitra groaned in pain due to losing one of his arms, but he still continued the assault, slashing at Kenpachi with his 5 remaining sides. Yet again did Kenpachi block 3 of the incoming attack with his sword, while parrying them in a way that would block another one, and just like the first time, Kenpachi caught the remaining attack with his bare hand, yet again ripping it off. Well, down to 4. Fighting someone with 6 arms is pretty annoying, so I'll have to cut that number down a little. Let's see, I guess I'll take at least one more . Hearing Kenpachi's leisurely tone, Noitra's anger grew even further as he concentrated his spiritual power on the stumps of his 2 missing arms, causing the flesh to wiggle around, and moments later, both of his arms had regrown. Cut off my arms. You can try it, but you won't succeed. This time it was Noitra's turn to rush at Kenpachi, wildly swinging his weapons around, resulting in Kenpachi blocking most of the attacks while occasionally receiving a wound. However, Noitra wasn't in his best condition because, by now, it had reached a point where he needed at least 3 of his arms to block Kenpachi's sword, which was still manageable, but he could feel more and more fatigue accumulating. Meanwhile, Kenpachi's attacks were just as relentless as they had started, as if all the blood flowing out of his body wasn't bothering him in the slightest, a maddened grin still clearly displayed on his face. As the fight continued, the difference between Kenpachi and Noitra became clearer and clearer, as Noitra was getting slower and weaker while Kenpachi simply kept going. Yet again, their attacks collided, and due to the force put into them, the duo was pushed apart, coming to a halt at a distance of a few dozen meters, giving them a moment to breathe. What the hell are you? Why are you not getting tired? Tired? Why would I be getting tired? I'm having quite a bit of fun right now, so how could I possibly get tired of this, ha ha ha. Hearing Kenpachi's crazed laughter, Noitra gritted his teeth in anger. Overall, Kenpachi had received more wounds, which were also more serious than his own, so he couldn't fathom why Kenpachi was still fine. This is impossible. I can't lose. I'm the strongest. The strongest. The more he thought about his current predicament, the angrier Noitra became, finally resulting in him charging Kenpachi like a wild beast. However, seeing Noitra's action, Kenpachi couldn't help himself but sigh deeply as the moment Noitra had reached him, he simply sidestepped and slashed down his Zanpakuto, leaving a deep wound on Noitra's body. You have lost your focus. How pathetic. Although the wound he received wasn't deadly, it heavily reduced Noitra's combat strength, rendering half his arms pretty much useless, but despite that, he still stood back up with his teeth gritted in anger and shaking legs. Seeing Noitra's current condition, Kenpachi scoffed in disdain and turned around while leisurely resting the back of his Zanpakuto on his shoulder. Oh well, CYA. Noitra was momentarily dumbfounded when Kenpachi just turned around and walked away, but his anger returned, burning even brighter. Don't run away, Shinigami. While Kenpachi was slowly walking away, the enraged Noitra started running at him, his 3 functioning arms ready to strike yet again. Are you afraid of me, Shinigami? So boring. Kenpachi wasn't paying much attention to Noitra's tantrum, but when he actually attacked Kenpachi decided to no longer bother with him, so, with a final slash, dealt another wound to Noitra, this time, a mortal one. Seeing Noitra collapse to the ground with his facial expression still twisted in anger, Kenpachi only shook his head as he approached Orihime, who was currently healing Ichigo. He casually smashed the healing dome covering Ichigo by kicking it before grabbing him and tossing him toward his sword. There you go. Pick up your sword and leave. Huh? What are you talking about? Isn't that obvious? You are just a substitute Shinigami, and you came here to save that girl. She's safe now, so take her and leave. Your only job should be protecting that town. The moment Kenpachi stopped speaking, a frown appeared on his face as he felt a little sluggish due to losing too much blood. He briefly pondered opening another seal but decided on something different as his gaze landed on Orihime. "Hey, girl, heal my wounds before you leave." Rather than opening another seal that he couldn't casually reapply, Kenpachi decided that he would rather get healed to enjoy the coming fights more. Yes. Initially, Orihime didn't react to Kenpachi's words, as she was still dazed from what she had just witnessed, but after feeling Kenpachi's gaze on her, she quickly nodded her head in agreement. Satisfied with Orihime's answer, Kenpachi started to relax a little, but unfortunately, the moment he relaxed, a female Arrancar with crimson hair and two horns appeared in front of Orihime. "Well, sorry about this, but the shithead at the top wants me to do this." Before either Kenpachi or Ichigo could react, the red-haired woman had already disappeared together with Orihime, leaving a dumbfounded Ichigo and an annoyed Kenpachi behind. What just happened? Shit, if my seals weren't on, I would have been able to catch her. Moments later, Orihime found herself in front of Aizen yet again, causing her to look around fearfully. "Welcome back, Orihime. What is wrong? You look like you are afraid." The moment Aizen stopped speaking, Aizen vanished and appeared in front of Orihime, their noses almost touching, putting more pressure on her. "Smile. We all get sad when the sky." "You are being a creep, Aizen." Before Aizen could finish his speech, a leisurely voice interrupted him, and after looking at the source of the voice, he saw Yuna casually leaning against a nearby wall. "Oh? If it isn't Yuna Uzumaki. I wonder what you are doing here." "I see, so you want to divert the topic, huh? Oh well, I guess me seeing you pressuring a little girl not even a tenth of your age doesn't exactly paint a good picture of you, so it can't be helped that you want to change the topic." Aizen's eyebrows twitched in irritation due to Yuna yet again making fun of the way he dealt with others, but before he could bring forth any counter-arguments, Yuna had already continued speaking. "Oh well, it doesn't really matter. As for why I am here, isn't that pretty obvious? You are going to where the fun is happening, right? Obviously, I'm coming with you as well. So far, no fights within Hueco Mundo caught my interest, so it's only natural to switch locations, right?" Hearing Yuna's words, Aizen couldn't help but frown. From his point of view, there was no way Yuna knew what he was planning to do, but it seemed like she knew more than Aizen expected. However, with the information he had so far, he assumed that Yuna thought he would bring the fight to Seirede, which was incorrect. After all, his first goal wasn't Seirede but the creation of the Okan, the key to the palace of the Soul King. "Oh well, let's go. Karakura Town it was, right?" As if she especially set out to mock Aizen's thoughts, Yuna revealed that he planned to go to Karakura Town instead of Soul Society. How does she possibly know about this? However, things didn't end there as Yuna raised her hand and slashed it down, causing space to part as a black void opened up in front of Yuna, almost causing Aizen's eyes to pop out. Why can she open a Garganta? The ability to travel from Hueco Mundo to the world of the living is something only Hollow are supposed to possess. Obviously, with the right equipment, such restrictions could be overcome, but Yuna did it by only moving her hand and no extra equipment as if she had copied how Hollow would do it. This is impossible. Opening a Garganta is not something a Shinigami could do, so how does she do it? What are her tricks, her secrets, and the source of all these techniques and secrets? I want to know about it. I want to know about all of it. Although Yuna didn't show any of it, she sensed Aizen's inner turmoil, causing her to smile internally. Just before she was about to enter the Garganta, she turned around and gave Aizen a wink. It was just a simple gesture, but Aizen couldn't help himself but feel utterly terrified due to it. He couldn't even put a finger on what exactly was wrong, but he knew for certain that Yuna was beyond abnormal. However, Aizen was not someone who would abandon all his plans just because a young woman winked at him, helping him to quickly regain his composure. So what if she is abnormal? At the end of the day, I still have my Kyokus Wajetsu. Even the head captain himself can't get out of its influence. No matter how many tricks she has and how many secrets she has hidden from me, nothing can escape from my Kyokus Wajetsu. Nothing ever did, and nothing ever will. In the end, I will be the final victor. A few minutes passed since Orihime got kidnapped yet again, and Yuna left Hueco Mundo. Currently, Ichigo was flying at high speed toward the place where he could feel Orihime's spiritual power. Additional to Orihan's, he could feel another familiar presence that caused him to worry. Damn it, why is Ulquiorra with her? As Ichigo screamed those words in frustration, he accelerated even further, trying his best to reach Orihan before anything could happen to her. As he was getting closer and closer to Orihan, he noticed Tatsuki fighting a horde of masked hollow, causing him to pause. He wanted to help Tatsuki, but before he could do anything, she briefly glanced at him and scowled in annoyance. If you think I'm a damsel in distress and need you to save me, then you better prepare to get your ass kicked by me. Go after Orihan, you idiot. Having gotten the message, Ichigo nodded his head and flew past Tatsuki, but as he was doing so, dozens of the hollow Tatsuki was fighting split off from the horde and went after Ichigo. Seeing that, Tatsuki clicked her tongue in annoyance as the lava covering her feet started flowing faster, allowing herself to catapult herself between Ichigo and the hollow horde, instantly eliminating 3 of them with a powerful kick. So annoying. That move costs a lot of stamina, so you better get going now, Ichigo, as I won't be doing that again. Thanks, Tatsuki. Only getting a wave of Tatsuki's hand in return for his thanks, Ichigo's gaze refocused on the place where he could feel Orihan's spiritual power and accelerated again. However, as Ichigo was leaving, Tatsuki gave him another glance, putting her attention on the black cloak Ichigo was wearing. MHH, when Ichigo uses his Bankai, not only his sword changes but his clothes as well. Maybe that is the next step for my power. Initially, Tatsuki could only cover her arms with lava, and after being pressured enough in combat, she managed to cover her legs as well. The area of her body she could cover with her power kept increasing, but it had been stagnant for a while now. I only tried to cover more of my body with it, but maybe that's the wrong approach. Instead of coating my body with lava, I need to think of something more concrete. Something just like Ichigo's Bankai. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra was staring down Orihan, who steadily held eye contact with him without faltering. Are you afraid? Aizen-sama no longer has any interest in you, meaning that there is nothing more protecting you. Despite the veiled threat, Orihan barely reacted as she started speaking with determination. I'm not afraid. Everyone has come to save me, so all I can do is wait for them to do so. Being afraid would undermine their efforts. My heart already is with all of my friends. Do you truly believe that your friends will save you? Yes, I have no doubt. The moment those words left Orihan's mouth, a nearby wall exploded, allowing entry to a black-clothed Shinigami. Naturally, that Shinigami was Ichigo, who instantly zeroed in on Ulquiorra. Step away from Orihan. Hearing Ichigo's words, Ulquiorra only looked at him in indifference while drawing his Zanpakuto. My orders were to protect Last Notches and not to kill an insignificant girl. However, you will die because you are a threat to Last Notches. I'm honored. You even drew your Zanpakuto. Does that mean you acknowledge me as an equal? No, it means that I recognize you as someone who has to die. Following those words, the duo clashed as their spiritual pressure collided, resulting in it being felt all over Last Notches. Feeling the pressure, Tatsuki, who had just pulled her fist out of the abdomen of the Arrancar she had just killed, looked at the source of the pressure while frowning deeply. Currently, her entire body was covered by a thin layer of red and yellow liquid that seemed to be constantly flowing, and upon closer inspection, one might notice that the flowing liquid was actually searing hot lava. What incredible power! To think Ichigo could grow so much in such a short amount of time. Tatsuki couldn't help but clench her fist as she felt like Ichigo had taken a massive step ahead of her within barely a day. Now, no need to get all depressed. Didn't you power up just now as well? Suddenly hearing a voice, Tatsuki looked at the source of it and smiled lightly after seeing her boyfriend approaching her while a little girl was climbing on his shoulders. Dangerous. It's dangerous, Naruto. We need to leave. Calm down, Nell. Aren't I here? I can easily protect you. As those words left his mouth, he started petting Nell's head, causing her to squint her eyes in pleasure, totally forgetting about the overbearing spiritual pressure covering Last Notches. Okay Tilda. Seeing the cute interaction between Naruto and Nell, Tatsuki's smile widened as she started speaking as well. Well, are you sure this is fine, Naruto? This is a lot of spiritual pressure. Although Tatsuki was happy seeing Naruto and noticing the confidence that was still radiating out of his eyes, she couldn't help herself but be a little worried. Yeah, no problem. If it is only this much, I can still easily deal with it. Hearing Naruto's words, Tatsuki nodded in understanding while a wave of relief washed over her. However, simultaneously, some other thoughts surfaced in her mind. Even this much is still something Naruto can fight against easily. Just how strong is he really? How much stronger do I need to get before I can finally be strong enough to be of help to him? As these thoughts passed through Tatsuki's mind, Naruto briefly glanced at her face, easily reading her expression and answering the unasked question. No need to falter, Tatsuki. Just think about how much stronger you got after we started training together, and you should be easily able to realize just how much more room for growth you have. Just continue pushing, and you will inevitably break through all the limits of your power you yourself imposed onto yourself. Tatsuki couldn't help but sigh a little when Naruto easily saw through what troubled her and even managed to say words that would encourage and motivate her. Sigh, isn't Naruto a little too perfect? How is he so good at reading my th? Before Tatsuki could finish that thought, she realized why Naruto was so good at seeing through her. This damn womanizer has gotten used to dealing with women in his past life. Realizing what was going on, Tatsuki couldn't help but pinch Naruto, who only looked at her in confusion. Seeing the cute-looking look of confusion on Naruto's face, Tatsuki couldn't hold back anymore and started laughing, confusing Naruto even further. While more and more question marks appeared above Naruto's head and Ichigo was fighting Ulquiorra, Yuna, and Aizen's groups arrived in the world of the living. However, the moment they arrived, Yuna noticed that something was off. Well, something aside from most of the captains and lieutenants of the Gotei 13 being present. Whistle, they'd prepared a whole fake town. Not gonna lie, that's quite impressive. It doesn't matter. Even if this isn't the real Karakura town, nothing will stop me. Tayuya, Stark, Baragon, Haribal, come. As soon as Aizen finished speaking, 4 Garganta opened up close to Aizen, revealing 4 groups of Arrancar. Well, 3 groups and an individual, as Tayuya had not taken any fraction. Arriving at the world of the living, Tayuya scanned the crowd of Shinigami and instantly noticed Hisoka, who was currently looking at her in excitement as well. So she is really here, huh? I half expected that Yuna was messing with me, but this is great. Finishing her thoughts, she couldn't help but lick her lips in excitement with a wide grin on her face, causing a shiver to go down Hisoka's spine while she inevitably started smiling as well. Aizen had noticed Hisoka as well but didn't pay much attention to her. From his point of view, Hisoka was just a random Shinigami that was promoted to captain to fill up the holes his departure created. Although Aizen briefly wondered why he didn't know who the newly appointed captain was, as she was not one of the previous lieutenants, which was a little weird. However, in the end, he decided that it was of no importance. Turn everything to ash. Ryujin Jaka. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire approached Yuna and the rest. Obviously, that firewall was shot by Yamamoto himself, and before anyone could react, it engulfed Yuna's group, trapping them in a burning cage. Oh my, Tilda, seems like the old man is in a foul mood, ha 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 Tilda. Hearing Yuna's carefree words, Aizen only scoffed in disdain as he allowed his sense to feel what was happening outside the walls of their fire prison. It doesn't matter. The only difference is that this battle will end before we even get a chance to participate. He Tilda, that sounds boring, so I'm going out. As soon as Yuna stopped speaking, she hovered toward the wall of flames blocking her path on all sides, causing Aizen to look at her with intrigue, and moments later, his eyes almost popped out as Yuna simply floated through the flames like they weren't even there. How is she not affected by the flames? Even I can't take the head captain's flames lightly. How is she doing this? Feeling Aizen's internal distress, Yuna couldn't help but smirk as she slowly floated out of the flames. Obviously, she wasn't just tanking the flames but was actually creating a thin layer of ice on her body to prevent herself from burning. Frankly, it would have been much more energy effective to just burst through the flames in one quick motion, but that wouldn't have messed with Aizen enough, so Yuna, unfortunately, had to choose the solution that took much more spiritual power. On the outside world, everyone could only look dumbfounded as Yuna casually floated out of her fiery prison. Well, that wasn't very nice, old man. I'm here to watch a show, so why would you be blocking my vision? That's just rude, isn't it? Hearing Yuna's words, Yamamoto squinted his eyes as his gaze was fixated on Yuna. Even now, after interacting with her and her surrounding multiple times, he still couldn't get even a sliver of a read on her. Although it looked like she simply went with Aizen to act as a spy, at the same time, Aizen seemed to have no problems allowing her to accompany him, which Yamamoto found suspicious. After all, Aizen was a smart man, and Yamamoto didn't believe that Aizen would trust an outsider so easily. Obviously, he thought like that because he didn't take Aizen's competitive nature into consideration, allowing Yuna to be close to him, despite knowing she would betray him at some point. While Yuna and Yamamoto were looking at each other with some tension in the air, one of the Arrancar started moving, raising his hand in the air and snapping his finger, resulting in his fraction quickly assembling a throne for him to sit on. Seeing that, Yuna couldn't help but scoff in disdain. What a small fry. True kings use their deranged masochist maid as a throne. Pretty sure they don't. They don't. As expected of kings. They aren't worth much if they don't even have that kind of common knowledge. Read. Moments later, Baragon, who the throne was assembled for, sat down on his seat, giving him a regal air. Well, since the boss is currently not available, I guess I'll be the one taking command. Any complaints? Asking that question, Baragon looked at Tayuya and Stark, who technically were higher in rank than him. I don't give a shit about stuff like that, so do whatever you want. Yeah, I don't, am I? Oh wow, why are you kicking me? While Tayuya only claimed that she had no interest in giving any commands, Stark gave away his responsibilities just as easily, causing his sole fraction, Lilynette, to kick him for discarding his authority so easily. Seeing that no one of significance was arguing against his words, Baragon scanned his surroundings, quickly noticing the 4 pillars in the distance. I see, since this place is just a fake, you obviously needed something to move the original Karakura town. No matter how I look at it, these 4 pillars are the anchors keeping this fake place here, so after destroying them, everything should be back to normal. The moment Baragon stopped speaking, he glanced at one of his fraction, who immediately blew a whistle-like attachment on his arms, causing a hollow to appear at each of the 4 pillars. However, just as soon as they appeared, they were cut down by the Shinigami waiting near the pillars for hollow to appear. Seeing the hollow he sent easily getting cut down, Baragon frowned while Yamamoto scoffed in disdain. How foolish. Did you seriously think I wouldn't assign any guard to such strategically important positions? These 4 pillars are guarded by 4 of Seireide's finest warriors. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Baragon yet again scoffed in disdain as he glanced at the 4 Shinigami that were now visibly guarding the 4 pillars. 4 Shinigami. So what if the pillars are guarded by them? Since 4 ants are now standing in my way, I'll just send 4 dragons to crush them. Pow, Chulhorn, Aburama, find or crush them. Yes, your majesty. Wow, he just called those 4 weaklings dragons. What a funny joke, Tilda, or maybe that old man is simply delusional. While the fight between Shinigami and Arrancar was heating up, Yuna could only look at the whole situation in amusement. So far, not a single individual who she even had a sliver of interest in started taking action, so she would sit the situation out until the interesting fight started. Loud explosions echoed through last notches as Ichigo and Ulquiorra's blades met again and again, every collision causing a shockwave to ripple through the air. Although Ichigo was struggling to keep up with Ulquiorra's speed, so far, he could still handle himself, which was a vast improvement from his previous encounter with Ulquiorra, where he didn't even have a chance while wearing his hollow mask. As the duo was continuously clashing, Oraheim stood far away from the fight, spectating it while not really knowing what she should do. However, while Oraheim was contemplating her next step, a pair of hands appeared behind her, holding her mouth close and dragging her away. You damn bitch, it's over for you now. Aizen-sama said that he is no longer interested in you, so I can do what I want with you now. Oraheim. Naturally, Ichigo noticed Oraheim getting dragged away, but his path was blocked by Ulquiorra, who couldn't care less whatever happened to her. Yo, you really are good at getting kidnapped, Oraheim. Before anyone else could react, a fist descended on the black-haired hollow that tried to drag Oraheim away, knocking her out instantly. Naruto. Yep, the one and only. Sup, Oraheim, I'm here as well. Hee, Nell is here as well. Looking at the trio in front of her, Oraheim wore a somewhat weird expression due to the weird family on a trip feeling they were exuding, but in the end, she shook that feeling away and smiled at the trio. It's good to see you are well. By the well, what's with the unusual clothes, Tatsuki? Tatsuki, who still wore her lava clothes, went into a bodybuilder pose, flexing her lean muscles. Hee, I got a better understanding of my power, and it became stronger. Frankly, I expected to be stronger than Ichigo now, but that idiot got like half a dozen power-ups in the span of the last 2 days, so I'm still behind him. Don't worry, you'll soon surpass him. Yes, Tatsuki will be super strong. While Orihime widened her eyes in surprise due to Tatsuki's words, Naruto and Nell simply cheered her on, causing Tatsuki to smile at the duo. They really look like a family. What happened while I was away, and who is that little Arrancar? Before Orihime could ponder the situation any further, a nearby wall broke, revealing a massive Arrancar. Yo, you need help, Ulquiorra. No, this is none of your business, Yami. If you want to fight, deal with those other humans or fight the captains downstairs. While the duo was chatting, Yami persistently tried to get another shot against Ichigo. Naruto and Tatsuki were talking as well. Oh, that's one of the guys who briefly came to our town a while ago. Right, there was someone like that, wasn't there? I'll take him on, Naruto. I haven't had a decent fight yet. Wait, Tatsuki. That's one of the Aspire. While Naruto simply nodded his head, Orihime tried to stop Tatsuki, but before she could even get the full sentence out, Tatsuki had already vanished, smashing her fist into Yami's face. Obviously, Orihime knew that those two had fought before, but that happened after Ichigo had fought Yami and even cut one of his arms off. Additionally, this was Hueco Mundo and not the world of the living, giving Hollow an advantage against humans. Naruto, shouldn't you help her? Nah, Tatsuki is strong. I trust her to win that fight. Orihime was shocked by Naruto's words and was even more shocked when she saw a gaze of unwavering confidence on his face. Realizing that, unlike Naruto, her confidence and support for Ichigo were constantly wavering, she couldn't help but clench her teeth. Why can't I be this confident in Kurosaki-kun? Seeing Orihime's mood, Naruto's gaze lingered on her briefly before wandering back to the still fighting Ichigo. You are not going to ask me to help Ichigo? Orihime's body briefly shook as her eyes landed on Naruto yet again. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out, causing her to close it again. She did so multiple times before she steeled herself, determination repairing in her eyes. No, I think Kurosaki-kun can W. No. I know he will win. Naruto gave her another glance, and seeing how the look in her eyes had changed, Naruto nodded in approval while laughing loudly. Ha, that's right. That's the look you need to support Ichigo. If a woman in love watches them, men can become invincible, ha. WW what AAA. LL love. While Orihime was overheating, Naruto continued laughing loudly as he continued spectating the fights happening around him. He noticed from the corner of his eyes how Yami drew his Zanpakuto and released it, turning him into a colossal hollow. Yuna snapped Kubo's retarded plot twist about Yami out of existence tilde. Feeling the hollow spiritual pressure, Naruto nodded in approval. This should be a good matchup for Tatsuki tilde. Look at her cute smile, she seems happy tilde. Not sure if I would call that cute, but I'm already aware of your freaky tastes, so I won't comment on that any further. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual pressure washed over Naruto, drawing his attention, and after looking at the source, he noticed that Ichigo had decided to holofy. Suddenly, the fight turned around as Ulquiorra was now the one getting pushed back by Ichigo, but after a few more minutes of back and forth, Ulquiorra briefly stopped fighting and flew upwards, closely followed by Ichigo. Well, it seems like they are continuing outside of Las Noches. You're coming as well, Orihime. Orihime briefly hesitated before a look of determination appeared on her face as she nodded her head in agreement. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, picking up Naruto and Orihime and blowing them skyward. Orihime couldn't help but feel weird due to how the wind felt like it was actually picking her up rather than blowing her away, but she quickly decided not to worry about that. Moments later, Ichigo and Ulquiorra had broken through the ceiling of Las Noches, closely followed by Naruto and Orihime a few seconds later. In prison. Murcielago. The moment Naruto and Orihime passed through the hole made by Ulquiorra, incredibly dense spiritual pressure covered them, causing Orihime to shiver and fear, while an excited smile appeared on Naruto's face. Now, that's what I'm talking about. That's quite the thick spiritual pressure. It seems like Ichigo is done for. Naruto only hummed in agreement as he saw Ulquiorra attacking Ichigo with some kind of glowing spear he made out of spiritual power, sending Ichigo flying dozens of meters away while slicing off a part of his mast. Following that, Ichigo fired a black Getsuga Tensu at Ulquiorra, but he easily tanked it, receiving basically no damage before shooting back a Zero Ascuras while claiming that it was somewhat similar to Ichigo's Getsuga. Although Ichigo tanked the blow, his mask was shattered, while his body took heavy damage, barely allowing him to keep standing. Despite that, he still got up, determination radiating out of his body. Seeing Ichigo's current state, Orihime almost started crying as her gaze quickly landed on Naruto, who hadn't moved a single centimeter since coming here. "Naruto, please save Kurosaki-kun." "No. Please. I'll do anything." Naruto briefly pondered whether she should tease Orihime for saying that but decided against it for now. He pondered how to answer her for a brief moment before he shrugged his shoulders. Ichigo hasn't lost yet. Well, at least he hasn't, in his own opinion. If I were to intervene in his fight right now, he would hold a grudge for a long time. He is aware that he is outmatched, and he is aware that the chance for him to win is slim, but that won't stop him from trying. However, there is no need to worry, Orihime. I swear on my name that I won't allow Ulquiorra to kill Ichigo. For some reason, a shiver went through Orihime's spine after Naruto swore on his name, but she decided to ignore that feeling for now. Frankly, she didn't want to see Ichigo getting hurt in the first place, but if his life was guaranteed, it was at least something. The fight continued, and Ichigo continued to be utterly outmatched, taking more and more damage, making it basically impossible to still move. Despite that, Ichigo got up again and again, confidence still firmly shining out of his eyes. So, Ulquiorra approached him rather casually, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. "Why do you not drop your sword? By now, the difference in power should be clear to you, so why do you continue fighting?" Hearing Ulquiorra's question, Ichigo scoffed in disdain as his blood-covered face looked down on Ulquiorra. "So what? Do you think I would give up because you are stronger than me? I already knew that you were strong when this fight started, but so what? Me knowing how strong you are doesn't matter. I will beat you." Ulquiorra took in Ichigo's words for a brief moment before tossing him to the ground, apparently having understood the situation. "I see, what nonsense. Those are the words of someone who doesn't know what true despair is. Very well, I will teach you true despair." As soon as Ulquiorra finished speaking, incredibly dense black spiritual power exploded out of his body, making everyone who felt it feel like they had just jumped into an ocean filled with black water. While Orihime shivered in fear as she most collapsed, Naruto casually moved between her and Ulquiorra to block the pressure, while a battle-thirsty grin appeared on Naruto's face. "Oh yeah, this will be a lot of fun, Tilda. Orihime, you should take some more distance. This is a little too much for you." Although Orihime wanted to deny Naruto's words, she also realized that without Naruto blocking the pressure, she would barely be able to stand, causing her to move away from the fight a little further. "Resurrection Segunda Edipa." Ulquiorra opened his mouth and started speaking, telling Ichigo what kind of state he was currently in while also telling him that he was the only Espada that unlocked a second stage of the Resurrection, shocking him greatly. Following Ulquiorra's second transformation, Ichigo was so outmatched that it couldn't even be considered a fight anymore, and not even a full minute later, Ulquiorra raised the barely conscious Ichigo up by his neck with Ulquiorra's tail. Having Ichigo basically defeated, Ulquiorra allowed his sense to spread and noticed Orihime, watching what was happening in horror. "So you are here, woman. Very good. Just in time for you to see the man you put your hopes in to die." As soon as Ulquiorra stopped speaking, he raised his arm and pointed his finger at Ichigo's chest while gathering black spiritual power at his fingertip. Just when he was about to blast a hole into Ichigo's chest with a Zero, someone else appeared, pushing Ulquiorra's hand away, causing him to barely miss Ichigo. "Well, sorry to interrupt your fight, I have a promise to keep. I seek an STU." Naruto scoffed in disdain as the almost unconscious Ichigo somehow wanted to claim that he could still keep going. "Shut up, Ichigo. You are still too weak to protect everyone, so I'll be taking over." Weak. That was the last word he could utter before his consciousness faded away, and he fainted. "Well, be a dear and let him go, would you, Ulquiorra?" In response to Naruto's question, Ulquiorra pointed his finger at Naruto, causing him to smile wryly as spiritual power for another Seru quickly gathered at its tip. Well, that's a no tilde. Naruto dodged the attack by using Ulquiorra's arm he was grabbing to pull himself away, flipping over his arm and, while doing so, delivering a kick into Ulquiorra's face, sending him sliding away a few meters and forcing him to release Ichigo. Catching the falling Ichigo with one hand, Naruto tossed him towards Orihime, whose eyes widened in shock when she noticed Ichigo's current condition, resulting in her instantly starting to heal him. Well, that wasn't very nice, Ulquiorra. Guess I'll have to get a little serious. Benkai. Dense spiritual pressure erupted out of Naruto, almost contesting the pressure Ulquiorra was oozing, coloring the black ocean of spiritual power with a slight tint of yellow, surprising Ulquiorra quite a bit. Impressive. I've read about you, Bankai, in Tozen's report, but he didn't describe it as this formidable. Ten-tailed wind demon fox. Ignoring Ulquiorra's words, Naruto now had a dense layer of spiritual power covering his body. Said layer clearly outlined the form of a fox with 10 tails energetically swinging from its tailbone. Indeed, aside from the pressure, it's exactly as the report said. As far as I remember, it grants you great control over wind. Hearing Ulquiorra's words, Naruto chuckled in amusement as the tip of one of his spiritual power tails pointed at Ulquiorra. He tilde, is that what you thought my Bankai did? Sorry to disappoint you, but it's not just that. That being said, let's have some fun, shall we? Bijudama. Suddenly, a black ball of concentrated spiritual power condensed at the tip of the tail, pointing at Ulquiorra, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. So far, he had never heard anything about Naruto's Bankai being able to do something like this. The ball was shot at Ulquiorra, but he managed to react in time to barely dodge it. It sailed past Ulquiorra, barely missing him by a few centimeters, before vanishing in the distance. Seconds later, a colossal explosion erupted in the distance where the ball of concentrated spiritual power was previously shot, causing the earth to shake as powerful wind generated from the explosion blew over everyone present. The moment the wind stopped blowing, total silence reigned on the battlefield. While Orihime could only stare at the massive explosion in the distance, utterly dumbfounded, Ulquiorra's gaze was locked on Naruto. Frankly, he had an attack with similar destructive power, but he did not expect to meet a Shinigami who could match that kind of destructive force. Especially not a Shinigami that had been a human for most of his life. You are strong, human. I admit that much. However, in the end, there is no way for a human or a Shinigami to ever become as strong as a hollow. You are simply inferior. He said, while clearly having adopted some of the racial traits of a Shinigami. Don't sell yourself as an idiot, Ulquiorra. Fight me seriously, or I will make you regret ever looking down on me. The moment Naruto finished speaking, the tips of all 10 of his tails pointed at Ulquiorra, making him take a step back as massive amounts of spiritual power gathered, finally forming a black sphere that had 4 blade-like appendages spinning around it. It's been a while since I used this, so you better don't drop your guard, Ulquiorra. If you do, you will undoubtedly die. Wind style, Bijudama Rasen Shuriken. Meanwhile, within Ichigo's mind, another battle was going on, as Ichigo was furiously clashing with a color-inverted version of himself. Is this all you have to show, Ichigo? Weak, so weak. You can't protect anything dear to you. Shut up. I'll deal with this myself. I'll save every single one of my friends. No. I don't accept it. I can't accept it. You are not my king. You are not worthy to be my king. Again and again and again you need to be saved and reminded of your position. You are not my king. While that internal conflict was happening inside of Ichigo, within Hueco Mundo, changes started to slowly but surely appear on his body, indicating that he clearly wasn't winning against his inner hollow right now. Ulquiorra frantically dodged to the side as a screeching sphere of death sailed past him, resulting in it detonating in the distance, grinding a giant hole in the desert of Hueco Mundo. Seeing the devastating after-effects of Naruto's attack, a serious expression appeared on Ulquiorra's face as he prepared himself for a dangerous battle. What incredible attack power! I definitely can't allow myself to be hit with that. Although his power is beyond what I can produce, I'm more geared toward defense and regeneration anyway, so I think I should be able to win. Finishing his thoughts, Ulquiorra took a combat stance as a spear of light formed in his hands. He shot toward Naruto, slamming down the light spear at him, but Naruto only punched upward, blocking the spear with his gauntlet-covered hands, causing a shockwave. He tilted good power. In that case, let's see how fast you are. After finishing with his taunt, the 10 tails made out of spiritual power on his back started moving, stabbing toward Ulquiorra from different directions, causing him to frown. He swiftly flapped his wings to get some distance from Naruto and started dodging left and right, trying to evade Naruto's attack while simultaneously blocking a few as well. Also, so far, he wasn't hit. The longer he dodged Naruto's barrage of attacks, the more pronounced the frown on his face became. Although he could more or less dodge Naruto's attacks, he couldn't counterattack at all. He briefly glanced at Naruto, and when he saw how Naruto simply stood still with his hands crossed, he couldn't help but become a little annoyed. While dodging another tail, Ulquiorra slammed the palms of his hands together, and moments later, a green spear of light appeared. Lanza del Relampago. Ignoring the 2 tails that left 2 gashes on his body due to him not being able to use his hands to block them, Ulquiorra reeled back his hand and threw the spear at Naruto, who instantly formed another Bijudama and tossed it towards the spear, causing the 2 attacks to collide in midair. The moment the 2 attacks met, a colossal explosion took place between Naruto and Ulquiorra, blazing the 2 away in different directions and crashing Naruto into the walls of Las Noches and Ulquiorra against one of its pillars. Oh wow, that hurt. Moments later, Naruto climbed out of the hole he just created while wiping away some blood coming from the corner of his smiling mouth. He briefly scanned his surroundings and immediately located Ulquiorra, who was also climbing out of the hole he had created, while the wounds Naruto had previously inflicted on him had already healed. Well, aren't you a tough bastard? Hee, this will be fun tilde. Meanwhile, Tatsuki looked at the downed body of Yami in satisfaction. Frankly, he was slow and dumb but had overwhelming strength, so he honestly wasn't as much of a threat as long Tatsuki stayed vigilant. Well, that was pretty fun tilde, as expected. Fighting someone that could potentially one-shot you is a totally different kind of thrill. Cough damn bitch, I'll definitely kill you. Hearing the words of Yami, who was incapable of moving by now, Tatsuki only scoffed in disdain as her gaze landed on the hole in the ceiling. I wonder what is going on up there. However, I'm not sure how I'm even supposed to get up there. As if he wanted to answer that question, Ishida appeared in the distance, standing on some kind of platform that flew through the air. Seeing the platform, Tatsuki's eyebrows rose while wondering what exactly Ishida was doing. I can see that it is made out of spiritual power, but how does that even work? Oi, Ishida. Give me a ride up. Noticing that Ishida clearly intended to move upwards toward the hole in the ceiling, Tatsuki quickly called out to him, drawing his attention. Seeing that Tatsuki was calling him, Ishida quickly approached her, and after seeing the downed Yami, he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, the 10 was clearly visible on Yami's body, marking him as one of the 10 Espada. To think Tatsuki could defeat an Espada. Damn, the only worthwhile thing I did was to defeat a former Espada, which clearly was weaker than the current ones. Thinking about that, Ishida could only sigh and sigh again before dropping this matter. Although he was unhappy that a human that hadn't even trained how to use spiritual power for a year could become this powerful without going the Shinigami route, in the end, it didn't really matter. Sure, I'll take you with me. Moments later, Tatsuki and Ishida could be seen standing on a platform made out of spiritual power that was steadily rising, and after another minute passed, they finally flew into the hole Ulquiorra had previously opened. What the duo saw when they passed through the ceiling was rather unexpected. Ha, come on Ulquiorra. That can't be all you have to offer, right? Currently, Naruto was laughing like a maniac, with a battle-thirsty grin on his face and small wounds all over his body. Ulquiorra, on the other hand, was covered in blood from already healed wounds while holding the stump on his left shoulder where his arms had previously been. That's so hot tilde. Hearing Tatsuki's words, Ishida's head instantly snapped toward her, and after seeing her looking at Naruto with an infatuated expression, he subconsciously took a step away from her. What's with this deranged smile? Since when has she been like this? What is even going on right now? However, Ishida quickly forgot about Tatsuki's current condition when he felt Naruto and Ulquiorra's spiritual power washing over him, causing him to pale. What incredible power! I've never felt someone give off such an oppressive feeling before, and now there are actually two people that make me feel this much pressure in front of me. This is outrageous. Ishida was someone who had a lot of confidence in himself. Although he was aware that Ichigo was likely stronger than him, he had at least some degree of confidence to contest against him simply because Ichigo was rather simple-minded. However, the current situation was completely different, as Ishida felt like if he were to face the current Naruto or his opponent, his chance of victory would be zero, simply based on the copious amount of spiritual pressure those two were radiating. Two monsters, and they are fighting tight in front of me. I have no other choice but to spectate what is happening in front of me. Not being aware of Ishida's internal dialogue, Ulquiorra looked at his missing arm in indifference before putting some spiritual power into the small stump that was remaining, causing his arm to regrow instantly. My most amazing ability isn't my offensive power, but my power of regeneration. While most Arrancar sacrifice most of their regeneration powers for offensive power, I'm different. As long as my brain isn't destroyed, I will not die. Finishing his explanation, Ulquiorra took a combat-ready stance yet again, but before he could prepare for the next clash, loud laughter echoed over the battlefield yet again. Ha ha ha, so you have decided to become my immortal punching bag, huh? Very well, it's been a while since I had one of those. However, before Naruto could continue his assault, a screeching hollow scream rang over the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Looking at the source of the scream, Naruto noticed Ichigo was back on his feet, but he now wore a hollow mask with two long horns and had a hole in his chest. Well, it seems like Ichigo is back. Are you sure you want to call that thing Ichigo? MHH, Hologo. How about Ichilo? MHH, Ikistop. Nigo. Nah, I'll stick with Ichigo. Well, shouting Nigo out loud in public may bring us some trouble, so I agree. While the duo was chatting, Ichigo had already appeared in front of Ulquiorra, sword raised to the sky. He slashed at Ulquiorra, who widened his eyes in shock due to the insane speed displayed by Ichigo. Despite his initial surprise, Ulquiorra still managed to create another weapon in time to block Ichigo's attack. However, due to the force of the strike, Ulquiorra was sent flying again and crashed into another building. Inconceivable. How do you suddenly have so much power? Despite the confusion in his voice, Ulquiorra didn't give up so easily and pointed his finger at Ichigo, forming another zero. However, while Ulquiorra's zero was forming, Ichigo lowered his head and pointed his horns at Ulquiorra, forming a zero himself. Impossible. A zero. Despite his shock due to Ichigo's action, Ulquiorra shot his attack at Ichigo, who mimicked his movement, resulting in the two powerful spiritual power balls colliding, causing another massive explosion. Amidst the aftermath of the explosion, Ichigo appeared behind Ulquiorra and cut his arm off at the shoulder, causing Ulquiorra's eyes to widen in shock. Sonido. Although Ulquiorra was shocked by Ichigo using yet another hollow technique, he still tried to regenerate his arm as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he had already done so once before, causing the second time to be slower due to the loss of spiritual power. Whether Ichigo realized the bad situation Ulquiorra was in or if he just acted on pure instinct wasn't clear to make out, but as Ulquiorra tried to regenerate his arm, Ichigo appeared next to him and used his hand to slam Ulquiorra's head onto the ground. Following that, Ichigo slammed his foot on Ulquiorra's body to make sure he couldn't get up and then pointed his horns at Ulquiorra's head, charging yet another zero. Finishing the job ruthlessly, huh? How hollow-like. Another massive explosion rippled through Hueco Mundo as Ichigo finished off Ulquiorra, killing him for good. Geez, how rude. I just found thing interesting to play with, and then you come in and just break my toy. I thought you were better than that, Ichigo. The moment Naruto had confirmed that Ulquiorra was gone, he approached the still hollowified Ichigo to draw his attention towards him. After all, Naruto had no idea how much of this creature was still the original Ichigo, making it very possible that he would attack everything he could see. And, as if to confirm Naruto's assumption, Ichigo's only answer to Naruto's words was another loud roar before attacking Naruto widely. Blocking Ichigo's first attack with his gauntlets, Naruto frowned as he was blasted away from the force of Ichigo's strike. Well, this is a little dangerous, Tilda. Although Naruto still spoke playfully, he now wore a serious expression due to the power he felt radiating from Ichigo. Moments later, Ichigo vanished from his position, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. He spread his senses and immediately found Ichigo flying toward him from above, with his sword already raised high. Seeing his attack, determination gleamed in Naruto's eyes as he punched upward, meeting Ichigo's attack head-on. Unfortunately, the moment Ichigo's blade collided with Naruto's gauntlets, black spiritual power erupted from Ichigo's blade, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Shit, he can still use his Getsuga. However, while Naruto was blasted away, he wasn't idle either, as one of his tails had secretly gathered enough spiritual power for another, Bijudama, which was smashed into Ichigo's side while he set Naruto flying. Naruto got up from the crater he had just created with his landing and clicked his tongue while looking at the gash Ichigo's attack had left behind on his chest. Although it was already slowly healing, he no longer had the insane regeneration power he had in his first life, so this wound would bother him a little. After confirming that the damage he received was bothersome but not too bad, he looked at Ichigo, which caused him to frown, because the burn wounds he got from tanking the Bijudama were already fully regenerated. Well, this won't be easy, but I guess I'll manage somehow. He floated up again, a small battle-thirsty smile on his face as he reached the same height as Ichigo. Suddenly, Naruto's grin widened, turning from battle-thirsty to ferocious, while he lowered his body to take a stance on his 2 feet and hands. Hee, it's been a while since I fought like this. Why did you even bother to use a more sophisticated style if you are clearly more adept at something wild and unrestrained? Because I thought using material arts would be cooler. Right, it's you, after all. Why did I even bother to expect a proper answer? Chuckling in amusement, Naruto's 10 tails moved, pointing their tips menacingly at Ichigo, and moments later, Naruto shot toward Ichigo as the spiritual power surrounding his hands turned into claws, while his 10 tails started rampaging around, forcing Ichigo to swing his blade so fast it left behind dozens of afterimages. While Naruto was fighting Ichigo at an even higher speed than before, there was quite a bit of unrest surrounding those spectating the fight as well. Watching the battle between two people of power beyond their comprehension, Orohan was utterly shocked due to Ichigo's current state, and Ishida didn't say anything and was only spectating the fight with a deep frown on his face. Nell, on the other hand, was close to a panic attack, which Tatsuki tried to prevent. It's too much. That guy is too strong. Naruto will die. I don't want Naruto to die. Nell has been shaking in terror since Ichigo hollow-fied, and the more he fought and overpowered Naruto, the more afraid she became. She might be currently a child, but she could still easily tell how much Ichigo's spiritual pressure amounted to compared to Naruto's. She could tell that Naruto was outclassed. Nell, calm down. There is nothing to worry about. Naruto will easily win like he always does. Look, he is still smiling. Although Tatsuki was almost as worried as Nell, she didn't show any of that for 2 reasons. 1, she trusted in Naruto, and 2, she didn't want Nell to get even more worried. Although Naruto was clearly struggling, she convinced herself that there was no way he wouldn't win. Hearing Tatsuki's words, Nell raised her head to look at Naruto, hoping to see him smile just as Tatsuki said. Although he was indeed smiling, the moment Nell saw him, one of Ichigo's attacks managed to break through his defense, sending Naruto crashing to the ground not too far away from the rest of the spectators. Naruto! Nell screamed in despair while remembering all the fun she had with Naruto and how invincible he seemed to be up until now. Realizing that Naruto might die and that he could no longer play with her, her emotions became even more unstable as decently powerful spiritual pressure suddenly started leaking out of her body. Feeling the pressure, Tatsuki couldn't help but be bewildered, as it was easily above Yami, who she had previously defeated, meaning that Nell might actually be stronger than her. What is even going? Before Tatsuki could finish a sentence, a white dust cloud exploded with Nell at its center, and the moment the dust settled, Tatsuki could only look dumbfounded at the person emerging from the cloud. Although the hair and eye color was still the same as Nell's, however, the little girl was somehow replaced by a busty beauty with an amazing body. What the fuck? How did this happen? Wait a moment. Did Naruto know about this? Tatsuki's suspicion-filled gaze landed on Naruto, making him uncomfortable. Nell realized that she was back to her original form and immediately made a decision. Naruto. I'll help you. However, before Nell could leave, Tatsuki grabbed her wrist, stopping her from leaving. Are you insane? There is no way you can participate in that kind of fight. It doesn't matter. I need to help Naruto. You will just be a burden. While Tatsuki and Nell were arguing, Naruto briefly glanced at them, and seeing Nell's current form, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Noise. The police will be here soon. Hey. We still don't know which form is her true one. If this one is her true one, then everything is safe. Safe, I tell you. You call that safe? She clearly has no control over her transformation, so what would you do if she transformed back while you are doing this and that with her? Hearing Kurama's argument, Naruto couldn't help but pale at the implication of that happening. That probably would make me an even greater degenerate than Naisan. Well, not sure if I would go that far, but at least she always asked for consent before laws are being broken. Naruto quickly shook his head to prevent any unhealthy images from popping up before focusing back on Ichigo. Well, let's put that stuff aside and concentrate instead. I can clearly see how worried Tatsuki and Nell are, so I guess it's time to go all out. Tatsuki, Nell, sorry for worrying you like this. Hearing Naruto's words, the quarreling duo stopped fighting and looked at Naruto in surprise. Suddenly, incredibly dense spiritual pressure flowed out of Naruto, covering all of last notches, while he slowly raised his hand towards his face, covering it. Well, let's finish this, Ichigo. The moment Naruto yelled Ichigo's name, he pulled his hand down, resulting in a hollow-like fox mask appearing on the upper half of his face, causing everyone's eyes to widen in surprise. Don't die on me, Ichigo. Just like that, with an excitement-filled war cry, the fight between two hollow-fied Shinigami started. Loud explosions roared over the desert of Hueco Mundo as a pure black sword clashed with a pair of gauntlets hundreds of times within a short period of time, every clash producing a powerful shockwave. Ha ha ha, it's been a while since I had such a fun fight. As the battle between Naruto and Ichigo continued, Naruto couldn't help himself but laugh loudly due to how much fun he had. Ichigo was the strongest opponent he had since he arrived in this world, so how couldn't he enjoy himself? The duo clashed again, much stronger than before, resulting in both of them sliding backward a few dozen meters, and as soon as they came to a halt, Ichigo lowered his head and pointed his horns at Naruto, forming a zero. Seeing what Ichigo was preparing for him, Naruto raised his arm and pointed his index finger at Ichigo, forming a zero as well. Seconds later, the two attacks were unleashed, causing two distorted roars to echo through Hueco Mundo, and a moment later, the two attacks collided, causing a colossal explosion that blew away everything in a radius of hundreds of meters, ripping a deep crater into Hueco Mundo's desert. Meanwhile, the spectators could only be in awe due to what they saw. Previously, the fight against Ulquiorra was already beyond outrageous, but now, they were witnessing an entirely different level of power. Is it really possible for me to become this powerful? No. What am I hesitating about? Naruto clearly told me that I could become stronger than the current him, so I'll trust his words. These were Tatsuki's words, as she was much more interested in becoming strong herself than comprehending what she was currently witnessing. While her mood was still rather good, Orihime became increasingly desperate as the Ichigo she knew seemed to have vanished and was replaced with a monster instead. Kurosaki-kun, please return to the kind you and stop being the monster I see before me. Ishida, on the other hand, had pretty much given up his fate to the two people fighting in front of him who were so far above his league in power that he couldn't even fathom what was going on anymore. And finally, there was Nell, who looked at Naruto in fascination. Hollow were attracted to strength, and the kind and gentle Naruto she knew suddenly displayed power beyond what she had ever seen felt incredibly alluring to her. The battle continued, but as Naruto and Ichigo were clashing continuously, Ichigo slowly and surely was getting pressured by Naruto, who steadily increased his performance, going from only using his fists to using more and more of his tails. Ha ha ha. You are doing well, Ichigo. After another powerful clash, the duo was yet again separated, and as Naruto was sliding backward, his 10 tails pointed at Ichigo, causing a zero to appear on the tips of all 10 of them. Shooting the 10 of zero simultaneously, Naruto continued laughing like a maniac while Ichigo raised his sword, gathering audacious amounts of spiritual power in its blade before swinging the weapon down. Although Ichigo only let loose a hollow-like roar, it was clear that the attack he shot was an extremely high-powered Getsuga Tensho that formed a colossal wave of dense black spiritual power. The 10 of zero and Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho collided, yet again ripping apart huge chunks of land due to the collision of two superpowered attacks. However, Naruto wasn't done yet, since as he and Ichigo got covered by dust from the explosion, he clapped his hands together as a vicious expression appeared on his face. Seconds later, the dust settled, revealing a somewhat winded Ichigo while Naruto still had his hand together in what looked like a praying position. Hee, let's finish this, Ichigo. Don't you die on me, Tilda. After Naruto finished speaking, he separated his hands, revealing a small yellow spinning ball of spiritual power. However, that ball didn't remain small for long, as the further Naruto spread his hands, the larger it became, resulting in a sphere with a diameter of around 10 meters hovering above his head. Seeing the looming sphere of death hovering above Naruto, Ichigo yet again let loose a beastly roar as another Sero condensed between his horns. However, unlike a normal Sero, this one was so black that it seemed to actively steal away all the light around it. Moments later, Ichigo unleashed his attack at Naruto, who wasn't worried, as he knew he would make it in time to prepare his own attack. As the massive orb was hovering above him, his 10 tails moved and pointed their tips at the sphere from all directions, and moments later, the sphere started shrinking. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if the 10 tails were actively squeezing the sphere, making it shrink. After doing so for a few seconds, reducing it to a size of about half a meter, Naruto was ready to unleash it. Hee, again, don't die, Ichigo. Wind style, hyper-condensed Rasen Shuriken. Naruto unleashed his little ball of concentrated death, and the moment it collided with Ichigo's Sero, the two attacks fought for supremacy for a short moment before Naruto's attack tore apart Ichigo's. Another hollow roar echoed through Hueco Mundo as Naruto's Rasen Shuriken collided with Ichigo, sending him crashing into the ground before another explosion tore apart parts of Hueco Mundo. Kuro Sokukei-un. Seeing the devastation caused by Naruto's attack and realizing that Ichigo was in the center of that devastation, Orihime couldn't help but scream in despair, thinking that Ichigo had just perished. However, Naruto could only shake his head when he saw that, as he was fully aware that Ichigo wouldn't die so easily. Since he had fought Ichigo for a while now, Naruto was fully aware that Ichigo had the Arrancar exclusive skill called Yero, which made them incredibly hard to kill, and on top of that, he possessed an extremely high level of self-regeneration. So, even if Ichigo lost a limb or two due to Naruto's attacks, those could just be regrown. And, as if to prove his thoughts correctly, the moment the dust settled, Ichigo's form was revealed, all limbs intact and clearly alive. As Naruto briefly wondered whether Ichigo could continue fighting, a bright light shone from his hollow-fied parts. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Ichigo's mask hand turned into light particles and moved toward his hollow hole, filling it back up and returning Ichigo to his regular Shinigami form. It took a few seconds, but Ichigo opened his eyes rather quickly, followed by him looking around in confusion, not understanding what was happening at all. Kuro Sokukei-un. While Orihime turned into a bullet and smashed into Ichigo, almost reaping his life, Naruto slowly descended and landed in front of the spectators, the overbearing aura he was leaking automatically making them uncomfortable. Nell, who was the most adept at sensing someone's strength, couldn't help but be wary, half expecting Naruto to be the same as Ichigo previously was, a mindless monster. However, her worries were very swiftly crushed when Naruto smiled brightly while removing the mask from his face, revealing that he was still the same Naruto he had always been. Naruto. Obviously, Nell was overjoyed seeing that Naruto was fine and instantly hugged him, pressing his head between her breasts as a somewhat childlike cry of joy escaped her mouth. Seeing Naruto's head vanishing between Nell's breasts, Tatsuki was not as jealous as she expected to be. She had already bonded with Nell to some degree, while Naruto had already told her that many women were waiting for him elsewhere, making her realize that she either had to accept the situation or break up with Naruto. She didn't want to break up. The last few months, she had more fun with Naruto than she ever had in her life, and even the occasion battle to the death she had experienced only made her enjoy everything even more. If it's Nell, I am fine with it. Just like that, the first seed of corruption was planted in Tatsuki's previously pure mind, and all it took was witnessing a battle of epic proportions and a loli turning into a bombshell. Meanwhile, Naruto was struggling, as his face was still deeply burrowed in Nell's cleavage, preventing him from breathing. Obviously, he could overpower Nell and push her away, but considering his luck, he did not doubt that that would somehow end up with him groping her breasts. To think I would go the way Ne-san has always dreamed about, suffocation by a pair of massive breasts. I bet she will be jealous if she hears about this. Farewell, Kurama. Die already, you damn degenerate. A few minutes passed, and after Naruto managed to survive Nell's assassination attempt, due to her suddenly returning to her kid form, Hueco Mundo became somewhat quiet, as the only sounds that could be heard were Orohime explaining to Ichigo what had happened while he was unconsciousness, instantly making him feel guilty. Seeing the guilt in Ichigo's eyes, Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "What are you looking like that for, Ichigo? Sad that I kicked your ass." "What? No. I. You are depressed that you're in a hole made trouble yet again and that I had to step in to clean your bum to stop you from hurting any of your friends." Ichigo opened his mouth to argue against Naruto's degrading words, but the more he tried to come up with an argument, the less confident he felt. No matter how he looked at it, if Naruto didn't stop him, he would have killed every single one of his friends within Hueco Mundo. Seeing Ichigo getting even more depressed, Naruto scoffed in disdain as he started poking Ichigo's forehead with his finger. "Stop wallowing in self-doubt like a little bitch. If your weakness caused you problems, then just get stronger. Did you lose anyone important to you or anything you care about? No. So, stop being a whiny little bitch, man up, and get stronger." Although Naruto's words were harsh, Ichigo still managed to get back a resemblance of composure after he finished speaking. "Indeed. I haven't lost anything. All I need to do is get even stronger so a situation like this never happens again. Che, are you finally done with this fight? You sure took the best one for yourself, didn't you?" Suddenly, 3 more people appeared, and the first one to speak was Kenpachi, who wasn't happy that Naruto clearly snatched away the most interesting fight in this place. "Ara tilde, isn't it fine tilde? I'll just heal everyone up, and then we can return to the world of the living to fight Aizen." Hearing Retsu's words and that he would have a chance to participate in even more interesting battles, Kenpachi instantly mellowed out while an excited smile appeared on his face. "Hee, I'm looking forward to it. Idiots. Don't you even realize in what kind of situation we are in? This is Hueco Mundo. Shinigami have no knowledge about how to travel from this dimension into another one, so I'll need some time to do some research before we can leave." Hearing Moyui's words, Naruto tilted his head in confusion before addressing Moyui. "Traveling from here to somewhere else? Can't we just use a Garganta to do so?" Hearing Naruto's words, Moyui looked at him like he was an idiot before scoffing in disdain. "A Garganta? Are you stupid? Garganta is an exclusive technique only Hollow can use, so it's impossible for us Shinigami to." I opened 1 tilde. Open A. What the hell? While Moyui was monologuing, Naruto casually raised his hand and slashed it down, causing a black portal to appear in front of him, clearly signalizing that he had successfully opened a Garganta. Seeing the bewilderment on Moyui's face, Naruto innocently tilted his head as he resumed speaking. "I mean, I'm aware that this technique is exclusive to Hollow, but I'm kind of half a Hollow, right? I mean, if I can fire a Zero, then what is stopping me from opening a Garganta?" While everyone casually stepped through the Garganta, Naruto Moyui repeatedly opened and closed his mouth without knowing how he was supposed to comment on the current situation. He had claimed that Shinigami couldn't open a Garganta, and while he was explaining why, Naruto casually opened one. How could he not be irritated by that? Damn, I hate these 2 siblings so much. Meanwhile, on Yuna's side, things were heating up as the 4 pillars keeping Karakura town from appearing were successfully defended, causing the Arrancar side to switch tactics to full head-on combat, resulting in Haribal and Captain Hitsugaya facing each other, resulting in a stalemate, as Haribal could turn Hitsugaya's ice into water, while Hitsugaya could turn her water into ice. Frankly, Haribal was rather certain that if she were to deploy the strength boost she had gotten due to Yuna, she could easily deal with her opponent, but for now, she decided to hold back. On one side, she didn't want to kill any Shinigami, as even if she doubted that Yuna would be too bothered by that, Haribal felt that things might turn out troublesome as she did. On the other hand, she didn't plan to reveal her newfound powers to Aizen just yet. Yuna's words that Aizen would certainly discard her at some point still lingered in the back of Haribal's head, so she would hide her powers for now. Next, Soifon was facing a rather troublesome opponent, Baragan Luizenban, the previous king of Hueco Mundo. His abilities represent the aspect of death in the form of time, meaning that he could not only slow down time to dodge attacks but could even accelerate it, allowing him to take someone's lifespan away within seconds. Considering the ability to age someone to death was in the form of a black aura around him, Soifon had very few clues on how she was even supposed to counterattack, as everything that got too close to Baragan simply died due to age. The next fight was Shunsui against Coyote Stark, which took place at a rather leisurely pace, as neither of them seemed to be very motivated to participate in this war, as they were happy just to keep the other party off the battlefield. And the final battle currently happening was a rather unusual combination, as the newest captain of the Gote 13 was facing the Primera Espada, which was the strongest of the Espada. A fight between Hisoka and Tayuya. Frankly, when the head captain saw the opponent Hisoka picked for herself, he was rather worried, but to his surprise, she had already exchanged countless attacks with Tayuya. Although the two clearly were still probing each other, Hisoka wasn't pushed back in the slightest. Impressive. I did not expect that there would be a lower-ranked Shinigami who would hide their strength so deeply. Making her a captain and bringing her with us was the correct decision. Meanwhile, Hisoka and Tayuya were eyeing each other carefully, feeling each other out while confirming that they had indeed found the person they were looking for. Frankly, I did not expect Yuna to tell the truth about you being here, Hisoka. Hearing Tayuya's words, Hisoka hummed in acknowledgement while mounting another assault. After all, they were supposed to be enemies, so that chatting with each other for too long might be dangerous. Indeed, I was also surprised when I heard you were here in this world and even became a holo. As Tayuya easily blocked Hisoka's strike and counterattacked, she chuckled in amusement while dodging another attack from Hisoka that she managed to pull off due to reading Tayuya's intentions. He tilted, "Does it bother you that I'm a holo, Miss Shinigami?" "Not in the slightest." "Hot is hot." Hearing Hisoka instantly answering her teasing words so straightforwardly, a pink blush appeared on her face as she briefly lost concentration, almost ending in Hisoka landing a hit. "Damn it, Yuna seriously corrupted you, didn't she?" "Meh, don't pretend like you aren't the same. I've spent many long nights with you, and things were getting freakier and freakier. Don't act like you weren't in for it." Now, I never claimed that, Tilda." While Tayuya glared at Hisoka, she chuckled in amusement as she pointed her Zanpakuto at Tayuya. "Well, shall we get to the main part of this event?" Hearing Hisoka's words, Tayuya scoffed in annoyance as she pointed her own Zanpakuto at her. "Very well, let's get this party started. Bankai. Tenseigan. Kanta, Panu." The duo used their Bankai and Resurrection, respectively, creating a colorful flower-like pattern in Hisoka's eyes, while Tayuya's Zanpakuto vanished and small holes appeared in the horns on her head, resulting in a calm melody that seemed to somehow overpower all other sounds constantly being produced by them. Realizing the situation they were in and the abilities of their opponent, both of them had wicked smiles on their face as Hisoka's eyes shone with power, causing the surrounding earth to gather around the fighting duo. It took only a few seconds for a huge sphere of earth to surround the duo, which Hisoka could freely control, allowing her to attack Tayuya from all sides. Seeing the earth dome surrounding her, Tayuya briefly let her sense wash over the sphere. After confirming that it was doused in Hisoka's spiritual power, preventing outsiders from feeling what was happening inside and vice versa, she got ready for combat. Realizing Tayuya's intentions, Hisoka got ready as well, as she lowered her body and, moments later, shot at Tayuya at high speed. Seeing Hisoka attacking, Tayuya fell back and charged as well, resulting in a power clash between the two women. Moan. MHHH tilde. However, what was exchanged wasn't vicious attacks but a deep and long passionate kiss that lasted multiple minutes. After around 5 minutes, the duo separated, lust clearly burning in their eyes as they panted in exhaustion. "Yeah, after that exchange, I'm certain you are really my Hisoka. The way you pretend to be weak before counterattacking is certainly like you." "Hee, I agree. Your attacks are just as straightforward and relentless as they have been." Both of them smirked at each other as they prepared themselves for the next round. However, in this case, prepared had the same meaning as undressed. "Hee, are you sure you can keep this earth wall up during the heat of battle? I would rather not be seen in a compromising position with a supposed enemy." Hearing Tayuya's words, Hisoka scoffed in disdain as she prepared for battle. "What a jerk, of course, I can. However, are you sure you can keep this sound barrier active the whole time? I would rather not let people know what I'm doing in here with a holo." Following Hisoka's teasing words, Tayuya's smile widened, which was quickly mimicked by Hisoka herself. Seconds later, the duo shot toward each other, ready for multiple rounds of intensive battle. Meanwhile, Ranjiku and Haribal's three followers were exchanging blows, but while they were doing so, all four of them suddenly paused as an outrageous idea had just popped up inside their minds simultaneously. All four looked away from each other and instead focused their gazes on Yuna, who was standing in midair not too far away from them. Seeing the four women looking at her, Yuna chuckled in amusement and winked at them, causing their expressions to stiffen. Moments later, the four women looked at each other with helpless smiles on their faces. After all, they were not only supposed to fight each other, but their leaders were here to monitor the situation. Now that they realized that they shared a relationship with Yuna, they could either continue fighting with the intent to kill or just play along, risking that Aizen or Yamamoto would notice. Feeling the situation getting more and more awkward, Ranjiku clicked her tongue in annoyance while raising her Zanpakuto up in the air. Whatever, let's get this over with. Bankai! Ash erupted out of Ranjiku's Zanpakuto like a volcano, dousing large parts of the battlefield in grey ash before all the ash started moving and forming a sphere around Ranjiku and her opponents. Seeing Ranjiku using Bankai, the head captain could only shake his head. Youngsters nowadays sure have changed, huh? When I was younger, everyone was always eager to display their Bankai as soon as they had learned it. After all, there is no greater pride for a Shinigami than learning to use Bankai. As his thoughts were wandering, he leisurely inspected the battlefield, his gaze wandering all over the place. However, while he was doing so, his expression suddenly stiffened. Where is Yuna? Damn, I knew she was a stealth expert, and I still allowed her to slip out of my perception. Now the only question is who exactly she plans to ambush. Considering what I have heard so far, there is a good chance it will be Aizen. Anyway, I'll just have to stay vigilant in case she goes after me for some reason. Satisfied with his thoughts, Yamamoto nodded to himself as his gaze yet again landed on the sphere of ash surrounding Ranjiku and her opponents before wandering toward the sphere of earth surrounding Hisoka and her opponent. Interesting. There are two Bankai that form a sphere around your opponent active at the same time. What a curious coincidence. While Yamamoto was blissfully unaware that that coincidence wasn't a coincidence at all, Haribal's fraction got wary due to the ash surrounding them from all sides. However, the tension dissipated rather quickly when instead of attacking, Ranjiku leisurely sat down in midair and crossed her legs. Well, let's chat tilde. Huh. Hearing Ranjiku's words, the trio became dumbfounded, as they had not expected Ranjiku to use her Bankai just so she could chat with them. The first of the three who managed to regain her wits was Milarosa, who quickly started speaking. Chat? We are in the middle of a war and you want to chat. Noticing the bewilderment in Milarosa's tone, Ranjiku only shrugged her shoulders, not caring about that problem in the slightest. So what? It's not like our strength has any significance in this conflict. Whether I defeat you or you defeat me won't change the outcome of this conflict in the slightest. The trio wanted to argue that that was not the case, but the only thing they could do was grit their teeth, as Ranjiku's words were true. Compared to most other hollow, every one of Haribal's fraction was powerful, but in this conflict, their strength honestly didn't matter that much. Besides that, considering our relationship with Yuna, is there even any point in us fighting? Although there were some conflicted emotions clearly visible on the trio's faces, in the end, their shoulders slumped as they agreed with Ranjiku's words. Seeing that the three women in front of her agreed with her while no longer wanting to fight, Ranjiku nodded in approval. Besides that, the only fighting we should do is the one done in the sheets. That being said, how about you let me check out the goods, hee tilde. Suddenly, a perverted expression appeared on Ranjiku's face as she slowly started approaching the trio, making them back down while thinking the same thing at the same time. This was a trap after all. Slab. Kia tilde. Suddenly, a slap echoed through the sphere of ash, followed by a yelp of surprise. Well, what do we have here? Are you trying to cheat on me, Ranjiku? Huh? Yuna? Ranjiku widened her eyes in surprise when she realized that Yuna had somehow appeared within the sphere of her Bankai. However, moments later, a pout appeared on her face as she started rubbing her freshly slapped butt. What do you mean, cheating? Aren't you the one who snagged 3 new people within such a short time? Cough, actually, it's 4. Hearing Yuna's answer, Ranjiku could only smile wryly before her eyes widened and her gaze snapped toward Haribal's position. Gulp, is it her? Yip tilde. The ash slightly parted, allowing Ranjiku to look at Haribo. Well, rather than Haribo, Ranjiku's gaze was transfixed on Haribo's breasts. Licking her lips to get rid of the drool that was threatening to spill from the corner of her mouth, Ranjiku nodded in approval and gave Yuna a thumbs up. Good job. Observing the conversation between Yuna and Ranjiku, the Frachin trio could only smile wryly as yet another perverted Shinigami appeared. They couldn't help but wonder if all Shinigami were like this. Unaware of the trio's thoughts, Yuna's predatory gaze landed on the trio, causing all three of them to take a step back. Hee, since we are all gathered here, how about we have a little event to allow Shinigami and Hollow to get closer and forge a deep friendship? Although Yuna's words sounded nice, considering she was licking her lips while Ranjiku had a depraved expression on her face, Haribo's three Frachin had no doubt what Yuna was hinting at. Although they felt a little reluctant to do stuff like that, they couldn't help but get a little excited as well, giving them a rather weird feeling. Hee, doing it in the middle of a war with the people you were supposed to fight sure is exciting, isn't it? I bet this is your first time reaching this higher level of depravity tilde. While the three Arrancar didn't comment on Yuna's words, while secretly agreeing with her, Ranjiku briefly pondered before shaking her head. Actually, there is something I did that I consider to be worse. Oh? Tell me, I'm curious. Hearing Ranjiku's words, Yuna naturally got interested, wondering what kind of experience she had gone through. Well, no need to look so interested, after all, you were present as well. You remember, a while ago, when you forced Hinata and me to take that position. Briefly thinking about the situation, Yuna nodded her head as she remembered what Ranjiku was talking about. I remember what you are talking about. Hinata's flexibility really came in clutch that day. However, I don't consider that one to be that bad. Yeah, me neither, but considering what Retsu did while we were in that kind of position, I kind of do. Yuna pondered the situation a bit further before nodding her head in agreement. Yeah, I can see where you are coming from. Well, I have to say, even if Retsu likes to pretend she doesn't care that much about sex, she sure is creative when it comes to it. Is it because she is a medic? Hearing Yuna's murmuring, Ranjiku could only smile wryly, but before she could comment any further, a hand landed on her shoulder, making her exclaim in surprise. I believe we came to the conclusion that we won't be talking about that event anymore, Ranjiku. Ranjiku's heart almost jumped out of her mouth when she heard Hinata's chilling voice whispering into her ear, instantly giving her goosebumps. Damn it, Hinata. Since when were you here? Hearing Ranjiku's question, Hinata tilted her head before shrugging her shoulder. Me? I was here the whole time tilde. Ranjiku couldn't help but shudder in terror when she realized that Hinata had been lurking around for a while now while Ranjiku, and apparently no one else, had noticed her presence. Damn, she really is a monster. Isn't her stealth even above Captain Soifon's? Although Yuna could more or less guess what Ranjiku was thinking about, she honestly didn't care about that right now, as there were more important things to do. Anyway, now that we are all here, let's have some fun, shall we? Since we have 3 Shinigami and 3 Hollow, let's have a good old-fashioned 3 against 3 match, hee. While predatory smiles appeared on the faces of Hyanta and Ranjiku, Haribo's 3 Frachin paled when they heard Yuna's words. 3 against 3. That might sound fair, but it was actually quite a high level of bullying. After all, the trio could barely fight back against Ranjiku, who they had no doubt was the weakest of the 3. However, despite that, the trio couldn't help themselves but become excited. Initially, they were submissive to Haribo, who they considered their leader. Following that, they became submissive to Yuna, who was stronger than all of them and was dating Haribo. As if that wasn't already enough, following Yuna and Haribo, Retsu appeared and started towering over the trio as well. Frankly, they thought they would hate being in that kind of situation, being dominated by a Shinigami, but somehow, they loved it. Obviously, there was Hinata as well, but she had a somewhat unusual status in this whole mess that was Yuna's relationships. No matter who it was, even the incredibly powerful Retsu, they all acknowledged that Hinata was the closest to Yuna. Considering how rampant Yuna was, it felt rather weird to them, but Haribo's Frachin were pretty sure that if Hinata genuinely disliked a woman, Yuna would not go after her. Anyway, all that being said, on top of all these people, even Ranjiku seemed to aim for a position of dominance over Haribo's Frachin. And frankly, they didn't even hate it at this point in time. And just like that, amidst the fires of a fierce war, depravity continues spreading. The war between Shinigami and Arrancar continued escalating even further, as by now, the Vizard had joined the fray, supporting the Shinigami side despite being reluctant to do so. After all, it was the Gotei 13 that expelled them from Soul Society all those years ago for a crime they didn't commit. However, considering that the Shinigami side was still the lesser evil compared to Aizen and their friendship with Kisuke, they decided to help the Shinigami side. Simultaneously, the sky split apart, revealing a colossal hollow with a single eye that quickly extinguished the flames, trapping Aizen, Jin, and Chusan with a single deep exhale. While most of the freshly arrived Vizard were warily eyeing Aizen, a single one of them looked at someone else. Obviously, that one was Lisa, whose gaze was wandering everywhere, looking for Yuna. Currently, she had to put a lot of effort into not acting like a fangirl despite not even seeing her around. After all, she was certain was somewhere around. She could feel it. Just like that, the fights against the Arrancar more or less took place as they did in canon, with only small differences due to how Yuna had influenced the different combatants. For example, Shunsui might or might now be slightly drunk while fighting Stark, the fact that he was occasionally taking a sip from an unlabeled bottle not exactly helping his case. Soifon and Hachigan Yushoda's battle against Baragan was pretty much identical as well, with the sole difference being that Soifon's price for using her taxing Bankai a second time was that Hachigan would not only trap Kisuke inside a barrier for a month, but Yuna as well. Although he agreed with her condition, he had some serious doubts about whether he even was capable of doing something like that. As for grudges due to getting trapped, he would just direct those towards Soifon. Anyway, Baragan was the first Arrancar of the remaining ones who fell, getting killed due to Hachigan sacrificing his hand to teleport Baragan's own power into himself, killing him in the process as not even he could survive the power of aging. Following Baragan's death, Stark was the next to go, getting defeated by Shuinsui's unique Zanpakuto ability that based its power on children's games. Seeing Arrancar after Arrancar being defeated, Aizen could only shake his head. What a disappointment. I guess I should end this farce. The moment he stopped speaking, he vanished from his position and appeared next to Hannibal, who was currently fighting Toshiro, Lisa, and Hiyori. Aizen. You served your purpose. Cling. Aizen slashed at Hannibal and, intending to cut her down, but to his surprise, she actually blocked his blade. Who told you can block my blade? Hearing Aizen's taunting question, Hannibal scoffed in disdain and counterattacked, cutting Aizen's head off with a single swing of her own. However, she wasn't naive enough to believe that Aizen actually died so easily, and as she expected, another attack came from behind, which she dodged by moving to the side. MHH. Due to being under my Zanpakuto's total hypnosis ability, she shouldn't be able to see me coming, so how is she dodging and blocking me? As expected of Yuna-sama, she perfectly predicted that you would discard me. Oh? Sama? Since when have you betrayed me, Hannibal? Hearing Aizen's words, Hannibal scoffed in disdain as she returned to her basic form. Betrayed you? I've never betrayed you. Despite your abilities to make me stronger, being far inferior to Yuna-sama's, I would have dedicated myself to your goal as long as you didn't backstab me. Naturally, Aizen wasn't happy that he was called inferior to Yuna by Hannibal, but he shelved that matter for now, as there were more important things to talk about. Why did you return to your base form? Are you giving up? And what do you mean by Yuna making you stronger? What did she do? MMPH, she showed me what it means to truly wield the power from both worlds. Mizudo Afureru, Hojuro Zane. Spiritual power erupted out of Hannibal like water, and moments later, her Zanpakuto had changed and now looked like a giant shark, fine, seriously dumbfounding Aizen. Was that a Shinigami's Shikai? Impossible. It's impossible for a normal Arrancar to use a Shinigami's Shikai, as they shouldn't have a Zanpakuto spirit. Seeing the mild shock on Aizen's face, Hannibal couldn't help but smile lightly as she raised the hand, not holding the sword, and covered her face with it. Witness the power Yuna-sama granted me. Devora, Gran Tiburon Blanco. Even more power flooded out of Hannibal's body as a shark-like hollow mask formed on her face, while a sharp tail and fin grew on her back, confusing Aizen even further. A Shikai, followed by a resurrection? Impossible. That is not how an Arrancar's power is supposed to work. Arrancar can't house a Zanpakuto spirit in their swords because their hollow powers are sealed in it. It's impossible to have two contrasting powers like Shinigami and Hollow sealed inside the same object harmoniously except when they don't fight each other. However, that's impossible. Hollow and Shinigami are mortal enemies. How could they possibly coexist in harmony? Of course, the mistake in Aizen's thought process was that he assumed that Shinigami and Hollow powers could only be forcefully fused, which is untrue. The reason Shinigami and Hollow were fighting so fiercely wasn't because it was in their nature but because that was the job Seirede had assigned themselves to do. Obviously, the fact that more mindless Hollow instinctively sought out to eat stronger souls didn't exactly help the conflict either. Anyway, if it was something like Hollow and Quincy, Aizen's assumptions would have been certainly correct, as the power of Hollows is like poison to the Quincy. Hollow and Shinigami, on the other hand, were simply two beings on different sides of the same coin. This is the perfect fusion of Hollow and Shinigami you have always chased after, Aizen. Frankly, it's a pity I only managed to reach this level a few days ago, leaving me not enough time to reach Bankai. Those words seemed to echo over the whole battlefield, causing everyone who heard them to shiver at the implications of it. Haribo, in her base form, was already incredibly powerful, making it impossible for a normal captain to defeat her without Bankai. In her previous resurrection form, she was capable of fighting a captain and two visored to a standstill, and now, in her current form, she felt even more powerful than she previously did. If she were to master Bankai on top of that, solemn expression appeared on the face of all the captains present. They more or less managed to squeeze out a victory against the Arrancar they fought, and it turned out that they only won against incredibly inferior versions of them. Feeling the weird mood in the air, while making sure that Aizen, who had a rather constipated expression on his face, wouldn't sneak attack her, her gaze landed on Shinji, who she assumed to be the leader of the Visored. Hey, since we are in a rather similar situation, let me join your little group. What? Multiple shocked exclamations were issued as Haribo looked at Shinji in indifference. Meanwhile, Aizen pondered whether she should quickly intervene or just let everything play out. However, he quickly decided to be just a spectator for now, as his curiosity about Haribo's current state was far from satisfied. For now, he would just see where the conversation went. Huh? Join us? Why would you want to join us? Frankly, I don't. However, Yuna is currently not here, so I can't join her fraction, so your little group is the best choice for me to be treated as an ally. Hearing Haribo's words, Shinji frowned as he pondered his next set. Obviously, he had never interacted with Yuna, but he knew her brother, at least to some degree. Although Naruto was rather annoying in a lot of cases, Shinji at least considered him to be trustworthy. That being said, he really wanted to talk about this with Naruto, but since he wasn't here, there was nothing that could be done, forcing him to make a quick decision. Fine, you can temporarily join us. Nodding her head in understanding, Haribo quickly put her focus back on Aizen, who had put on his slight smirk that usually adorned his face a while ago. So you have allied with the Visored, huh? Oh well, one and more joining the fight won't do much. However, I have to admit, I'm rather curious how you managed to fuse your two powers so flawlessly, Haribo. Hearing Aizen's question, an eerily familiar smirk appeared on Haribo's face that instantly caused Aizen to be annoyed. Hee, it's frustrating, isn't it? All those decades of research you went through, and in the end, all of that gets perfected by a young human woman under the age of 20 within a few measly weeks. For the first time since arriving here, Aizen's expression genuinely slipped as his face twisted in anger due to the mocking words he had just heard. The greatest problem was that he couldn't even refute them, as Yuna had indeed managed to do what he, even with the help of additional inventions, could not do, creating a perfect Shinigami Hollow hybrid. Haribo, who could clearly see Aizen's twisted expression, couldn't help but lament internally due to how her personality had changed. I spent such a short time with Yuna-sama, but her personality is already rubbing off on me. Ha, that was a good one. Go, insult that damn bastard some more. Hearing the excited yells of her Zanpakuto spirit, Haribo could only smile wryly as she prepared herself for combat. No matter how she looked at it, Aizen would certainly target her. Klein. Indeed, the moment that thoughts passed through Haribo's mind, she raised her Zanpakuto, blocking one of Aizen's swings. Although Aizen was surprised that Haribo yet again blocked his strike, he quickly used his Zanpakuto's ability to hide himself while making a copy of himself appear behind her. Seeing Aizen appear behind Hannibal, Toshiro, who was close, decided to intervene, sending his eyes to freeze Aizen. Although Hannibal could appreciate the gesture of Toshiro apparently having accepted her as an ally, in the end, it didn't mean much. So, unbothered by the illusion of Aizen standing behind her, she slashed her sword at the one still in front of her, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Since he didn't expect a counterattack, thinking that his hypnosis ability was absolute resulted in him being forced to hastily retreat. However, as he was retreating, water erupted out of Hannibal's weapon, forming a flying slash of highly pressurized water, resulting in a gash appearing on Aizen's cheek. In the first cases when Hannibal managed to block his attacks, things weren't entirely clear yet, but after this confrontation with Hannibal, there was no longer even a sliver of doubt in Aizen's heart. Somehow, you are able to see through the ability of my Kyoka Suigetsu. Correct. Grinning smugly, Hannibal leisurely twirled around her blade before pointing it at Aizen, the real one, not the one that he manifested with his ability around 5 meters away from the original. Gran Tiburon Blanco, the great white shark. My resurrection turns me into a relentless hunter. The moment I took notice of you, it was impossible for me to ever lose your position ever again. Your Shikai confuses the 5 senses, but I'm not using them. I'm using my 6th sense as a predator to find and hunt you. Obviously, that was a lie. Hannibal wasn't stupid enough to reveal what actually was happening to someone as intelligent and cunning as Aizen. Who knew what he would come up with if she did? In truth, after Yuna had entered her minscape to help Hannibal get to know her Zanpakuto spirit, she had visited a few more times to make sure that everything was all right. So, while doing that, Yuna noticed that there were some minuscule fragments of Aizen's spiritual power hidden away in Hannibal's minscape. Knowing about Aizen's power, Yuna quickly sealed them away without erasing them, making sure that Aizen still felt like he could control Hannibal without letting him know that that wasn't the case. Hearing Hannibal's explanation, Aizen frowned deeply, not expecting an ability to pop up that could counter his own. How troublesome. I was not expecting this kind of situation to happen. Did Yuna predict this and cultivate Hannibal for the sole purpose of defeating me? No, that is impossible. After all, when I showed her my Kyoka Suigetsu, she was easily trapped within my illusion. Right now, she should not even be aware of my Zanpakuto's ability. Thinking some more about the current situation, Aizen only shook his head, no longer seeing the situation as a threat. He looked around, briefly watching most of the Shinigami and Visored present fighting enemies only they could see, and chuckled in amusement. Oh well, you can see through my Kyoka Suigetsu, so what? Everyone here is firmly trapped within my illusions, what can you do by yourself? If you think I'm only strong because of my Zanpakuto's ability, then you are in for a rude awakening. Naturally, there was not only his own strength but the strength of the Hogyoku he had embedded in his chest as well. The more time passed, the more he could feel the wall between Shinigami and Hollow crumbling, allowing him to ascend to a level of power never seen before. Ultimately, he would win. Meanwhile, Hannibal looked around her and could only shake her head at what she was witnessing. All the Shinigami and Visored around her were currently having an all-out brawl, thinking the one they were fighting was the real Aizen. Hannibal briefly wondered why Aizen wasn't simply overlapping her own position with his image, forcing everyone around her to attack her, but she quickly came to the conclusion that it probably wasn't that easy. Currently, the only one Aizen couldn't control was Hannibal, so it would be hard to perfectly mimic her movements when he couldn't control them. Additionally, Hannibal's water-based power was completely different from Aizen's, which would make the people around her either realize that the person they were attacking wasn't actually Aizen or, if Aizen concealed the way she attacked, would allow her to easily cut everyone down. That was not what Aizen wanted. That was not what Aizen wanted. He wanted to be the mastermind, the grand manipulator. He wanted to douse people in despair as he removed his illusions, making them realize that they had just cut down the person they wanted to protect. He wanted to show just how superior he was, and having Hannibal simply cut down everyone was far from enough for him. He wanted to taste the despair of the ones he manipulated. And just like that, Aizen's greatest weakness was yet again displayed, his rampant arrogance, his god complex. The battle raged on, but since Hannibal was the only one capable of seeing through Aizen's illusions, the other Shinigami and Visored were defeated one by one without a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, as Hannibal and Aizen continued fighting, Tozen suffered a humiliating death due to abandoning his Shinigami form and turning into some kind of Arrancar monstrosity, resulting in him finally being able to see. Unfortunately, that made him cocky, allowing his previous lieutenant, Shuhei Hisagi, to sneak attack and consequently kill him. The humiliating part of that was that it was utterly impossible for Hisagi to sneak attack Tozen, as his other senses as a blind man were incredibly sharp. Unfortunately, Tozen accepted his transformation into an Arrancar, allowing him to see while consequently dulling his other senses. Simultaneously, the ash spear created by Ranjiku's Bankai vanished, resulting in 4 bodies falling from the sky. Naturally, these 4 were Ranjiku and Haribal's 3 Fraction, and although the group's clothes looked rather disheveled from the intense fighting they had undoubtedly been doing, there was not a drop of blood on their clothes. Obviously, that was a clear sign that the 4 people were extremely evenly matched, to the degree that they would fade from exhaustion without being able to wound each other. Anyway, simultaneously, Yuna had reappeared on the battlefield and was currently spectating Haribal's fight against Aizen while fixing her clothes, which were disheveled for some mysterious reason as well. Well, that was a nice little workout, Tilda. I would give you an achievement, but you have already done something similar within Seirede, so I won't bother. Wait a second. That's not true at all. In Seirede, it was a hidden location within enemy territory, but this time, it was in the middle of a war. Nope, not giving out another one. TSK, how stingy. Meanwhile, the fight between Haribal and Aizen continued, but unfortunately, Haribal was clearly losing this confrontation, as not only had she gotten her new powers only a few days ago, but Aizen was also incredibly powerful, even without the ability of his Zanpakuto. Additionally, most of the other Shinigami and Vizard had fallen by now due to Aizen manipulating them with his Zanpakuto's ability, making them think of each other as enemies, showing off just how incredibly dangerous his total hypnosis was. Haribal and Aizen's blades met yet again, resulting in Haribal being pushed back. However, with another swing of her blade, a jet of water was generated that Aizen nimbly dodged, resulting in it cutting through multiple buildings. Initially, Haribal could already shoot those water blades with the power of her resurrection, but now that she had her Shikai layered on top of it, the blades became even faster and more devastating. Unfortunately, even after powering up so much, Aizen still held the upper hand, as he was simply faster than Haribal and had significantly more spiritual power and strength. Again and again, the duo's blades met, and after every clash, Haribal was further driven into a corner, causing her to grit her teeth harder and harder. Obviously, she wanted to win, but by now, she was pretty certain she wouldn't be able to pull that off. Moments later, Aizen overpowered her in another clash, but this time, Haribal actually staggered for a brief moment, so, seeing an opening in Haribal's defense, Aizen took advantage of it instantly and attacked, trying to cut off Haribal's head. Obviously, Haribal noticed what Aizen was trying to do and moved her body, which would at least prevent Aizen's blade from leaving too deep of a wound. Clang. However, just when Aizen's Zanpakuto was about to cut Haribal, another blade blocked the attack. Ma, could you please not leave any possible scars on my woman's body? Surprisingly, Yuna appeared between Haribal and Aizen and easily blocked Aizen's attack, causing him to frown, which only intensified after Yuna called Haribal her woman. Your woman. What is the meaning of this? Aizen's gaze landed on Haribal, who only awkwardly averted her gaze, confusing Aizen even further. Seriously? A human and a hollow started a relationship. What in the world is going on? While Aizen wondered how a human-turned Shinigami and an Arrancar started a relationship, Yuna interpreted Aizen's words slightly differently, and after pondering for a short moment, she resumed speaking. So you don't know about that, huh? Well, I guess you are the nerdy researcher type, so it can't be helped. Anyway, when 2 people really like each other, they might start what people call a relationship. Having a relationship with another person's means. Enough with this nonsense. I obviously know what you meant when you said she was your woman and was only surprised that you would choose to engage in such acts with a different species. Realizing that Yuna was clearly mocking him, anger flooded Aizen's body as he quickly stopped Yuna from speaking any further, causing her to shrug her shoulders indifferently. Suyu Tilda, I bet you get a lot of pussy, or else we still haven't really established which you prefer. Anyway, your preferences aside, that's quite racist of you. You should discard your prejudice and embrace the only truth when it comes to dating people. Hot is hot. Hearing Yuna spout even more nonsense, Aizen's eyebrows twitched in irritation. He really couldn't fathom how Yuna's mind worked. Anyway, did you do all of these things just for this? You followed me to Hueco Mundo, gathered information, stuck close to me, and all that brought you was a relationship and the chance to save the one you are in a relationship with. I knew that you would betray me, but this is simply pathetic. All that time you invested into this, and all it got you was this little moment. You archived nothing. After Aizen was done with his little speech, Yuna chuckled in amusement while shaking her head. You don't get it at all, Aizen. You deem yourself to be more important to other people than you actually are. My first priority after reaching Hueco Mundo has always been picking up a few cuties. As for you and your plans, meh, whatever, Tilda. As Yuna continued belittling Aizen, he could feel the anger within himself grow even more, almost causing him to lose his composure. However, before he could resume speaking, another voice interrupted the conversation. Are you done chatting? Suddenly, incredibly dense spiritual pressure flooded the battlefield as flames bloomed everywhere around Yuna, Hannibal, and Aizen. Tilda seems like the captain commander is sick of waiting. Realizing Yamamoto's presence, Aizen calmed down instantly. After all, facing the Gote 13's captain commander with a disturbed heart could have a deadly outcome even for Aizen. Suddenly, Aizen vanished and appeared in front of Yamamoto. However, before he could do anything else, Yamamoto moved and cut Aizen in half. Seeing that, a frown appeared on Yamamoto's face, but before he could form any proper thoughts, a blade pierced into his stomach. Even you stand no chance against me while under the influence of my Zanpakuto. Ha! Is that so? Aizen briefly wondered why Yamamoto was so confident, but when he realized what Yamamoto was planning, it was already too late as Yamamoto's hands firmly grasped Aizen's arm and Zanpakuto. I might get tricked by the illusions you show me, but there is one thing I'm absolutely certain about: the Zanpakuto currently stabbing through my body is your real sword. Suddenly, colossal flame pillars rose all around them, which didn't diminish Aizen's calm smile in the slightest. How ruthless. This will take out most of the people present. They will die for a worthy cause. Seeing the massive flame pillars rising all around her, Hannibal couldn't help but be a little shaken by the power displayed. Yuna-sama, isn't this dangerous? Hearing the worry in Hariel's words, Yuna only shook her head as she continued observing the fighting duo. No, there is no need. Say what you will about Aizen, but he is quite the good schemer. There is quite a high chance that he had anticipated a situation like this beforehand. And indeed, that was the case as Yamamoto's flames suddenly vanished just as fast as they had appeared. What? Ah, Tilda. Suddenly, Yamamoto heard a weird moaning sound from behind him, causing him to turn around and slash at whatever was standing behind him. However, the flames that were supposed to burn the enemy standing behind him never came, his attack only resulting in a normal sword strike. Confused? I assume so. Concerning destructive power, your Zanpakuto is undoubtedly the greatest. However, if everything of a being is concentrated just on that power, it's possible to block it. I present you, Wonder Weiss, the only modified Arrancar solely created to seal all of your flames. He sacrificed his speech, his intellect, his everything just to gain this power. That being said, there is no longer anything you can do. Farewell, Janryusai Yamamoto. After Aizen finished his explanation, Yamamoto frowned as he looked at the bizarre form Wonder Weiss took after using his resurrection. While he was still thinking about the situation, Wonder Weiss moved and attacked Yamamoto, causing him to scoff in disdain as his fist impacted Wonder Weiss, leaving a hole in his body. Do you really think you can defeat me by just sealing my flames? Do you know why I've been the head captain for over 1,000 years now? Because in these 1,000 years, not a single Shinigami stronger than me emerged. After he was done speaking, Yamamoto vanished and reappeared in front of Aizen, attempting to smash his fist into him, but surprisingly, Wonder Weiss was still alive and blasted away Yamamoto with a tentacle-like white arm. Who Tilda you survived that? You are quiet, though. Just like that, the fight continued with Yamamoto ripping apart Wonder Weiss's arms with his bare hands, just for more arms to grow out of the wounds, causing Yamamoto to frown. However, in the end, there was no way for Wonder Weiss to win. So, after removing the upper portion of his clothes and revealing his chiseled physique, Yamamoto disappeared and reappeared in front of Wonder Weiss. It's good that you look more like a monster than a child now. Like this, I can finish you off without feeling any guilt. Sakotsu. Both of Yamamoto's fists smashed into Wonder Weiss, causing his body to be torn into pieces. Was that it, Aizen? All that talk, and this is all your little trump card amounts to. Not at all. After all, it isn't over yet. Wonderwise's ability prevents your Zabukudo from producing any more flames, but when he activated his power, there were already flames around. I wonder where these flames went. Yamamoto's eyes widened in shock as he quickly figured out what had happened, his gaze instantly snapping toward what remained of Wonderwise. Damn it. If all that power explodes uncontrolled, the damage to the human worlds would be beyond devastating. Having no other choice, Yamamoto jumped toward Wonderwise's remains, attempting to block the inevitable explosion with his body, but before he could reach him, a cake smacked him in the face, causing him to miss his target. What? Geez, why would you attempt to kill off such an interesting opponent with such a cheap method? Boring. To everyone's surprise, Yuna suddenly appeared next to Wonderwise's body, and before anyone else could grasp the situation, Yuna snapped her fingers, resulting in an enormous ice pillar rising around what remained of Wonderwise. Seconds later, a giant explosion occurred as all the sealed flames were released within an instant, but instead of destroying everything around them, they were blasted into the sky, the hollow ice pillar acting like a chimney, redirecting the flames in an orderly manner. Seeing Yamamoto getting saved from Aizen's scheme of getting Yamamoto badly injured by his own flames, Aizen couldn't help but frown deeply. I don't care about her saving Haribo, but this might actually be a problem. Taking on the head captain in direct combat is very dangerous and something I would rather not do. Damn, this is the first time Yuna messing around genuinely caused a hiccup in my plans. This is dangerous. Fighting Yuna and Yamamoto at the same time might have a devastating end for me. I should try to egg them on to fight each other. After all, Yuna did leave Seirete with me, making it look like she was betraying the city. That, or I might be able to make use of Haribo. I'm not sure how important Yuna's so-called lovers are for her, but that is another good way to approach the situation. While Aizen was futilely trying to figure out Yuna's next move and how he could counter it, Yamamoto wiped the cake out of his face with a dumbfounded expression. On the one hand, he was obviously angry that Yuna had played such a childish prank on him, but could he really stay angry at her if that prank resulted in his life possibly getting saved? Well, Yamamoto was confident of surviving the explosion, but he would still have suffered quite heavy wounds from it. However, he was not only thankful for getting saved, but he was also quite shocked that Yuna had managed to control the explosion of his flames, which was a testament to just how powerful she was. Frankly, after everything that had happened around Yuna so far, he was still not entirely certain that she wasn't an enemy, but now, Yamamoto no longer had any doubts about that, so after he was done wiping away the cake, he looked at Yuna with a serious expression. I thank you for saving me and containing the explosion of my flames. Initially, I still wasn't sure whether you were an enemy or not, but now I can be certain that we are fighting for the same side. Hearing Yamamoto's heartfelt thank you, Yuna disinterestedly drilled her finger into her ear. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, raise your sword, and let's start fighting already. Ha! Aizen's mind, which was currently in the process of coming up with the fifth plan for how to handle the current situation, ground to a halt within an instant. What? Why? Why would she want to suddenly fight Yamamoto? If her goal was to defeat him, then why did she previously save his life? Is she trying to trick me? That's right. That must be it. However, what exactly is she planning? Maybe she will try something after I let my guard down. I see. No, I get it now. I know exactly what she wants to do. That's quite cunning, but you won't be able to trick someone like me. Just like Aizen, Yamamoto was dumbfounded by Yuna's words, but unlike Aizen, who was currently playing 5D chess in his mind, Yamamoto had slightly different thoughts. Those eyes. I have seen them before. Kenpachi. She is just like them. She seeks the thrill of a strong fight. Usually, I don't mind people like that, but the current situation is not fit for someone who acts like that. I wonder if I can convince her to go for Aizen for now, with a promise of fighting her at a more appropriate time. Meanwhile, Yuna was also deep in thought, however. Geez, I really should have pulled Haribo in that sphere as well. Being sandwiched between Ranjiku and Haribo's massive boobs would have undoubtedly felt amazing. Her thoughts were slightly different from the other two. Fucking degenerate. You called.